will be ended in 20 days. And as Markus Bickel said, that's a decision the Iran takes, not Trump.
The Asian countries are more affected than Europeans, for example, because the Strait of Hormuz transports a lot of oil and gas for the Asian market. And if there's a lack of oil and gas, they can substitute it a little bit by other compensation options by oil exporters, but not totally. And that brings a lot of problems, especially for the Asian countries. But here, we don't have a shortage yet, but it could happen in the future. But right now, I think it's really too early to bring more supply in the market.
Yes, but I think the price, when it starts rising, will, in a very cynical way, fix the problem in the sense that the global south will not be able to buy any oil anymore. The poor countries will be those that suffer first. And then the oil will be redirected from the poor countries that can no longer afford these high prices to Asia.
So what are the consequences of that?
Well, that the economy in the global south will just break down. And you will have, not only will you, do we have this problem with the oil, the other problem is that the foodstuffs will also get much more expensive because a third of all fertilizers are being produced in the Middle East, and they now also can no longer go through the Strait of Hormuz, so they are lacking as well. And that is something that is not really realized, how difficult and how dangerous it is that now, just now, farmers are starting to seed their foodstuff, that just now the fertilizer is lacking.
Ulrike says, Markus, that Donald Trump is going to look for a way out of this. There is an acronym that's gained some popularity, TACO, Trump always chickens out. If it is really Iran calling the shots here when it comes to ending this war, what do you think the designation of Mojtaba Khomeini means for how this war is going to be led into the future and when it's going to end?
I think he will follow the path of his father, which is resistance until the end. And resistance can mean a few missiles a day to keep this war going. And that's the developments we've been seeing in the last days, to expand the war despite the fact that Israel and the US have bombed continuously, saying we are doing the hardest strikes you can imagine. But after almost 2 weeks of this war, you see the missile capabilities of Iran are still there. And I think this is the path the new leader is going to take for the weeks to come.
In the meantime, in these almost 2 weeks that this war has now been going on, it has long spread beyond the Iranian borders, with Tehran's retaliatory strikes targeting Israel and the Gulf states. The latter have been shaken to the core, being dragged into a conflict they didn't want and have little to no influence over.
Smoke rises from the Bapco oil refinery on Bahrain's Sitra Island after an Iranian drone strike. A desalination plant was also damaged, officials say. Energy and water turned into weapons. The Gulf states are intercepting hundreds of drones and missiles, and not always successfully. As here in Kuwait, Iran's retaliation in the war with the US and Israel has Gulf rulers paying a high price.
We were helping Iran and the United States in reaching diplomatic solutions. But this miscalculation by the Iranians to attack the Gulf countries has destroyed everything.
1/3 of the world's oil comes from the Persian Gulf. But tankers have now largely been blocked in the Strait of Hormuz. Oil markets are seeing sharp swings. At times, oil has jumped to nearly $120 a barrel, the highest in 4 years. Stock markets, especially in Asia, are volatile. East Asian economies depend heavily on Gulf oil. The Gulf, from stable supplier to global economic risks.
Markus, why did Iran choose? Because they chose to drag the Gulf states into this war in the fashion they did.
I think they did this because they want to have the Gulf states as the ones pushing Trump to end this war. The business model of the Gulf states, of the Gulf Cooperation Council, depends on stability in the region. And the longer this war takes, the lesser their profits will be. So I think Iran counts on Qatar, on Oman, on Saudi Arabia, on the Emirates to tell Trump, please stop this war because we cannot take it any longer. I think that's the calculus behind Tehran's strikes on these countries. But I think Tehran might be calculating wrongly because in the beginning they said we're attacking only US facilities, we're attacking embassies. But what we see in the last days is they're attacking the energy facilities, oil tanks, oil tankers, oil production sites.
Has yet to grant Netanyahu a pardon for all of his corruption charges. He tried to defend himself against that while not wanting to comment in a way that would upset the U.S. president. Another thing that I thought was very interesting was a new line coming out of the Israeli government, repeated by Netanyahu tonight, which is that Iran has its missile.
This anymore.
No, they don't have the means to react militarily. That's why they turn to the Ukraine in the hope that the Ukraine sends them drones that are able to kill other drones. And because they themselves don't have anything to protect themselves against drones, they have to use the very, very expensive Patriot systems in order to shoot down very, very cheap drones. That is really a mismatch, but they don't have drones themselves that can prevent them or can strike down the Iranian drones. So now the Ukrainians have to help the Gulf region. But what I find interesting is that there were always rumors that Saudi Arabia or the Crown Prince had called Trump before the war, telling him, I wanted this war. So that is really amazing. It is a war for the Gulf region that got out of hand. Especially Saudi Arabia was interested in Iran being bombed because then they thought that they'd be the only great nation in the Arabic sphere and that they would be the leaders. And of course, Iran is a very strong country as well. And so far there was always two leaders, Iran and Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia wanted to erase Iran. And now they have to bear the costs. And the costs get out of hand. And the problem for the Gulf region could be that there is no possibility for them to end this war anymore.
Seeing, Marcus, how this war has been going and the way it was launched, apparently no back-channel communication with the Gulf states. Many were opposed. Saudi Arabia, there are rumors that there have been conversations to kind of push for military action. But looking at the status quo right now, the Gulf states with their back against the wall, are the U.S. still a reliable partner for them? Because after all, they were very instrumental in putting them in the position they're in right now.
Saudi Arabia has mistrusted the US for at least a decade that they would not be able to defend them. They were very happy when Trump came in the first term. They were happy that he came again in the second term, but they don't see the US as their only reliable partner. That's why they have diversified their partnerships. They're reaching out hands to Russia. So this is not a one-way street. And I think the day Trump realizes that he wants to shift his attention to the Western Hemisphere again, to Venezuela, to Cuba, the Gulf states will realize that despite the huge billion-high investments into the Trump family, they need to have other security guarantees than only the US ones. So it's a big gamble by Trump, but we know his short attention span, and I don't think he will stick in this Middle East, which he never wanted. He wanted to retreat the US from the Middle East, but this is out of hands and he is not in control of the situation.
Ulrike, I want to take a quick look at
it takes us to something we've had to wrestle with throughout this conflict. What is the end mission? It hasn't been clear, certainly from this Trump White House, and I'm not necessarily sure it's that clear from Netanyahu either. I mean, we do know he wants regime change, but we don't know how much he's actually able to sort of bring to that fight, because it will be a fight that will last longer than just a couple of weeks necessarily.
Alex, as we've been reporting over the past few hours, Iran's new supreme leader has issued his first public statement, and he addressed his country's attacks on its neighbors. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, we have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbors, And we've always been and remain willing to have warm and constructive relations with all of them. But for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. In the latest assault, some military bases were used, and naturally, as we had explicitly warned, and without intending to harm those countries, we attacked only those bases. Alex, a defiant tone there from the Supreme Leader. What struck you most about the language that he chose?
Look, Adrian, I'm not surprised that's the language that came out of Mujtaba Khamenei, if it is indeed from Mujtaba Khamenei, because obviously there are questions American attack. So, but he's essentially representing not the views of Mujtaba Khamenei, this new supreme leader, but he's representing the views of the hardened leadership of what's left of the Revolutionary Guards. So that is how I would look at it. I would say the Revolutionary Guards for now are in this fight. They really want to inflict pain on the United States, on the world economy, because bottom line is this: they don't want to have to fight another round like this next year or in 5 years' time. That's what they're hoping to do. They're trying to shock the international community to say never, ever again are we going to attack Iran. That's their bottom line. I do think soon enough they're going to look for an off-ramp, but that is how I look at it. I don't look so much at Mujtaba Khamenei because, again, he doesn't have a base chosen by the Revolutionary Guards to be his father's successor. It's not the other way around. And I think that's a really important distinction for us to keep in mind. But Adrian, having said that, he could be in that position if this regime survives for years to come. And then he might put his mark on the politics of this Islamic Republic. But it's really, for now, for him, it's just about to survive, make sure that Bibi Netanyahu or others don't get their way and assassinate him. And if he does survive, then perhaps he can articulate a different worldview. But for now, he's just representing what I think we can expect from the Revolutionary Guards.
All right, so that message that we read out, or that was given to the Iranian people today, was not necessarily aimed at external audiences. It was perhaps more about consolidating authority within Iran's political system.
Yeah, I mean, there were two strands that sort of jumped at me. One was sort of the Muslim world, Islamic world, and then levels to it, which I can get to in a minute. But the other one was Iranian nationalism. And what Mujtaba Khamenei and the leaders in Tehran know very well is Iranian nationalism and Islamism, they don't actually go hand in hand, because Iranian nationalism is essentially in contrast to Islamism. It wants to separate itself from, Islamism per se and the worldview of Ali Khamenei or Khomeini before him, or now Mujtaba Khamenei. So, it's not a very convincing attempt, but maybe that's just enough for the base inside the Islamic Republic, the ones who are doing the fighting right now, to feel encouraged, to feel that they're on the right course and they're going to survive. Because, Adrian, you can imagine a lot of these people thinking, how long more time do we have before they become perhaps victims or end up dead in this war? And Adrian, another quick point I say about what he said to the neighboring states. That is obviously Iran's reading of what they should do. And they're saying to the Gulf states that, sorry, we're hating you, but it's because you have U.S. bases on your soil. The other way of looking at the issue is, why did those neighboring states end up having to have U.S. bases? There was a reason why they wanted to have external guarantors of their security. And I would say the root causes of that are the militant Islamist policies of the Islamic Republic that go back to 1979, which created the conditions for the United States to come in with military force on the side of the Gulf countries.
Alex, good to talk to you. Many thanks indeed for being with us. Alex Vatanka there in Washington. Hezbollah and Iran carried out their first coordinated attack on Israel on Wednesday. That's prompted speculation that Yemen's Houthis could get involved in the conflict. They've previously carried out strikes in the region in support of Iran. Yusuf Mari has spoken to people in Sana'a about the possibility of being drawn into another war.
On the streets of Sana'a, people are going about their daily lives, seemingly unaffected by the conflict in the region. Some tell us they don't want war, but war always seems to find Yemen. Nishid Hassan agrees, but he says his biggest concern is not the threat of strikes from above, but the threat of more US-backed sanctions.
We care greatly for our nation. We are not afraid of war, but fear the consequences of war. such as economic blockade and having limited access to basic necessities.
We asked Murshid if he is considering moving to a safer location.
If we moved every time we hear of a potential war, we would be moving every other day. I know many people who still live in homes that have been destroyed by previous airstrikes. In any case, the US and Israeli are known to target everyone and anyone, wherever and whenever.
And now, the possibility of war may be closer than he thinks. Members of Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis, have expressed their willingness to strike US and Israeli assets in the region in support of Iran. Such a move could be significant.
Russia can re-establish its role as a global oil exporter through this war.
Claudia, does that mean then that the war in Iran is indirectly funding the war in Ukraine?
Indirectly, yes, unfortunately. And I would agree that Russia is a silent benefiter out of this, because they could help out also to produce more oil for the East Asian market. And they have also a shadow fleet of tankers, which could help out here and bring more oil to those regions and gain more benefits out of it, because if the oil price is so high, they get a lot of profits out of it. And I would say yes, and indirectly we are financing the war of Ukraine, and that's really the sad story out of it. And that's also a reason why the war should stop as early as possible.
Yeah. Ulrike, is this war going to make the world a safer place, as Netanyahu and Trump claim, or rather the opposite?
No, the opposite. It's because one of the many facts is that now in the Middle East, many of those Patriot systems were used to shoot down very cheap drones. But the Patriot systems are very, very scarce, because there are only 620 Patriots being produced per year. And they now in the Middle East, 800 were used. So that is very easy for China to calculate that if they attack Taiwan, there will be no Patriots, so that the US army could no longer intervene. And so that is, in a way, it's really a catastrophe that the US always gets distracted by the Middle East.
And that is our time. Thank you so much to our panel, and of course to everyone watching this discussion. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. If you're watching us on YouTube and have any questions or feedback, or just want to say hi, leave us a comment. For now, though, from all of us here on To the Point, thank you so much for your company. Bye-bye.
In the name of the state.
So the operational plan was to do the arrest as he exited the room.
Capturing Ali Fayyad, the Drug Enforcement Agency's greatest coup.
and he's going to be maybe our main witness to take out Hezbollah's drug cartel.
So why was the task force disbanded out of the blue?
For violence against their communities. Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
Bangladesh's parliament has reconvened for the first time since the 2024 uprising that ousted former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party won last month's elections, making its leader, Tariq Rahman, Prime Minister. He told Parliament that he wants to build a safe and democratic country. Rahman also accused Sheikh Hasina of making Parliament dysfunctional and of leading a dictatorship. We will be back in just a few moments with all the latest developments in the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Adrian Finnegan. This is Al Jazeera. I'll see you again in just a moment.
On Counting the Cost. Oil markets are on edge. American consumers are already feeling it at the pump. Europe faces an energy crunch and Asian importers are scrambling to secure supply. Could this reignite inflation around the world, and what would that mean for households? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Hello again. It's 20 hours GMT, 11:30 p.m. in Tehran. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Adrian Finnegan. With the latest developments this hour, Iran's new supreme leader
already expired is nothing less than a blatant abuse of powers and procedures of the Security Council for narrow political purposes. The position of the Islamic Republic of Iran is clear, consistent and firmly on the record, including in this official communication to the Security Council and Secretary General during past months. Security Council Resolution 2231 definitively terminated on 18 October 2025. As of that date, it was concluded to have no legal effect to operate mandate. This position has also been echoed by some members of the Council. At today's meeting, 2 permanent members of the Council have taken principled and legal position and objected to the agenda of the meeting, considering it illegal and misuse of the President's authority by the US and a violation of Council's rule of procedures. The claim made in today's meeting by France, United Kingdom, and United States that the so-called snapback mechanism has been triggered is baseless and a clear fabrication. The mechanism was available only to the current JCPOA participants according in good faith. Participation is a legal status based on constitute compliance, not a historical label. The 3 European countries have been in persistent, significant non-performance of their obligation. Under basic principles of international law, a party in material breach cannot invoke enforcement mechanism. The E3ELE attempt to trigger the dispute resolution mechanism was legally and procedurally flawed and exhausted. Accordingly, the Security Council's role under Resolution 2231 came to a definitive end. All nuclear-related provisions, measures, and restrictions were permanently terminated. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not recognize any attempt by any state or body to revive, reinterpret, or reinforce these terminated measures and mechanisms in any form, including the 1737 committee or panel of experts. During today's meeting again, the representative of certain Western members of the Council made baseless claims and deliberate misinformation regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. Iran's defensive capabilities seeking to instrumentalize the Security Council for narrow political ends. Iran categorically rejects these legally unfounded and politically motivated allegations. The claims that Iran has enriched uranium to 60%, the level allegedly required for producing a nuclear bomb, is a distortion of the facts and ignores the real root of the situation. Iran's decision to increase the level of enrichment was taken solely in response to the violation of commitment by the United States and European countries, and was intended as leverage to compel them to return to their obligation. Iran measures were lawful and explicitly permitted under the JCPOA. What is unfolding today is the reality an illegal and illegitimate war launched by Israel and the United States, two regimes that poses nuclear weapons against a responsible non-nuclear weapon state party to the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT. Since 2003, more than 20 years, Israel has repeatedly alleged that Iran is on the verge of acquiring a nuclear weapon, despite the IAEA reports over the years consistently contradicting such unfounded allegations. Based on these very lies, the United States, a nuclear weapon state, and the depository of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons in June 2025 attacked and bombed responsible non-nuclear weapon state whose peaceful nuclear facilities were fully under the safeguards of the agency. This illegal act constituted a clear violation of the UN Charter, the principles of international law, the IAEA statute, the agency relevant resolutions, and the NPT, which the US is a depository. Iran's nuclear program have always been exclusively peaceful. It was subject to the most extensive and intrusive verification regime applied to any non-nuclear weapon state. No other state undergoes such a volume of inspections and scrutiny, yet Iran is penalized, while those who attack safeguard nuclear facilities are excused. This is the clearest manifestation of double standards, and it is precisely.
So a lot of people won't be necessarily happy with the direction that Iran seems to be going, more isolated, continuing in the hardline manner, not just in terms of the war, but against its own people as well.
So we've got that hardline message, but we haven't seen the new supreme leader ourselves or heard his voice. Can we still assume that the chain of command from the supreme leader on down is still intact, or could parts of the Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, be operating pretty much on their own?
It's very possible. The IRGC, they have a new commander, Ahmad Vahidi, who was the former Minister of Defense, and he is known to be also very strong-handed, not just abroad, but also in the country. He used quite a lot of force against protesters, for example. And the IRGC, in a way, kind of acts on its own accord. As we can see, we have statements from the President Pezeshkian, who is trying to calm the situation. He's trying to calm down the Gulf neighbors, especially to say that, this is not against them. They've threatened to continue to hit at US bases and so on. So in terms of statements, they continue in this very hard line, but at the same time, the chain of command has taken quite a hit. Lots of IRGC commanders were killed. Lots of the military men have been killed. The Minister of Defense, just one day after his appointment, was also killed. At the moment, I don't believe that Iran even has a Minister of Defense. So the command structure is a little bit broken in some ways, but we do have a strong, strong leadership from Mojtaba, if he is alive in the background, and also the IRGC with Ahmad Vahidi, who is still in the background, and so on. So I think even though the chain of command is broken, the top echelons of power is still intact. We still have the president, we still have the assembly of experts, we still have the Guardian Council. So they are continuing, continuing behind the scenes. But I will say that we are seeing kind of two strands emerging, one more moderate, calling for, negotiations, calling to make sure that, that relations with the Gulf states are not broken. Right. And another hand that
source of the tension in the region, namely the war of aggression illegally and illegitimately launched by the United States and Israel against Iran. It does not Israel to halt their unlawful attack against Iran. Instead, it demands that Iran refrain from exercising its inherent right to self-defense, to protect its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and vital interests. Such a demand is unlawful and entirely contrary to the Charter and international. Iran has repeatedly and clearly informed the Secretary General and members of the Council through its official communication that the Security Council, due to obstructing the United States and certain Western countries, has been unable to fulfill its responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. As long as the Council fails to discharge its duties, Iran has no choice but to exercise its inherent right to self-defense under UN Charter and international law. Iran fully respects and remains committed to the principles of freedom of navigation under the law of the sea. However, the current situation in the region, including in the Strait of Hormuz, is not the result of Iran's lawful exercise of its right of self-defense. Rather, it is the direct consequence of the destabilizing actions of the United States in launching aggression against Iran and undermining regional security. I thank you.
Secretary said that it's perhaps the U.S. Navy with a coalition would be perhaps escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Can you respond to that?
No, just no, I have no response for that. Iran is going its inherent right to preserve the peace and security in the Strait of Hormuz, and it is our responsibility.
What's the level of the relation between the Kurdistan region of Iraq and Iran these days, especially after the claims there might be a ground operation by the Kurds, but they declined that? And what's your response to that?
We had a serious negotiation with the regional government of the Kurdistan in Iraq, and they told us that they will remain and they are not going to allow any illegal transfer from their territory to the Iranian soil.
Mr. Ambassador, the new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, has said that they want to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. And now you said that you support freedom of navigation. Can you clarify Iran's position now, what it is, why?
I said we are not going to close the Strait of Hormuz, but it is our inherent right to preserve the peace and security in this waterway. And it is our right. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, what is your message to people that live in the Gulf right now?
Iran's ambassador to the United Nations delivering a statement on the 13th day of the war in Iran, which he described as illegal and illegitimate against a responsible non-nuclear state which has complied with the Non-Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, a clear violation of UN law, he said. Yet Iran is being penalized. It is the clearest manifestation yet of double standards Iran never abandoned diplomacy. Well, just moments before the Iranian ambassador spoke, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke as well. And he had held a news conference saying that he hopes Iran's new supreme leader will heed warnings from Israel and the United States.
If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue the leaders of Iran or Hezbollah with life insurance, and I won't share with you what we will do with those two individuals. With regard to Iran's nuclear capabilities, I have said that we have attacked their nuclear infrastructure and we have assassinated one of Iran's top nuclear scientists. I believe there will be surprises at the end of this battle. I am required to maintain some combat secrecy, but what I can share with you is that we have more of an upper hand than we anticipated, and we will achieve all of our objectives.
We are live this hour in Tehran, Ramallah, Washington, D.C., New York, and Doha, but we'll start in Iran's capital. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. Mohammed, we're expecting President Trump to speak in the next few moments. Our apologies if you're talking when he comes into the room. We'll go straight to President Trump. But first of all, I want to know what you make of what the Iranian ambassador was saying there at the United Nations.
Well, Adrian, the Iranian ambassador made it clear that Iran is for peace and has always been opting for peace and has never abandoned peaceful negotiations. He reminded the international community of its responsibilities towards Iran and towards peace also in the region, and was very critical of the role the United Nations is playing, including the decision yesterday that condemned Iran, supported by many countries. He saw that as an instance of double standards against Iran, and he criticized the fact that when Iran was subjected to aggression from the United States and Israel and its leadership was assassinated, no such gathering of countries was convened. And also, even when 160 girls were killed in a school, he didn't see the same amount of international solidarity with Iran and with its civilian people. He is, expressing anger and discomfort here in Iran, and condemnation of this type of behavior on the part of the international community. He also talked about the nuclear situation with the Western countries, saying Iran has never had the ambition to build a nuclear weapon, and those allegations by Israel during the last 20 years that Iran was always like 2 weeks away from producing a nuclear bomb were only false propaganda from Israel to justify aggression on Iran. So, across the board, he was critical and indignant because of what's going on right now, mainly stressing the double standards with which Iran is being treated right now, not only by the United States and the Israel who are waging the aggression, but also by the international community that has refused to treat Iran on an equal footing with other countries, members of the United Nations. When an aggression like what happened in Iran, if it was perpetrated against another country, we would have seen different results. Not just between the lines of what he was saying, but this treatment is unjust and Iran is condemning it.
All right, Mohammed, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's bring in Noor Uday, who's live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. We heard just a few moments ago from Benjamin Netanyahu, who I think was giving his first press conference since the conflict began. Who was he speaking to, the Israeli public or the rest of the world?
Well, most definitely the Israeli public. Adrian, Benjamin Netanyahu thought that he would be gaining popularity, gaining in the polls, setting himself up for another victory in the elections that are scheduled for November. That is not happening. In fact, the latest poll that came out just as he was speaking saw him losing a seat. And so he was speaking to the public, telling them that under his leadership, the Middle East is changing, the power dynamics and power balance in the region are changing, that he has new friends in the world, particularly Donald Trump. He emphasized that friendship and that alliance, but he dodged a lot of questions about, especially about Lebanon, about Hezbollah, whom he said more than a year ago that Israeli action and bombardment had set them back 20 years. Well, that residents in northern Israel can attest that statement is simply not true. He also talked about why Iranian missiles keep coming to Israel, and in fact, sirens came on as he was speaking. He said that Iran's missile launchers are deep in the mountains, and so it will take more time to take them out. That too contradicts his earlier statements about taking out most of the rocket launchers and the missile launchers in Iran. So a bit of a reality check for Netanyahu in this presser, an attempt by him as well to reframe and repackage the narrative about the war, the fact that it will last, but that Israel is on top of it, is victorious, and that the war with Lebanon will proceed in line with Israeli power, that Hezbollah will be taught a lesson. That is a message that he knows his public, his supporters need to hear.
All right, President Trump is speaking. We're listening to what he's saying, and we'll take you immediately there if he says anything newsworthy. Mohammed Val in Tehran. Earlier today, we heard from Iran's new supreme leader. A statement attributed to him. What kind of tone did he set with his message? How has it gone down there in Iran?
Adrian, it was clear from the message that he sent that he was consistent with what the other top commanders and politicians have been saying.
Mohammed, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're going to go live to Washington, D.C. and listen to what President Trump is saying. He's speaking at an event for Women's History Month.
Fully briefed, and it's a terrible thing, but it goes on. We're going to be right down to the bottom of it. It's absolutely incredible that things like this happen on another front, an entirely different front. The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done, should have been done during a 47-year period, could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it, but they really are a nation of terror and hate, and they're paying a big price right now. We're honored to be joined by many extraordinary ladies, working moms, and amazing women who are making history themselves. You really are. I want to thank Second Lady Usha Vance, who's a fantastic person. Where is Usha? And really, you have been such an inspiration to a lot of women. Usha, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And your husband's doing a good job. The youngest and perhaps the best White House press secretary in history. Caroline, where's Caroline? Doing a fantastic job, Caroline. And she keeps me straight. She keeps you, no, sir, you can't do that. You can't do this. I can't do anything. Life would be so much more exciting, wouldn't it? Thank you, Caroline. Great. Attorney General Pam Bondi, my friend. Good. Got some big things in store. She's doing a great job. Thank you, Pam. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Reamer. Thank you, Lori. Thank you very much. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, who just had, what did you get, 84, 85% of the vote? What's going on? You know? Now I can tell this story. But Cindy Hyde called me up years ago when she first ran. It was a tough race. It was one of their top people in the White House. I won't mention the president because we don't want to mention anybody. Get yourself in a lot of trouble. But it was a top person, and it looked very tough for any Republican candidate. And Cindy Hyde was the one, and she was not, I don't know, not like the people that knew her loved her, but not a lot of people knew her. And she said, "Sir, could you do me a favor? Could you give me a rally?" I said, "A rally's a big deal." And I got there and she said, would you stay and do another rally in another part of the state? Nobody's ever, and we ended up with 3 of them. And she won in a landslide, right? And now she's at 85%. And now she wins. She doesn't need rallies. I say, do you want me to do a rally? I don't need any rallies, sir. She got 85%. Good. I was so happy to say. Not surprised, but I was so happy. That's because you've done a great job. Great job. Thank you very much. Representatives, Virginia Fox, my friend for a long time. Virginia, thank you. Kat Kamek. Kat, thank you very much. Thank you, Kat. Diana Harshbarger. Where's Diana? Diana, thank you. A friend of mine, a very talented person too, very smart, Victoria Sparks. We argue, but we always come to the same place. Doing a good job. And of course, Kellyanne Conway. Has anyone ever heard of her? She's fantastic. She's in there fighting. She's that Kellyanne. A friend of mine said, you know, that Kellyanne, I admire the way she goes in and she screams at those people she's got us, meaning the media, because this is a man that doesn't do very well with the media. It's one of those things. But thank you, Kellyanne. And also, I want to thank the New York Stock Exchange and the person who is so instrumental in its great success, Lynn Martin. Thank you very much, Lynn. Great job. Great job. Say hello to Jeff, right? Thank you very much. Going all the way back to our nation's founding in 1776, America has been strengthened beyond measure by the courage, by the spirit, love, devotion, and the incredible woman. I mean, all of these incredible women who have served our nation, uplifted our communities, pioneered new industries, and been the heart and soul of the American family. And they are the heart and soul. From Martha Washington to Betsy Ross, from Clara Barton to Amelia Earhart, and Rosa Parks to Aretha Franklin, American women have propelled us to even greater heights. And now the Trump administration is working every single day to make America better, safer, and more prosperous for women and men. But much more importantly for women. And they are really the inspiration. They are so powerful and so important and so beautiful. I'm not allowed to use the word beautiful, but I'm using it anyway. Usually it's the end of your political career. If you say a woman's a beautiful woman, they say that's the termination of his career, but somehow it hasn't hurt too much. You're incredible women and you're beautiful women. Well, we're here to celebrate Women's History Month today. We also are celebrating National Working Moms Day, a very special day. And since I took office, we've created more than 300,000 jobs now filled by proud, hardworking American women. It's a record. The number of women-owned businesses increased by 1.2 million last year alone. That's also a record. These are all records. Got a lot of records. Think of that, 1.2 million last year alone, businesses opened by women. Very ambitious people. Very, very ambitious. Very, very amazing. To support working moms like many in this room, last year we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. So our opponents, as you know, want to raise taxes. We decided to lower tax. All my life, I've watched politicians. I've only started this about 10 years ago, but I watched politicians and I watched them so diligently. I loved it. I loved watching. They would say, we will cut your taxes. We're going to cut your taxes. We'll cut your taxes. Even if they didn't mean it, they said it. The Democrats say, we will raise your taxes. I've never heard anything. But maybe that's why we won in a landslide, maybe. But we did cut your taxes. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. That's a big deal. And with us today is Heather Kell, joined by her 14-year-old beautiful son, Finley. Heather is a single mom and waitress in Hendersonville, North Carolina, a great place. And thanks to the One Big Beautiful Bill, she got a big, beautiful tax refund of $4,000 this year, which she didn't expect. And Heather, please come up and tell us how excited you are to receive that. Come on up, Heather. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here today. I have been a waitress for over 20 years, and a lot of the people I've seen come and go in the industry are single moms, and they work hard. They're the hardest working people I know. And then at the end of the year, they're always super stressed out because they don't know where they're going to come up with the extra couple $1,000s that they owe on the taxes. And this year, I had to do a double take. I had to do my taxes twice to make sure this was real. I couldn't believe it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
I love that ending. Wouldn't that be? That's from the heart. That's from the heart. Thanks, Heather. Spend it wisely, right? Thank you. Also with us is Nora Pruitt, a proud mom of 7 and a sheet metal worker from Baltimore, Maryland. She's seeing how our manufacturing renaissance is bringing opportunity back to America. And if you would, please come up, Nora. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Nora Pruitt. I'm blessed with a wonderful.
All right, we're going to leave that at that point. We will keep listening here at Al Jazeera, and if the president says anything newsworthy, we will, of course, bring that to you. The president speaking at a women's event at the White House, right at the start, he said that Iran was a nation of terror and hate, and that we should have done this a long time ago, was the actual quote. Al Jazeera's John Holman was listening in. He's in Washington, D.C. John, I mean, we didn't hear a lot there about the war in Iran, but earlier on, the president had quite a lot to say on his Truth Social platform.
Yes, and he added to it just briefly there, saying that the situation with Iran's been moving very rapidly. He said that it's been going very well, and that, as you said, Adrian, that the nation of terror and hate is going to be punished right now. There was no response to what in this address from the Iranian new supreme leader, who issued his first statement after his father was killed on the first day of the conflict, in which he'd said that the Strait of Hormuz that would remain shut, and that US military bases would continue to be attacked in the Middle East and in Gulf countries. So no answer to that. It was very flyby, and it sort of struck the same note of confidence that President Trump's been trying to project since this war started. He said since the beginning that things are moving fast, that the US troops are well ahead of schedule, that he considers that this will be over very soon without providing an actual date to that, and without saying as well whether his initial aims at the start of the war, which is preventing the Iran from getting a nuclear weapon and providing the grounds for the Iranian people, as he said in the past, to sort of rise up and depose the regime, without commenting on that in the last couple of days as to whether that will actually happen. So he kept it very short. He was an event on a different sort of theme, but it remains tied to what he's been saying in the last couple of days on this war.
All right, John, many thanks indeed. John Holman there live in Washington. Let's go back to Nora Uday, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nora, Israel finds itself in a pretty difficult position right now, possibly more difficult than it imagined when it began this war. Thinking back to the Prime Minister's press conference in the last hour, how is the conflict being perceived there right now?
Well, it's more than one conflict all wrapped into one, right, Adrian? And so the Israeli public is not of the same mind about all of them. Let's remember, Israel is still waging a war on the Palestinians in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. There is pretty much blanket support for that, especially in Netanyahu's right-wing base. Then you have the war on Iran. There is majority Jewish Israeli support for that, even though the cost is high, even though the Israeli military censor is pretty much blacking out all the, what is happening, and the residents in affected areas are extremely frustrated. They see the missiles, they see the damage, and yet they don't hear anything about it in the news because the Israeli military censor does not want to share that information. It's different with Hezbollah. The war on Hezbollah on Lebanon was a war of choice that Netanyahu and his government waged days into a war with this large country, with Iran, that Netanyahu launched alongside the United States. And this war is really costly, and it's up close and personal for the 1.4 million people who live in northern Israel. This is where the frustration lies and where all the doubt really in Netanyahu's motivation is. And that is why he's not making headway in public opinion. The trust among Jewish Israelis is in the army that is doing the bombing, the shooting, and all the rest of it, not the politicians who are looking ahead to November because their fate is tied to elections that are planned for that time.
Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh reporting live from the occupied West Bank. Many thanks indeed, Noor. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. Let's remind you of the latest developments. Israel's launched a new wave of strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Qatar says that it's targeting infrastructure linked to the armed group Hezbollah. Iran's new supreme leader has released his first message since assuming that role. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei's statement was read on state television. He said that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed as a means of pressuring Iran's enemies. He also said that he believes in friendship with his country's neighbors, but said that Iran must continue to remove all threats. The International Energy Agency warns that the conflict could trigger the largest ever disruption to global oil supplies. Attacks by Iran on vessels in the Gulf have effectively halted shipments. Well, Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities in the Middle East. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has confirmed an attack on fuel storage tanks at a facility in Muharraq. It says that authorities are securing the site. Iraq has suspended oil operations at its ports. That's after 2 foreign fuel tankers, including one owned by an American company, were hit in the port of Al-Thor in the south. At least 1 crew member was killed and another 38 rescued. In Oman, multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah on Wednesday. That attack caused explosions and a major fire. Salalah is an important hub for tankers waiting to bypass, or wanting rather to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And 4 cargo ships have been attacked in the strait in the past 2 days. One of them, a Thai-flagged vessel. 20 crew members were rescued after a fire broke out on board. Iran's foreign ministry now says that many ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz if they coordinate with the Iranian Navy. The Strait of Hormuz is the lifeblood for the Gulf region. Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko is live for us here in Doha. Dmitry, brief us on the latest attacks then on the Gulf.
So after seeing pictures of blazing fuel containers and oil storage depots overnight and those oil tankers by the coast of Iraq, now during the day, it felt like attacks were abating. We didn't have reports of attacks for a good few hours in the afternoon, but of course that feeling is deceptive because as the sun went down and the night fell in the Gulf, we've had report after report after report of attacks. So we have Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman, all reporting attacks. In Bahrain, there were alarms sounding just a few minutes ago. 1 hour earlier, same situation. The Ministry of Defense telling people to shelter in place. In Kuwait, at least 2 people were injured in the past 24 hours as the country intercepted 5 ballistic missiles, several drones, and said that there was damage done, but it wasn't clear it was direct as a result of direct hits or whether it was debris falling from those interceptions. In Qatar, the Ministry of Defense said that it intercepted 2 ballistic missiles, 1 cruise missile, and several drones, all intercepted successfully. We've had one time during this afternoon that our phones were blasting with, authorities warning that there's an increased level of threat, telling people to take cover, to find shelter. And in Oman, a drone was shot down in the Kasab province of the Musandam Peninsula. That's the exclave to the northeast of the UAE, which is overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. Here in Qatar right now, we're seeing helicopters flying over the city. Unclear what the purpose of that is, but this is what the sound is, at least, if you're probably hearing that. And the Saudi Arabia set it down 2 ballistic missiles that were launched on the Prince Sultan Air Base. That's a U.S. air base in the country, and at least 7 drones targeting the Shaiba oil field in the southeast.
All right, Dimitri, so that's what's happening now. How are the Gulf countries handling these attacks on their main moneymaker, their oil and gas facilities?
Well, they're trying to minimize the damage done to the oil facilities, but the biggest damage, of course, comes from the fact that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. We've just heard the new Ayatollah also announcing that it will continue to remain closed to apply pressure. There's around 200 tankers sitting in the Strait of Hormuz on anchor and sitting as sitting ducks. We've had at least 3 vessels come under attack in the past 48 hours, while 2 of them were not moving at all. They were stationed waiting for some kind of instruction for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not happening yet. There are some countries that have a way to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. That's Saudi Arabia, for example. It has a pipeline that leads to ports in the Red Sea, and it's using those ports. But hiring oil tankers, given that 200 of them are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, is becoming increasingly expensive. Iraq saying that it is transporting around 200,000 barrels of oil via trucks through Turkey, Syria, and Jordan, even though it actually has a pipeline that goes to Turkey. But that pipeline's use has been very intermittent. Also, Total Energies, the French energy giant, saying that 15% of its output has been affected by what's happening in the Middle East between Iran, the US, and Israel, saying that its production in Qatar, UAE, and Iraq has been affected, Adrian.
Dmitry Medvedenko reporting live from Doha. Dmitry, many thanks. Alex Vatanka is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. He joins us again live from Washington. In that message, Iran's supreme leader said that the Strait of Hormuz would remain closed as a means of pressuring Iran's, quote, enemies. And yet within the hour, we had Iran's UN envoy speaking at the UN saying we're not going to close the Strait of Hormuz, but it is our right to preserve peace and security in the waterway. What do you make of the disconnect?
Adrian, I think peace and prosperity in that context basically could have linked up to the argument that we've heard now from not only the ambassador of the Islamic Republic to the United Nations, but also from the new Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, which is to say to the Gulf countries in particular, get these American military bases out of your countries, and then everybody can benefit from the free flow of trade here in the Gulf region. So that's, I think, how I would understand it, because otherwise the two don't sync up. I mean, basically, Mujtaba Khamenei's message just a few hours earlier was, we're going to use the power that we have, Iran in that case, to stop the flow as a way of putting pressure on our neighbors. So what the ambassador is saying doesn't really sync up with what we heard from the new Supreme Leader just a few hours earlier today.
The Supreme Leader also said that he believes in friendship with his country's neighbors, but said that insisted that Iran must continue to remove all threats. It was a pretty defiant message, wasn't it? What did you make of the tone of it?
Adrian, I was not surprised by the tone. This is the tone of the Revolutionary Guards generals. This is not Mujtaba Khamenei speaking. This is the men who are running the military effort on the part of the Islamic Republic. As I said, we don't even know if he is a state to be able to issue a statement. It remains to be seen where he is, how his health is, and whether he's, in terms of mentally, in a position to articulate much in terms of strategy. But certainly there are plenty of folks left in the Revolutionary Guards, and now, for now at least, they're in the Europeans, everybody to feel the pinch. That's their bottom line. articulated in one of his last speeches, if they attack us, we'll make sure we regionalize it. And I think, those folks who are surprised by this, frankly, we're paying attention. I mean, we just heard the statements by President
predecessor, his father, or potentially a harder line.
Agent did set of realities. His son is dealing with two fronts, essentially. One external, U.S., Israel, potentially others, and then an internal fight with the people of Iran. So, he might be ideologically inclined to kind of double down on his father's legacy. Might suggest not just to him, but more importantly, to the Revolutionary Guards, for the sake of the survival of the regime. Maybe it's about time to rethink some of their policies. They're already sort of suggesting they might be open to that. I mean, what the hell?
Not accepting any form that Lebanon becomes.
The president has launched an initiative for negotiations in order to rescue Lebanon from such an ordeal. All Lebanese are looking forward.
Of one of the Israeli strikes on the Lebanese capital.
This building in central Beirut. Was targeted by an Israeli airstrike because the Israelis say in its basement was millions of dollars in cash under armed guard by Hezbollah fighters. Another building elsewhere in central Beirut, also allegedly linked to Hezbollah, was also targeted this evening. Israel is targeting and hitting buildings outside of Hezbollah's traditional stronghold. And that's partly why Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, in an address to the nation tonight, said that we will not tolerate incitement towards hatred or division. And that is because as Israel targets areas that are not traditionally Hezbollah, it risks sparking sectarian tensions in this country because Hezbollah fighters, Hezbollah buildings or property is discovered in areas where other groups, sects live, whether they be Sunni Muslim, whether they be Christian. And the risk is sparking those sectarian tensions that are never far below the surface in Lebanon. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Long-range American bombers are set to take off from an airbase in the UK. They're launching from RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire for operations in the Middle East. The UK has refused to take part in the attacks on Iran, but Prime Minister Keir Starmer has given the US permission to use UK-based bases for defensive operations. Richard Gaisford reports now from RAF Fairford.
Well, I'm still on the boundary here at RAF Fairford, and as you can see behind this rather flimsy perimeter fence, we've got the US Air Force B-1 bombers on the edge of the runway, and there is really no attempt at all to hide what is going on here. There's not an awful lot between us and them, and we've been able to watch for the last 24 hours as the ground crews take out cruise missiles that are fired from a distance and replace them with more traditional munitions. They're known as JDAM bunker-busting bombs that need to be dropped over a target. Each one is full of around 900 kilograms worth of high explosives, and they're used to attack fortified buildings and underground tunnels. It's thought this signals a change in tactics, really suggesting the Americans believe there is no Iranian air defenses left for them to worry about, which allows them to fly these bombers directly over the country and drop cheaper, more powerful bombs. Preparations are continuing here for a potential mission. The big question, though, is whether it would be a defensive one or not. You'll recall that Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, had insisted that the Americans could not launch offensive attacks on Iran from the UK. If it turns out not to be the case, that could prove tricky for the British government. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, RAF Fairford, England.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world today. Police in the US state of Michigan say a synagogue has been the target of a car ramming attack and shooting. Thick black smoke has been billowing out of the Temple Israel synagogue in West Bloomfield. The site's also an early childhood center. Local media said that security guards at the property shot dead the alleged shooter. Israeli settlers have set a mosque on fire in Douma, in the north of the occupied West Bank. Palestinians rushed to put out the fire. Israeli forces came to investigate the attack, but people say they don't expect justice. Nida Ibrahim reports from Douma.
A house of prayer set on fire. Palestinian firefighters contained the blaze at this mosque in the village of Douma, near Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Israeli settlers carried out the attack after midnight on Thursday and then fled the scene. But they left behind a message. It reads, "From Ben Nachman Synagogue." They're referring to a Jewish prayer house that was part of an illegal Israeli settlement outpost near Ramallah. The Israeli army recently dismantled this outpost and two others and pushed settlers off the land. As much as this graffiti is a message to Palestinians living here, it's also directed at the Israeli authorities, a warning that settler groups will retaliate. Illegal Israeli settlement outposts are growing. Dozens have been established in recent weeks. Authorities have removed fewer than a handful. They are mostly used as launch pads for settler attacks. And since the Israeli-US offensive on Iran started almost 2 weeks ago, Israeli settler violence has killed at least 6 Palestinians.
Israeli forces raided the village to investigate the attacks. But people here tell us these investigations rarely go anywhere. This has emboldened settlers whose attacks have intensified, empowered by impunity.
From the north to the south of the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are moving freely, attacking with precision and seemingly without fear. Because as Palestinian people here will tell you, there are few consequences for violence against their communities. Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Douma, occupied West Bank.
Guinea's military-led government has dissolved 40 political parties. Critics say the decree signals a deepening crackdown on political freedoms under President Mamadi Doumbouya. Hello, Matassa.
Opposition leaders in Guinea say the country is now effectively a one-party state. On Friday, the government issued a late-night decree that dissolved 40 political parties. The list includes Guinea's main opposition groups.
A democratically elected government does not have the authority to dissolve a political party. There is a procedure that must be followed. The minister must follow the procedure.
The move strips parties of their legal status and control of their assets. The government says the parties failed to comply with legal requirements, including submitting mandatory financial statements. The banned political parties deny those allegations. President Mamadi Doumbouya came to power in 2021 after a military coup that overthrew former leader Alpha Condé. He promised a transition to civilian rule and a return to democracy. But in August last year, Guinea's military rulers suspended the three major opposition parties ahead of a referendum that allowed Doumbouya to run in December's election.
If some parties are marginalized, it is not good for the country. The president should work with everybody. It is in the interest of the people of Guinea.
Legislative elections are expected in May, but with many parties banned from participating, questions are being raised about how free and fair those polls will be. Harun Mutasa, Al Jazeera.
In Ethiopia, at least 107 people have been killed by landslides that were triggered by days of heavy rain. The landslides hit several areas of the Gamo zone earlier this week. At least 50 people are missing. Rescue teams and residents are continuing to search for survivors. Passenger train services between China and North Korea are resuming for the first time in nearly 6 years. The routes were suspended when Pyongyang sealed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. The reopening reflects Beijing's efforts to strengthen ties with one of its closest allies, as Katrina Yu reports.
For the first time since 2020, this train is carrying passengers from China to North Korea. Routes linking Beijing and the Chinese border city of Dandong to Pyongyang were suspended when North Korea closed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now the country is slowly reopening after years of isolation, drawing interest from some travelers.
I'm curious about life in North Korea. If I had a chance to travel there, I would. A train makes it very convenient.
The train will stop at several Chinese cities before entering North Korea. Travel is tightly controlled. For now, tickets are limited to government officials and business people.
This is the first train to leave Beijing bound for Pyongyang in almost 6 years. The journey to the North Korean capital takes about 24 hours, and the older style locomotive and train stand out at a station now dominated by Pyongyang.
But Pyongyang has also strengthening ties with Moscow, expanding military cooperation during Russia's war in Ukraine. That's raised questions about whether Beijing is losing influence over a neighbor, China's Pyongyang's top trading partner, an economic lifeline, while the country remains under international sanctions over its nuclear weapons program. Also working to develop a tourism industry, Kim Jong-un opened this coastal resort last year, hoping it will become a world-class destination. An influx of Chinese visitors, potentially arriving via this rail link, could be key to its success. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Chile's new far-right president has been sworn in, Jose Antonio Castro. Has promised to overturn some of the progressive policies of his left-wing predecessor and lead what he's calling an emergency government. Chile is the world's largest producer of copper, and the US has welcomed Cast's addition to the club of conservative governments in Latin America. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports.
It's an image few would have imagined even a year ago. José Antonio Cast, the son of German immigrants, receiving Chile's presidential sash. It signals the sharpest political shift to the far right since the country's military coup in 1973.
To confront our emergencies in security, in healthcare, in education, employment, and so much more, Chile needs an emergency government. And that's what we'll have. An emergency government isn't a slogan, it's a reality. It means order where there's chaos, and a firm hand where there's impunity.
Outgoing left-wing President Gabriel Boric put on a brave face at the inauguration. Almost all the conservative leaders of the region were in attendance, embracing Cast with enthusiasm. Cast was a strong supporter of Chile's former dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, and, inspired by Donald Trump and his MAGA movement, has pledged to make Chile great again. He supports conservative social values and even broader free market economic policies. Chileans hope he will make good on his electoral promises to reduce crime, control undocumented migration, and increase economic growth. A sharp shift in foreign policy is already in the making. On Saturday, Cast attended a summit of like-minded regional leaders hosted by President Trump, who offered to use U.S. military missiles to crush organized crime in Latin America, an offer that Cast told us he would consider.
There are armed drug traffickers amongst us who kidnap people. What we're seeing in Chile should concern us, and anyone who offers collaboration will receive it.
Cast has indicated he'll end Chile's staunch support for the Palestinian cause in favor of Israel, and says he'll halt humanitarian aid to Cuba until there's a change of government. In these times of
and the idea that it's always been cheated and it needs to put tariffs. I think the world.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera. With the global rules-based order creaking at the seams and geopolitical tensions taking center stage, Upfront is back.
I think Trump's second term has been fueled by retribution, intimidation, whiplash, flood the zone. And at the heart of it is the deportation border issue.
He's a wannabe emperor, and emperors need empires.
Join me, Mark Lamont Hill, along with my special guests, Upfront on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with continuing coverage of the war in Iran. I'm Riley Carlson. These are the main developments this hour. Iran's new supreme leader makes his first public statement. He vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and signals no break-in strikes against U.S. bases. Israel launches intense strikes in Beirut as the number of killed in Lebanon nears 700 people. More than 3 million Iranians are displaced. The UN raises the alarm about the fallout from the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. More energy facilities come under attack. The International Energy Agency warns the conflict is causing the biggest disruption in the history of the global oil market.
A wave of strikes across Iran. Some civilian homes were damaged near a military base. Iran targeted energy infrastructure across the Gulf region. In Bahrain, a fuel depot was set ablaze. Kuwait, the UAE, Oman have also reported drone and missile attacks.
This is Shadows of German Colonialism.
These podcasts and videos shed light on a dark history.
displacement crises. And the United Nations says there are more than 3 million Iranians who have been displaced by the bombings so far. We are live this hour in Tehran, in Beirut, Amman, in Jordan, and in Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Gabriel Elizondo, who is at the United Nations for us in New York. Gabriel, just a short time ago, we heard from the Iranian ambassador to the UN. What did he have to say?
Yeah, that's right. Amir Saeed Iravani, the Iranian ambassador to the UN, made some brief remarks here at the media stakeout at the UN headquarters in New York. He touched on many subjects. One program, he said that claims by Western nations that Iran had enriched uranium to 60% are, in his words, a distortion of the facts. He defended Iran's nuclear program, saying that it was always entirely peaceful, and that repeated claims that he's made before, remarks that he's made before here at the UN, saying that Iran went into negotiations with the United States on their nuclear program in good faith, and that it was the United States that pulled out of those talks and initiated with Israel this aggression against Iran. He also touched briefly on the situation. This is what he had to say.
Iran fully respects and remains committed to the principles of freedom of navigation under the law of the sea. However, the current situation in the region, including in the Strait of Hormuz, is not the result of Iran's lawful exercise of its right of self-defense. Rather, it is the direct consequence of the destabilizing actions of the United States in launching aggression against Iran and undermining regional security.
Ambassador of the Security Council, saying that the Council has failed because while it passed a resolution condemning Iran's attacks on the Gulf countries, the ambassador said the Council has failed because it has failed to pass a resolution condemning the United States and Israel.
Gabriel Elizondo at the United Nations in New York. Thank you. Just moments before the Iranian ambassador spoke, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a news conference. He says he hopes Iran's new supreme leader will heed warnings from Israel and the United States.
If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue the leaders of Iran or Hezbollah with life insurance, and I won't share with you what we will do with those two individuals. With regard to Iran's nuclear capabilities, I have said that we have attacked their nuclear infrastructure and we have assassinated one of Iran's top nuclear scientists. I believe there will be surprises at the end of this battle. I am required to maintain some combat secrecy, but what I can share with you, and we will achieve all of our objectives.
Mohammed Val joins us now live from the Iranian capital of Tehran. Mohammed, this message from Israel comes amid another day of bombardments, but Iran, for its part, is once again warning that energy infrastructure is still in its sights.
Right, Riley, just moments ago, there were blasts here in Tehran near a bazaar, downtown Tehran, and also Ahwaz received some bombs. South of Tehran also was bombarded, and further south in the city of Kashan, some missiles there. And there's a combination during the last few days of drones and missiles, and drones have been used much more heavily, frequently here around Tehran. Some of the security checkpoints have been hit yesterday, so that's a new development in what's going on here. Regarding the reciprocation, the reaction of Iran, there is a 42nd wave of the True Promise also that has been announced, and there is a continuation of the same targeting of U.S. air bases and American and Israeli targets also inside Israel. So there is no reduction of the level of defiance and the level of power that Iran is using against the Americans and the Israelis, either whether in Israel or in the Gulf region. About the state of Hormuz, we have heard the words of the Iranian envoy at the United Nations, but also there are statements here by the Deputy Foreign Minister that the Strait of Hormuz is not closed per se, but Iran controls it. And anybody who wants to pass through the Strait of Hormuz has to coordinate with the Islamic Republic of Iran's army and IRGC regarding that situation. So that's a little bit of a clarification about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. They are categorical that American and Israeli related or linked ships cannot pass there. And any other country has also to take the permission, get the permission of Iran before they can cross.
All right, Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you. Let's bring in Rory Challens now, who joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And Rory, I want to take you back to that press conference that Benjamin Netanyahu held just a little while ago, his first one. He said that Iran is no longer the same Iran. I wonder what people in Israel think he meant by that and what who this message was meant for.
Well, I think he was speaking in some ways to the Iranian public. He called on them again in veiled terms to rise up and overthrow the Ayatollahs. He said, the moment is approaching when you can embark on the path to freedom, though I think acknowledging perhaps the limits of in Iran at the moment. He did say that you can lead someone to water, but you can't make them drink. In the main, though, this was a speech given in Hebrew for a domestic audience, and as you say, it's the first that he's given since the war began, and he was in a pretty bullish tone. He was insulting towards the new leader of Iran, calling him the puppet of the Revolutionary Guards who can't show his face in public. He also talked about his relationship with Donald Trump, that he and Trump speak almost every day, he said, and decide together on the course of the war, the campaign. Now, I think that could be a message to those who have been talking about a possible divergence between the United States and Israel over the course of the war, and that Donald Trump might be looking for an off-ramp, whereas Benjamin Netanyahu certainly doesn't seem to. He had a warning for the Lebanese government as well, saying that unless it dealt with Hezbollah, then Israel would be forced to disarm it by itself. And there was an element of domestic politics about this as well. Of course, the corruption allegations, the corruption trial that Benjamin Netanyahu is facing. He called on the President Herzog to do the right thing and give him that pardon that Donald Trump has been asking for as well.
Rory, I wonder if we can tell at this point if the people in Israel are as bullish as the Prime Minister at this point in time, as they continue to spend these nights in shelters and as life continues to be sort of put on hold there.
Yeah, I mean, things are certainly tough in Israel at the moment, as you say, with people having to run to shelters multiple times per night. That is certainly fatiguing on the national spirits, on the personal one as well. But the polls, at least the ones done earlier on in the conflict, at the sort of beginning of last week, seem to suggest that Israelis are overwhelmingly in favor of Operation Roaring Lion by an astonishing margin when it comes to Jewish Israelis. 93% said that they approved of it. That obviously falls when you ask Arab citizens what they think, but the overall figure is still 82%. And people are saying that Benjamin Netanyahu are handling this correctly, the right thing. Now, remember, he is not a particularly popular politician in Israel at the moment, but at least on the course of the war, people do think he is doing what needs to be done. There's a sense, I think, in Israel of kind of gung-ho militarism, which has been there, of course, since the aftermath of October the 7th. But, if you look for unease, you can probably find it. And people certainly, as long, the war goes on longer and longer and longer, people are going to start questioning whether the objectives that were given at the beginning of the conflict are being achieved, and whether the security that they have been promised by Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing government is being delivered.
Rory Challens in Amman, Jordan, thank you. U.S. President Donald Trump has been speaking at a Women's History Month event at the White House. He began by addressing the war in Iran.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done, should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it, but they really are a nation of terror and hate, and they're paying a big price right now.
John Holman is live for us now in Washington, D.C. John, I believe this is the first time in this conflict that we have heard from the leaders of all three of the parties, from the U.S., Israel, and from Iran. What else did the president have to say as he made this speech in the last hour?
He didn't have a lot more to say at that event. It was given over to something completely different, obviously, Women's History Month. But more than anything today, one of his posts on that social media site was quite interesting. He said, one, that when oil prices go up, we make a lot more money, talking about the Strait of Hormuz that's shut and the difficulties for the energy market, and sort of selling it as a good thing. I think Americans paying more and higher gas prices might not see the benefits of that remark, but also saying, for me, it's more important to stop an evil empire, his words, Iran, from having nuclear weapons. That was something that's dropped out a little bit of his discourse in recent days. He was asked about it yesterday. Would the US need to have secured the ingredients, the highly enriched uranium from Iran, to stop it from making nuclear weapons, to be able to declare victory in this conflict? And he said, well, I don't want to talk about that. Today, obviously, he seems to have swung back towards that being something that he does want to happen. Now, the doubt coming from that is whether that can be achieved through pure airstrikes, or whether that's something that would necessitate to some extent boots on the ground.
And that's something that the president has been asked throughout sort of this entire thing. John, I want to just take you back for a minute to this comment that the president made about rising oil prices meaning more money for America, and that the pain at the pump is sort of short-term pain, long-term gain for Americans. I wonder how much pressure the president is starting to come under, not just from Americans, but from allies as well, when it comes to keeping oil flowing and trying to keep energy supplies stable.
Yeah, it's turned into not just the United States problem, but a truly global problem if we're talking about the energy market. We remember what we've been saying for the last few days, that through the Strait of Hormuz, 1 in 5 of the world's oil barrels travels. When you look at it on the map and you look at all of the Gulf countries that are surrounding the Gulf, and then their oil has to go through that narrow body of water, 34 kilometers wide, that Iran largely controls and at the moment is stopping. And the new Iranian supreme leader, in his first statement, said, we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to use this as leverage and to stop oil supplies getting through there. Then that affects, obviously, those Gulf countries. It also biggest importers of that oil, and it affects in a roundabout way the United States and other countries as well. So there's a lot of interest in seeing that Strait of Hormuz get back open. When he was asked about it yesterday, President Trump's been really trying to project confidence. He said that it was in great shape, the Strait of Hormuz, on a day that 6 vessels, either in the Gulf or near to the Strait of Hormuz, got hit. So he's also been asked several times, reportedly, by oil companies, and he was asked by reporters, when is the US Navy going to start escorting tankers and vessels going? At the moment is not happening. So far the president said that oil companies and crews of those tankers should get some guts to be able to go through there. But yeah, it's a really thorny problem at the moment for the United States and the wider world.
John Holman, live for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you, John. Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities in the Middle East. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has confirmed an attack on fuel storage tanks at a facility in Muharraq. It says authorities are securing the site. Iraq has suspended oil operations at its ports. That's after 2 foreign fuel tankers, including one owned by an American company, were hit in the port of Al-Fa in the south. At least 1 crew member was killed and another 38 were rescued. And in Oman, multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah on Wednesday. The attack caused explosions and a major fire. Salalah is an important hub for tankers that are wanting to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And 4 cargo ships have been attacked in the strait in the past 2 days. One was a Thai-flagged vessel. 20 crew members were rescued after a fire broke out on board. Iran's foreign ministry now says many ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz if they coordinate with the Iranian Navy. Disruption in that strait has also caused oil prices to soar. On Thursday, the price of crude hit $100 a barrel again. Kristen Salumi has been monitoring the financial markets in New York.
Oil prices keep creeping higher, but the ongoing conflict is weighing on markets, which closed in negative territory for the second day in a row. The Dow Jones Industrial down more than 1.5% at the closing bell. As for oil prices, they're not the highest we've seen since the start of this conflict, but they continue to rise, and that is notable because they are going up even after plans to release strategic oil reserves were announced by the International Energy Agency. That wasn't enough to calm investors as the Strait of Hormuz remains under attack with oil cargo essentially at a standstill through that vital hub. President Donald Trump attempted to ease concerns by stating that high oil prices are actually a good thing, given that the United States is the largest oil producer in the world. They are good results for those who produce oil, but higher oil prices also mean higher costs at the pump for American consumers, higher costs delivering other goods and services, and that is what continues to weigh on markets. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, New York.
Israel has launched a series of strikes on Lebanon's capital. The Israeli military says it's targeting infrastructure linked to the armed group Hezbollah. More than 600 people have been killed by Israeli attacks across Lebanon since early March. Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam says the strikes are unacceptable.
It's been over 10 days since this war has started, which we have warned for a long time that Lebanon might be slipped into, and we've tried our best to avoid. It's a war that we never wanted. We are working day and night to end it. We cannot accept in any form that Lebanon becomes an add-in for others' wars. To that end, the president has launched an initiative for negotiations in order to rescue Lebanon from such an ordeal. All Lebanese are looking forward to our military performing its full duty to establish the state's control over its territories.
Heidi Pett joins us now with the latest from Beirut. Heidi, there have been a number of strikes on Beirut and in Lebanon throughout Thursday. What is the situation like where you are now?
Yeah, Beirut. Number of airstrikes. Dahia was hit in the last hour or so. That's the southern suburbs of Beirut, the area which has been subject to these mass forced evacuation orders issued by the Israeli military. The last one they issued, though, these warnings they put out on X by spokespeople of the Israeli military. They give people this immediate warning and say, leave your homes. This area is going to be bombed. You're in grave and immediate danger. The last one they issued was actually not correct. The place that they put on the map was not the place that they said that they were going to bomb, which gives you some indication of the are living with here, where they're waiting for somebody in another country to post something on a social media platform to tell them if their home's about to be bombed, they might be about to be killed. And sometimes that military doesn't even bother to put the correct coordinates or indeed the correct location highlighted on the map. But we saw a number of those warnings issued for central Beirut this afternoon. And these are the first warnings that we've seen for central Beirut. We've had a number of unannounced assassination strikes targeting hotels, a residential apartment building. And last night, that strike down by the beachfront in Ramlat Al Baida, which killed more than 12 people and injured 31 others, according to the latest updates from the Ministry of Health. But these buildings that were given warnings in central Beirut this afternoon, they were targeted. One of them was a double-tap attempt. And the Israeli military said that underneath those buildings were large stores of cash belonging to Hezbollah. Now, this comes in the context of a number of strikes on financial institutions that are linked to the group. Qard Al Hassan, it's a financial institution that many Lebanese use for small loans and things like that. And there's been a number of strikes on them in the past week or so since we have seen the escalation of these hostilities. Now, targeting that financial institution, which is used by civilians, Human Rights Watch has declared that to be a war crime. Now, under international law, it's permissible to target cash belonging to militant groups, but that threshold is flexible, right? It's whether the level of civilian harm exceeds what can be considered reasonable. And so the question now is whether it is reasonable to be striking these buildings in downtown Beirut in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, and that is always a very difficult question to answer. Heidi Pett, live for us in Beirut. Thank you very much. The U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran have caused widespread destruction there. The government says at least 1,395 people have been killed since the war began nearly 2 weeks ago. More than 200 women and children are among the dead, including an 8-month-old baby. 17,000 people have been injured. More than 19,000 civilian sites have been destroyed or damaged by U.S.-Israeli attacks. The UN Refugee Agency says 3.2 million Iranians have been displaced by this conflict so far. Dr. Ali Jafarian is Iran's deputy health minister. He says the attacks on civilian sites have increased and the health system is strained. And sanctions.
In the past 4 days, the attacks to the neighborhoods and city areas, non-military, non-police, and everything else is increasing. So we have this problem. Serving the people who come to us is okay, and we are ready for that. We are trying to import all of the medicines and equipment and supplies from different routes that we have. We do not have any flight to Iran now, and the southern coast of Iran is under attack several times, even some days. So we have a lot of limitations added to the severe sanctions against us and the money transfer and these issues. But we are trying to reach to all of those sources in different ways and bring them in. We do have strategic support for 6 months. We did it before, and we are trying to replace it as is used. We have had the experience of 8 years war with Iraq, which was the same things. And so we have to evacuate a lot of wounded people from the battlefield to the cities. So my country and our health service is ready for that. We are working on it, and we are doing everything we need for even worse situations. I hope not happening, but the health system is ready for that. Our centers around the country is more than 1,000 hospitals are doing and serving the people. So we can cover that if needed.
Well, as we've been reporting, Iran's new supreme leader has issued his first public neighbors. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, "We have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbors, and we have always been and remain willing to have warm and constructive relations with all of them. But for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. In the latest assault, some military bases were used, and naturally, as we had explicitly warned and without intending to harm those countries, we attacked only those bases." Let's discuss all of these latest developments now with Alex Vitanka. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, and he's also the author of The Battle of the Ayatollahs in Iran, the United States Foreign Policy and Policy Rivalry. He joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Alex, it's good to see you. Thank you. I first want to get your reaction to this first message that we're getting from Iran's new supreme leader. Is it what you expected?
Riley, great to be with you. Yes, in many ways, it is to be expected. Again, we don't really know.
Mohamed Noureddin had plans to come to France, and we were waiting for him. We also arrested members of his network in luxury hotels in Paris, their homes in Germany, in Italy and elsewhere. He denied everything. He said he hadn't collected or laundered money. He did own up to things he couldn't deny, but he played down his own role in them.
We found out that the cocaine proceeds that Nur al-Din was coordinating at that time was the main funding mechanism to provide financial support to Hezbollah's purchase of arms out of Eastern Europe and Russia to send to Syria, basically.
After 8 years of investigation, the agents of Project Cassandra had finally reached their goal. They had exposed a secret organization within Hezbollah in charge of coordinating funding for the war in Syria and, more broadly, all of the party's clandestine military operations.
We were receiving information about this shadowy group within Hezbollah. And we'd hear things like, oh, they're called the financial unit. They're called the banking unit.
Jack Kelly and the team in Project Cassandra identified a component known as the business affairs component. So we started like putting together the pieces of the puzzle using all the experts that we had in the US government.
What's going on here? How do you connect all these dots? You know, it's like trying to solve a mystery. And remember, we have to provide evidence.
Basically, the business affairs components had different things they want to do. They want to move cocaine. They want to launder money. They want to sell or buy weapons.
This business affairs component has got hundreds of companies. And we mapped out, we know where those companies are. They're all over the world, even some in the United States. It functioned as this funnel to control all these secret bank accounts all over Lebanon and all over the world, actually. Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Paris.
Business affairs component makes probably over $1 billion a year in criminal proceeds. We have that backed up by records that we got out of Lebanese Canadian Bank.
This is the financing of terror.
We found out that the cocaine proceeds that Nur al-Din was coordinating was under the leadership directly of Adham Tabaja.
Adham Tabaja was one of the main guys involved with the business affairs component.
Tabaja, en fait, c'est l'entrepreneur.
Tabaja was an important Lebanese businessman. He owned a large construction company. He had ties to Mohammed Noor-ad-Din.
Is one of the lead financiers of the rebuilding of Hezbollah neighborhoods and infrastructure in Lebanon after the 2006 war.
And who's the guy who's the money master for them? Well, Abdullah Safi al-Din. We'll call him the financial godfather, certainly, the business godfather.
Abdullah Safi al-Din was Hezbollah's ambassador to Iran. Obviously, Abdullah Safi al-Din had connections and very high levels of the Iranian government.
What Tehran needs Hezbollah to do, Abdallah Safi al-Din runs it. His clan is basically Hezbollah royalty.
Abdallah Safi al-Din has a brother who is the executive director of Hezbollah. And there's rumors that he would be a successor to Nasrallah.
Once you get to their level, you're above being a Hezbollah member. I mean, I know that sounds strange because people are literally saying, well, where's their membership card? I'm like, they don't need a membership card. You know, when someone sees their face, they're like, come right on in. You know, I mean.
So when you find, as U.S. investigators did, Abdullah Safi al-Din involved in illicit financial activities from Iraq to South America to Europe, coming up over and over again, like that gets your attention.
It appeared viable that we could actually make a case against Abdallah Safi al-Din and perhaps arrest him. We could do this if people let us do that.
Project Cassandra was approaching the moment of truth. If US investigators got the green light to arrest Abdallah Safi al-Din, they would be able to take down Hezbollah's covert leadership. But at that moment, political winds were changing. The United States had begun to negotiate with Iran over a deal to rein in the Islamic Republic's nuclear program. And Iran was Hezbollah's longtime backer.
Philosophically, Project Cassandra became a problem. Our actions became a problem.
Very good and productive, but still we have lots of work to do. So tomorrow we will continue, yes.
The Iranians started to complain about it in the talks. I've heard this from people who are there. They complained. They said these DEA people are past. You should control them. They're out of control. That's usually what you do want to shut somebody down.
Tehran's Revolutionary Guard has effectively closed the waterway as part of the war.
It would be advisable to work closely with strategic partner countries to swiftly identify alternative supply routes that do not pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
But alternatives will come at a higher price, and they will arrive too late for many.
The domestic economy is already extremely bad and has already sunk to the bottom. And if on top of that we face destruction of raw material supply, then factories like ours would have difficulty surviving.
Until oil transit returns to normal, all Huang can do is oversee the final order his company can fill on a machine about to fall silent. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
U.S. President Donald Trump previously pledged to end foreign wars, but now, as the joint U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign against Iran nears a third week, he hasn't ruled out sending American ground troops into Iranian territory. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro explains.
So far, U.S. firepower against Iran has come from the seas and the skies. But a whole new phase of war could open if U.S. ground forces enter Iran.
Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Possibly, for very good reason.
Following classified briefings, Democrats in Congress say they believe that's where the war is heading.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
What those objectives are remain unclear. Military experts say it would take many thousands of U.S. forces to wage ground battle against the IRGC, while a more targeted mission, like an attempt to assassinate Iran's new supreme leader like his father before him, would require fewer special His military goals only further endangers troops.
Causes questions in the minds of U.S. forces is about what exactly are they attempting to achieve.
And do those questions, can they lead to increased risk then?
They can, because the thing is that you always want to have folks that are completely focused on the mission and not distracted.
The first American casualties of the war, killed in retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases, have already returned home. Memorials to American soldiers killed in action dot communities across the country, and some, like this one, have empty spaces for more names to be added, the results of future conflicts. This is the most poignant reason why 3 out of 4 Americans oppose sending U.S. ground troops to Iran. Even some prominent voices in Trump's MAGA base have voiced disappointment.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right?
While the U.S. has a history of deploying a large force to overwhelm enemies, engagements in the Trump era have favored the use of special forces. Whatever route the U.S. president now chooses against Iran would be full of risks in a conflict unleashed with no clear end. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Long-range American bombers are set to take off from an airbase in the UK. They're launching from RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire for operations in the Middle East. The UK has refused to take part in the attacks on Iran, but Prime Minister Keir Starmer has given the US permission to use UK bases for defensive operations. Richard Gaisford reports.
Well, I'm still on the boundary here at RAF Fairford, and as you can see behind this rather flimsy perimeter fence, we've got the US Air Force B-1 bombers on the edge of the runway, and there is really no attempt at all to hide what is going on here. There's not an awful lot between us and them, and we've been able to watch for the last 24 hours as the ground crews take out cruise missiles that are fired from a distance and replace them with more traditional munitions. They're known as JDAM bunker-busting bombs that need to be dropped over a target. Each one is full of around worth of high explosives, and they're used to attack fortified buildings and underground tunnels. It's thought this signals a change in tactics, really suggesting the Americans believe there is no Iranian air defenses left for them to worry about, which allows them to fly these bombers directly over the country and drop cheaper, more powerful bombs. Preparations are continuing here for a potential mission. The big question, though, is whether it would be a defensive one or not. You'll recall that Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, had insisted that the Americans could not launch offensive attacks on Iran from the UK. If it turns out not to be the case, that could prove tricky for the British government. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, RAF Fairford, England.
For years, Lebanon was a refuge for Syrians fleeing conflict. But now Lebanon is struggling to find shelter for the hundreds of thousands of people displaced by the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Thousands of Syrians are now crossing the border back into their home country. Obeida Hito met one family at the Arida border crossing on the Syria-Lebanon border.
The bridge connecting Lebanon and Syria at the Arida crossing has become a bottleneck. Like many other people, Amal fled fighting in Syria in 2015, only to return with her children as Israel intensifies its war in Lebanon.
We barely made it out of there alive. I told the kids to hold each other's hands and not let go and kept walking.
The Syrian government says more than 80,000 Syrians have fled Lebanon to Syria through one of 3 land crossings since the U.S. war on Iran started on February 28. According to the UN, 43% of the returning refugees are children.
I want to go back to Syria to study. We can't live in Lebanon. We work so hard and for nothing. Then a few days ago, we heard the sounds of rockets and we decided to come back. We were scared.
Israel's attacks on Lebanon have made thousands of Syrians refugees for a second time, and they're returning to a country that's still trying to rebuild after more than a decade of its own war. In 2024, Israeli airstrikes damaged the bridges between the two countries, but the Arida crossing reopened by fighting in Lebanon. Amal decided to flee with her children by foot with only what they could carry.
I didn't flee from one war to get stuck in another war. Syria is the most beautiful place. We're so happy to be back. There's no better feeling than to be safe in your own country.
After negotiating a taxi and a bus ride to Homs, Amal is exhausted.
I finally made it from Lebanon to Syria. I'm so happy even though it was so tiring. It's a miracle we made it. Now I'll go from Homs to Qamishli. Nobody likes war. War is scary and ugly, especially if you have kids. You're always worried about them.
Amal and her family are only at the start of their journey. They still have 600 kilometers to go to reach a home they barely know. Obayda Hito, Al Jazeera, the Syria-Lebanon border.
Hezbollah and Iran carried out their first coordinated attack on Israel on Wednesday. It's prompted speculation that Yemen's Houthis could get involved in the conflict. They'd previously carried out strikes in the region in support of Iran. Yusuf Mauri has spoken to people in Sana'a about the possibility of being drawn into another war.
On the streets of Sana'a, people are going about their daily lives, seemingly unaffected by the conflict in the region. Some tell us they don't want war, but war always seems to find Yemen. Mirshid Hassan agrees, but he says his biggest concern is not the threat of strikes from above, but the threat of more US-backed sanctions.
We are not afraid of war, but fear the consequences of war, such as economic blockade and having limited access to basic necessities.
We asked Mirshid if he is considering moving to a safer location.
If we moved every time we hear of a potential war, we would be moving every other day. I know many people who still live in homes that have been destroyed by previous airstrikes. In any case, the US and Israeli are known to target everyone and anyone, wherever and whenever.
Members of Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis, have expressed their willingness to strike US and Israeli assets in the region in support of Iran. Such a move could be significant. The group has previously demonstrated advanced capabilities, including launching hypersonic missiles that have reached Tel Aviv.
The armed group does not need to fire a missile at US military bases to enter the war. Instead, they can resume a blockade on all US and Israeli ships in the Red Sea. It would likely be considered an act of war, one they have carried out in previous conflicts.
For many Yemenis, like Mirshid and his family, this means being prepared and stocking up on supplies. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
Let's bring you up to date with some of the day's other news now. The Netherlands and Iceland have both joined the South Africa-led genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Both countries have submitted arguments on the case, which accuses Israel of violating the Genocide Convention through its military operations in Gaza. Iceland and the Netherlands say forced displacement and harm to children could be significant additional factors in the case. Joining us now from London is William Shebas. He's a professor of international law at Middlesex University. It's good to have you with us here on Al Jazeera. Thanks for joining us. Now that the Netherlands and Iceland have joined South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice, is that significant?
Well, yes, it is. I think these are the 17th and 18th states to intervene in the case. All but one of them have intervened effectively to support the South African case. And one of the very important aspects of the intervention by the Netherlands is that they have relied on an earlier intervention that they did in another case on genocide, the one between Gambia and Myanmar, that they co-signed with Canada, Germany, France, the UK, and Denmark. And so they are bringing that position to bear on the debate in the South African case. And I think it will have a powerful influence on the deliberations.
When we talk about the thresholds that are needed to meet genocide at the ICJ. We're talking about things like forced displacement, starvation, withholding of aid. How is this case being developed?
Well, all of these issues ultimately relate to the issue of proving genocidal intent, because genocide consists of a range of atrocities that are also war crimes or crimes against humanity or human rights violations. But to get them into the zone of the definition of genocide, you have to prove that they are a part of and they are committed with the intent to physically destroy the group. So in the past, the court has been rather strict in its interpretation of this law. And what states are arguing for, including the Netherlands and Iceland and many others, is for a more generous and liberal approach to genocide to make the Genocide Convention a more effective tool, a more effective instrument for the protection of vulnerable populations.
Do you agree with that? Is it something that should be sort of changed, or do you think the threshold should hold where it is?
I agree with it. I think it's time for this change and for this evolution or development in the law. The Genocide Convention is a historic instrument, and some of the language in it is a bit archaic. It was adopted in the 1940s, but many states want it to be an effective tool today for the enforcement of international law. And I'm hopeful that the International Court of Justice is going to agree with that approach.
If the court ultimately finds that Israel violated the Genocide Convention, what practical consequences does a ruling like that have?
Well, the court can rule, for example, that there are reparations to be paid, that there are various other consequences of a ruling that Israel is responsible for committing genocide. Then there will be a problem of enforcement, because the court is not really equipped to enforce its institutions to enforce it, principally the organs of the United Nations, but it will have an impact also in domestic law. So if Israel is found to be responsible for genocide, this is going to have big consequences for its relations with other countries. It's going to be devastating for Israel.
William Shabas, we really appreciate you joining us here on Al Jazeera. Thank you. Israel's military says it's dropping charges against 5 soldiers accused of beating and sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee. The 2024 assault was partially caught on camera. The soldiers were arrested at the Sdei Timan military prison, and that prompted protests from the far-right government and Israeli ultra-nationalists who overran the prison. The Public Committee Against Torture in Israel has condemned the decision as the latest in a long line of whitewashes of abuses. Israeli settlers have set a mosque on fire in Duma in the north of the occupied West Bank. Palestinians rushed to put out the fire. Israeli forces came to investigate the attack, but people say they don't expect justice. Neda Ibrahim reports from Duma.
A house of prayer set on fire. Palestinian firefighters contained the blaze at this mosque in the village of Doma, near Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Israeli settlers carried out the attack after midnight on Thursday and then fled the scene. But they left behind a message. It reads, "From Ben Nachman Synagogue." They're referring to a Jewish prayer house that was part of an illegal Israeli settlement outpost near Ramallah. The Israeli army recently dismantled this outpost and 2 others and pushed settlers off the land. As much as this graffiti is a message to Palestinians living here, it's also directed at the Israeli authorities, a warning that settler groups will retaliate. Illegal Israeli settlement outposts are growing. Dozens have been established in recent weeks. Authorities have removed fewer than a handful. They are mostly used as launch pads for settler attacks. And since the Israeli-US offensive on Iran started almost 2 weeks ago, has killed at least 6 Palestinians. Israeli forces raided the village to investigate the attacks, but people here tell us these investigations rarely go anywhere. This has emboldened settlers whose attacks have intensified, empowered by impunity. From the north to the south of the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are moving freely, attacking with precision and seemingly without fear, Because as Palestinian people here will tell you, there are few consequences for violence against their communities. Ida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Douma, occupied West Bank.
Some breaking news for you now from Iraq. 6 French soldiers have been injured with varying injuries after the French base in Makhmur district, southeast of Erbil, was attacked by 2 drones belonging to one of the popular mobilization forces factions coming from north of Mosul. A fire broke out at the location, a police source confirmed to Al Jazeera. We'll have more for you on this when we get it. Meanwhile, police in the U.S. state of Michigan say a lone shooter killed 1 person during an attack on a synagogue near Detroit. Thick black smoke has been billowing out of the Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield. Police say the shooter was an ex-Army reservist who was convicted of providing support to ISIL in 2016. He was shot dead. Guinea's military-led government has dissolved 40 political parties. Critics say the decree signals a deepening crackdown on political freedom under the new president. Haru Mutasa reports.
Opposition leaders in Guinea say the country is now effectively a one-party state. On Friday, the government issued a late-night decree that dissolved 40 political parties. The list includes Guinea's main opposition groups.
Elected government does not have the authority to dissolve a political party. There is a procedure that must be followed. The minister must follow the procedure.
The move strips parties of their legal status and control of their assets. The government says the parties failed to comply with legal requirements, including submitting mandatory financial statements. The banned political parties deny those allegations. President Mamadi Doumbouya came to power in 2021 after a military coup that overthrew former leader Alpha Condé. He promised a transition to civilian rule and a return to democracy. Guinea's military rulers suspended the 3 major opposition parties ahead of a referendum that allowed Doumbouya to run in December's election.
If some parties are marginalized, it is not good for the country. The president should work with everybody. It is in the interest of the people of Guinea.
Legislative elections are expected in May, but with many parties banned from participating, questions are being raised about how free and fair those polls will be. Haru Mutasa, Al Jazeera.
Chile's new far-right president has been sworn in. Jose Antonio Cast has promised to overturn some of the progressive policies of his left-wing predecessor and lead what he's calling an emergency government. The U.S. has welcomed Cast's addition to the club of conservative governments in Latin America. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports.
It's an image few would have imagined even a year ago. Jose Antonio Cast, the son of German immigrants, receiving Chile's presidential sash. It signals the sharpest political shift to the far right since the country's military coup in 1973.
To confront our emergencies in security, in healthcare, in education, employment, and so much more, Chile needs an emergency government, and that's what we'll have. An emergency government isn't a slogan, it's a reality. It means order where there's chaos, and a firm hand where there's impunity.
Outgoing left-wing President Gabriel Boric put on a brave face at the inauguration. Almost all the conservative leaders of the region were in attendance, embracing Cast with enthusiasm. Cast was a strong supporter of Chile's former dictator, General Augusto Pinochet, and, inspired by Donald Trump and his MAGA movement, has pledged to make Chile great again. He supports conservative social values and even broader free market economic policies. Chileans hope he will make good on his electoral promises to reduce crime, control undocumented migration, and increase economic growth. A sharp shift in foreign policy. On Saturday, Cast attended a summit of like-minded regional leaders hosted by President Trump, who offered to use U.S. military missiles to crush organized crime in Latin America, an offer that Cast told us he would consider.
There are armed drug traffickers amongst us who kidnap people. What we're seeing in Chile should concern us, and anyone who offers collaboration will receive it.
Kast has indicated he'll end Chile's staunch support for the Palestinian cause in favor of Israel, and says he'll halt humanitarian aid to Cuba until there's a change of government. In these times of geopolitical uncertainties, the arrival of Latin America's newest president is being welcomed by members of the growing far-right wave in the Americas, a wave whose priorities President Trump has made clear he wants to determine. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Passenger train services between China and North Korea are resuming for the first time in nearly 6 years. The routes were suspended when Pyongyang sealed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. The reopening reflects Beijing's efforts to strengthen ties with one of its closest allies. Katrina Yu reports.
For the first time since 2020, this train is carrying passengers from China to North Korea. Routes linking Beijing and the Chinese border city of Dandong to Pyongyang were suspended when North Korea closed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now the country is slowly reopening after years of isolation, drawing interest from some travelers.
I'm curious about life in North Korea. If I had a chance to travel there, I would. A train makes it very convenient.
The train will stop at several Chinese cities before entering North Korea. Travel is tightly controlled. For now, tickets are limited to government officials and business people.
This is the first train to leave Beijing bound for Pyongyang in almost 6 years. The journey to the North Korean capital takes about 24 hours, and the older style locomotive and carriages stand out at a station now dominated by China's high-speed rail network.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un visited China a major military parade alongside President Xi Jinping. But Pyongyang has also been strengthening ties with Moscow, expanding military cooperation during Russia's war in Ukraine. That's raised questions about whether Beijing is losing influence over its northern neighbor. Yet China remains Pyongyang's top trading partner, an economic lifeline, while the country remains under international sanctions over its nuclear weapons program. North Korea is also working to develop a tourism industry. Kim Jong-un opened this coastal resort last year, hoping it will become a world-class destination. An influx of Chinese visitors, potentially arriving via this rail link, could be key to its success. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
That's all from me, Riley Carlson, for this news hour, but I'll be back in just a moment with more of the day's news.
As the war on Iran widens, its impact is spreading beyond the battlefield. Shockwaves are hitting global energy markets as facilities are damaged, supply routes disrupted, and risks to vital shipping lanes grow. Stay with Al Jazeera for continued coverage and expert analysis.
Hello, it's 22 hours GMT. That's 2:30 a.m. in Tehran, 12 a.m. in Beirut. And you are watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Riley Carlson. With revenge on mind, Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut in his first public statement since his appointment. After unleashing relentless attacks on Iran, Israel's prime minister now says regime change in the country can only happen from within. Israeli forces strike at the heart of Beirut, while the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital come under attack yet again. Nearly 700 people have now been killed in Israeli strikes. More energy facilities come under attack. The International Energy Agency warns the conflict is causing the biggest disruption in the history of the global oil market.
I'm Heidi Jo Castro in Virginia. Americans are reacting to the possibility of sending U.S. ground troops to Iran, an idea the vast majority oppose.
The war launched by the United States and Israel against Iran is now entering its second week, a conflict that has sent shockwaves across the world. For the first time in the past few hours, we have heard from all leaders of all three sides of this conflict. In the first public statement since his appointment, Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, has vowed for revenge. He warned that the Strait of Hormuz, the vital shipping route for global energy supplies, will remain closed. And he said attacks on U.S. bases in the region will continue unless those bases are closed. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also appeared for his first news conference since the war, issuing veiled threats to Iran's new supreme leader. After 13 days of intense air campaign, he says Iran has suffered serious blows that ultimately depend on the Iranian people.
If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue the leaders of Iran or Hezbollah with life insurance, and I won't share with you what we will do to those two individuals. With regard to Iran's nuclear capabilities, I have said that we have attacked their nuclear infrastructure and we have assassinated one of Iran's top nuclear scientists. I believe there will be surprises at the end of this battle. I am required to maintain some combat secrecy, but what I can share with you is that we have more of an upper hand than we anticipated, and we will achieve our objectives.
President Donald Trump, meanwhile, says the war is, quote, coming along very well. He once again downplayed concerns over rising oil prices.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate. And they're paying a big price right now.
But energy markets remain volatile, with oil returning to around $100 a barrel before going back down. The International Energy Agency warns that this could become the largest oil supply disruption in history. And inside Iran, U.S. and Israeli strikes continue to pound the country, with parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to ruins. The attacks are causing a major displacement crisis in both Iran and in Lebanon. These are some of the Israeli army said on Thursday it's beginning what it calls a wide-scale wave of airstrikes there. The UN's refugee agency says more than 3 million people have been displaced by the ongoing war. Many have fled Tehran and other major cities to areas in the north. The Israeli army has also launched a new round of strikes on the Lebanese capital, hitting at least 2 sites in central Beirut. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the past week and a half. Israel has bombed southern Lebanon and the southern suburbs of Beirut, but strikes on Thursday night have hit the city's center, including from the prime minister's office. We are live in Washington, D.C., here in Doha, Amman, Jordan, Beirut, and in Tehran. But first, though, we have some breaking news to bring you out of Iraq. The French military says 6 of its soldiers have been wounded in a drone attack. That attack happened in the northern region of Erbil. The French troops were taking part in counterterrorism training. And in a separate development, U.S. Central Command says one of its refueling aircrafts has gone down in western Iraq. For more on this, let's go to Asad Beg, who is live for us in Erbil in northern Iraq. Asad, what can you tell us about the French soldiers?
Yes, some very fast-moving events now. So what I can tell you is we understand that there were 2 drones targeting this base in a place called Mahmoura, which is about 60 kilometers southwest of where I am now here in Erbil, in the Kurdish region of northern Iraq. Now, that joint Peshmerga French base, we understand 6 French soldiers have been injured, and we understand that they've been taken to medical facilities nearby. Now, we also understand that it is some factions, Iraqi factions aligned to Iran, that may have launched those drones at that base. Now, this is important because it's the first time we're hearing that foreign soldiers have been injured here in North Iraq, in the Kurdish region. Now, you also mentioned the US Central Command saying that it's aware of a loss of its US KC-135 refueling aircraft. Now, US Central Command says they're launching an operation, rescue efforts are ongoing. Importantly, what US Central Command says that the two aircraft were involved, but it's not as a result of enemy or friendly fire. However, there is a faction, an armed faction within Iraq who claim that the US aircraft was struck by a 359 type missile launched by this Iraqi faction. Now, verified at this point in time, but this is just to give you an idea of some of the fast-moving events taking place here. For days we've been saying things have been escalating here in the Kurdish region of Iraq. But to add to that, some of the factions have also issued warnings. Now, they've asked what they call the Kurdish brothers to stay away from a particular hotel here in Erbil, the regional capital of the Kurdish part of northern Iraq. Now, they say that they've warned people to stay away from the Deadman Hotel on 60th Meter Street, they say, and they've told people to evacuate from there. And they've even named or pointed out vehicles that have arrived there. So what's happening is these factions now seem to be widening the scope of their targets. In another statement, they say, because of the arrival of a French aircraft carrier in the US Central Command's area and operations and its involvement in operations, they are now announcing, this faction of this Islamic resistance group, umbrella group, which has many factions within it, they're announcing that they will be targeting French interests in the region. So again, it's widening the scope, no longer US bases and assets and Iranian Kurdish opposition groups based here. Now they also say they're going to be targeting French interests.
And Asad Beg, we will check back in with you as we get more information about those incidents we were talking about at the beginning. We appreciate your reporting from Erbil. Now let's go to Tehran, the Iranian capital, and bring in Mohammed Val. Mohammed, this was the day that we heard the first message from Iran's new supreme leader. Can you tell us what he said and how it's being received inside the country?
Israeli, he basically reassured the Iranian people that continuity is here, that the country is on its feet, and that the war is on. And he thanked those who are fighting for Iran, and also blessed the souls of the martyrs, including his father. He praised his father a lot and the role that he has been playing, that he was a man that united the country, that is his art is uniting people and using their strength for the benefit of Iran. It was a message of defiance, of course, because he asked and ordered the different armed forces and factions of the military to continue the fight and to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed and controlled by Iran. And he reassured the people and the armed forces that the country is united and there will be no change in the course that has been the path that has been drawn by his father, and before him by Imam Khomeini before that. So, I mean, this is a message that sends a strong message. This speech sends a strong message to the Iranians on the one hand, and also to the Americans and the Israelis on the other hand, that despite the decapitation with which they started this war 13 days ago, Iran is still Iran, and nothing has changed, and Iran is still adamant and resolute in its fight against the invasion and against aggression from outside. So, I mean, lots of messages there from the new leader, even though he did not appear in vision and his voice also was not heard. But, I mean, the people here are receiving this as a sign of continuity and as a sign also of unity in the country. The expectation on the part of the Americans and the Israelis that by decapitating the leadership of Iran, the country would disintegrate hasn't materialized, and we haven't seen.
This message comes during a day of more heavy bombardment. What can you tell us about what has been targeted in Iran today?
Yes, several cities, Riley, were targeted, including Ahwaz in the southwest and also Kashan to the south of Tehran. Also, the southern suburbs of Tehran were targeted, and even inside the city of Tehran, near a bazaar in the downtown Tehran that has also been targeted overnight. We don't have the details as usual, and it takes time for the government sources to give some details. And here over the last couple of days was that there is a new development in this war on Iran. We have been told that drones have been used more frequently over the last couple of days, and that they began to target security checkpoints in the streets. That's a very serious source of concern for people, because at the beginning it was just military sites and places that the people can avoid. Now that it has reached the streets and check-in points, there is much more concern among civilians, even though we know that most of the population of Tehran, most of the people who lived in Tehran before the war have left, but we still have some people in the city, and they are now much more afraid of this new development of using drones against checkpoints and streets and bazaars and so on.
Mohammed Val, live in Tehran. Thank you. To Lebanon now, and Heidi Pett, who is standing by in Beirut. And Heidi, it was also a day of heavy bombardment in Lebanon and the Lebanese capital. What can you tell us about what the situation is like right now?
So a bit over an hour ago, we had the latest strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs, which you can see behind me, the area known as Dahia, which have been subject to heavy bombardment, not just today, but for the last 10 days. Now, in central Beirut, we also had a number of strikes earlier this afternoon. Those ones did come with a warning. Specific buildings were marked in red by spokespeople of the Israeli military. People were told to move at least a couple of hundred meters away before we saw a number of airstrikes targeting them. Now, the Israeli military says that what it was aiming for in those strikes was cash reserves used by Hezbollah. It's been carrying out this extensive campaign here in Lebanon. It's previously said it's been targeting senior leadership of the group, as well as weapons storage. And we're now seeing an expansion of this campaign. They're targeting buildings that they say that Hezbollah is storing cash underneath. Now, the latest update that we have from the Lebanese Ministry of Health here is that 687 people have been killed in this latest round of hostilities, with more than 1,700 injured. But those tolls, they are issued once a day. And so throughout the day, we also get updates on specific incidents. Strike in the south of Lebanon near the city of Sidon. They've just in the last little while updated their numbers on that strike. They say that 9 people were killed, including 5 children. And in terms of other strikes across the country today, where the day is just drawing to a close, it's just after midnight here in Lebanon. And we can now tell you that there were dozens and dozens of Israeli airstrikes across the south of the country, which has been subject to an additional expanded forced evacuation order by the Israeli military. So now, instead of just everybody south of the Litani River being told to leave their homes, they've expanded the buffer zone nearly 50, in fact, more than 50 kilometers north of the Israeli border into Lebanon. They have told every single person there to leave their homes immediately.
And Heidi, the Lebanese government has been looking for a route to de-escalation here for a few days now. We heard from them again today. What did they have to say?
Yeah, the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam addressed the country this evening. He's given a number of messages to Lebanon and the international community since then. And, you know, he has first described the rocket fire from Hezbollah that touched off this latest round of hostilities as irresponsible. He's gone so far as to declare their military and security activities illegal. And this afternoon, in a statement, he said that this is a war that Lebanon never wanted to be dragged into.
It's been over 10 days since this war has started, which we have warned for a long time that Lebanon might be slipped into, and we've tried our best to avoid. It's a war that we never wanted. We are working day and night to end it. We cannot accept in any form that Lebanon becomes an add-in for others' war. In order to rescue Lebanon from such an ordeal, all Lebanese are looking forward to our military performing its full duty to establish the state's control over its territories.
So that was Prime Minister Nawaf Salam addressing the nation this afternoon, and, you know, him saying that all Lebanese are looking forward to the state expanding its responsibility is a reference to this plan that he and many others in the Lebanese government and Lebanese parliament have had for a long time to disarm Hezbollah, certainly at least south of the Litani River. Now, they have declared that all of their activities are illegal, so, you know, saying that they should not be engaging Israeli forces on the ground. The question is whether or not they actually have the capacity to do that. And certainly the last 10 days, the evidence is that Hezbollah aims to continue, and it has demonstrated that it can continue launching attacks on Israel.
Heidi Pett, thank you for your reporting from Beirut. Let's bring in Rory Challens now, who is in the Jordanian capital, Amman, and he is following the latest updates for us on what's happening in Israel. So, Rory, we heard for the first time today Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu take questions from the press. Why now, and what did he have to say?
I mean, I think only those with a window into Benjamin Netanyahu's mind can answer that absolutely firmly. But there are a few possibilities going on. One is that, you know, domestic pressure has been building. I think his silence in front of the domestic media has been noticed. There have been articles about how he has appeared on Fox TV in America very early on in the conflict, but, you know, this amount of time into this war, he was yet to actually go in front of Israeli media until today. So it was definitely time. Another option, perhaps, well, the Hezbollah escalation has made something necessary for Netanyahu to say. Netanyahu and Hezbollah going into this war was supposed to be a cowed and diminished force, and yet it has managed to rain hundreds of rockets down on northern communities and made their lives very tough. So Netanyahu, I think, has had to address that in some way. I think also the regime change dream that the Israelis have had is fading somewhat. Both Netanyahu and Trump have said that it's up to Iranians to overthrow the Ayatollahs, but thus far they're not showing any inclination that is what they want to do at this point in time. So Netanyahu chose this speech to reiterate that offer to Iranians. And then there's also domestic business, which is, you know, domestic political business, which he's got. And he has used this speech to repeat his call to President Herzog to do what Donald Trump has been asking him to do and pardon Netanyahu from his corruption trial.
Now, Rory, I want to ask you mention there, and that's this northern front in Israel. This is sort of where the conflict with Hezbollah spilling over into Israel. We heard from Heidi, who's saying that this offensive is expanding into southern Lebanon. But I wonder if you can give us an update on what we know about what's happening in northern Israel.
Yeah, it's expanding into Lebanon and further into Lebanon, and the chief of staff, the head of the Israeli military, has said that whatever is going on in southern Lebanon against Hezbollah is going to be a long campaign. They're not saying that about Iran, but about the Hezbollah, the fight against Hezbollah. They're saying this is going to be a prolonged conflict, and they're saying that they're going to take more territory unless the Lebanese governments can instill control and defang Hezbollah. Because, as you say, the life in the northern communities is very, very difficult at the moment in Israel. There is almost constant, round-the-clock rocket alerts going off for people who live there. And they have to run to shelters or live out of shelters for much of each day. And there are rockets coming down, so there has been damage. It's been very, very difficult for the communities of northern Israel, but worth pointing out, pretty much all of the country in Israel at the moment is behind this war.
Rory Challens live in Amman. Rory, thank you. As we've been reporting, Iran's new supreme leader has issued his first public address in the attack. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, "We have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbors, and we have always been and remain willing to have warm and constructive relations with all of them. But for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. In the latest assault, some military bases were used, and naturally, as we had warned explicitly and without intending to harm those countries, we attacked only those bases." Here in Doha, Malik, I wonder if you can give us a brief update, please, on some of the attacks that we've seen in the region throughout Thursday.
Well, I mean, last night we saw energy facilities being targeted around the Gulf in Oman and in Bahrain, just to show the kind of expansion that this conflict is having on the country. Just today, just a couple of hours ago, we saw the sirens sounded in Bahrain and in Kuwait, where 2 civilians were injured in the city of Kuwait. Just a rundown of today. I mean, essentially, all of the Gulf countries were attacked today by these retaliatory attacks from Iran. Here in Qatar, the authorities announced they intercepted a number of drones, 2 ballistic missiles and a cruise missile. In the UAE, authorities there announced they intercepted 10 ballistic missiles and 26 drones. And in Saudi Arabia, they said they intercepted 7 drones that were heading to the Sheba oil field, a ballistic missile that was heading to the east, and a ballistic missile that was headed toward the Prince Sultan base, where there's an American base. So, essentially, all of these Gulf countries, none of them have been spared by these retaliatory attacks by Iran. All of them have called for de-escalation, but the attacks continue to come into this region.
Well, and Malik, as you mentioned, there are a lot of the targets of these attacks have been once again on oil and gas facilities in the Gulf regions. I wonder how the Gulf countries are handling this and responding to this as these attacks continue.
Well, I mean, they are. They're majorly dependent on oil exports, right? So, as long as this chokehold of the Strait of Hormuz continues, what we're going to see is essentially the oil exports declining. There are about 200 cargo ships that are stranded on the Strait of Hormuz that haven't been able to move forward. Countries are now having to cut oil production. Analysts estimate that around 6 to 7 million barrels per day are going to be cut. Some countries, or in Iraq, 70% of their oil production is. Some of these countries, for instance, Saudi Arabia, they can shift the oil exports to the south, or maybe around 2.5. Analysts say around 2.5 to 4.5 million barrels per day. But really, I mean, as production goes down, these countries are going to have to store the oil somewhere. Some analysts say that they have about, a capacity of about 25 days. Once that ends, they're going to have to cut off production. And, cutting off production, is not going to be easy to bring it back. It's very costly. It's, not in the interest for anyone to stop oil production in these countries and then have to turn it back on. It's very costly, very inefficient. It's really a troubling time for the entire region. Gulf countries continue to call for de-escalation.
Malik Traina here in Doha, thank you very much for your reporting. Now let's go to John Holman, who joins us from Washington, D.C. John, once again, we heard from the president. He didn't have much to say, but can you bring us up to speed on the update he did give on what's happening in Iran?
Yeah, sure. The president was talking about the conflict just at the start of his address as an event marking Women's History Month. He said that it was going very well. He said that the nation of terror and hate would be punished. He's talking there about Iran, his words. He said as well that a lot of presidents should have been doing what he's done now. He has basically been provoking or attacking the United States in one way or another, and he's dealing with it. What he said actually before, he's also been speaking a bit on Truth Social, the social media site that he likes to use. Talking about oil prices, you just heard Malik there describing the situation with the Gulf country. He said that when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money, the United States, but it's far more important to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons. He took that a little bit off of his discourse, talking about the war. He was asked by a reporter yesterday on Wednesday for victory to be declared. Iran can't make nuclear weapons and don't have the precursors for that. And he wouldn't answer that question, but it seems again to be going to the forefront of his mind. Of course, the follow-on from that is if you want to stop Iran from getting the ingredients or having the wherewithal to make nuclear weapons, then a lot of analysts are saying that you might need some sort of ground assault. You might need boots on the ground. And that's a question that's been reverberating around Washington and beyond, if that's even a possibility.
Well, John, the president on his True Social may have been trying to spin the issues that are being had now within the oil and gas industry, but the administration has said it plans to issue temporary waivers for the Jones Act. Can you tell us why that is and why that might mean the president is feeling a bit more pressure than he's letting on?
Yeah, the president is definitely feeling feeling pressure on the Strait of Hormuz, even though he's saying that everything is going great in the Strait. He said it was in great shape. He made that statement actually on a day yesterday when 6 vessels were attacked either in the Gulf or when they started trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So what his administration has done is released or planning to release from their strategic reserves 172 million barrels of oil. The International Energy Agency has also said that in total, and the 172 million barrels are part of that, they'll be releasing 400 million barrels of oil. So trying to alleviate some of the global pain. Remember that 1 in 5 barrels of oil globally in the trade of oil goes through that Strait of Hormuz. Another theme of the moment is when the US Navy will be ready to escort ships that are going through that Strait of Hormuz. There have been repeated calls for it to do so, but it isn't doing so yet.
John Holman, live for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you, John. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump had previously pledged to end foreign wars, but now as the joint U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign against Iran nears a third week, he has not ruled out sending American ground troops into Iranian territory. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro reports.
So far, U.S. firepower against Iran has come from the seas and the skies. But a whole new phase of war could open if U.S. ground forces enter Iran.
Could there be? Possible, for very good reason.
Following classified briefings, Democrats in Congress say they believe that's where the war is heading.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
What those objectives are remain unclear. Military experts say it would take many thousands of U.S. forces to wage ground battle against the IRGC, while a more targeted mission, like an attempt to assassinate Iran's new supreme leader like his father before him, would require fewer special ops forces. Former Pentagon spokesman and war veteran David Lepan says the lack of clarity to the U.S.'s military goals only further endangers troops.
Causes questions in the minds of U.S. forces is about what exactly
are they attempting to achieve?
And do those questions, can they lead to increased risk then?
They can, because the thing is that you always want to have folks that are completely focused on the mission and not distracted.
The first American casualties of the war, killed in retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases, have already returned home. Memorials to American soldiers killed in action dot communities across the country, and some, like this one, have empty spaces for more names to be added, the results of future conflicts. Oppose sending U.S. ground troops to Iran. Even some prominent voices in Trump's MAGA base have voiced disappointment.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right?
While the U.S. has a history of deploying a large force to overwhelm enemies, engagements in the Trump era have favored the use of special forces. Whatever route the U.S. president now chooses against Iran would be full of risks in a conflict unleashed with no clear end. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
And now from Washington, D.C., I'd like to bring in Gordon Gray, who is a former U.S. ambassador and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. It's good to see you again, Gordon. Thank you for being with us here. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke today, giving his first press conference of the conflict, and he said that the war in Iran aims to both neutralize its weapons capability and change the country's regime. I want to play this clip for you, and then I'll get your reaction to it.
Sure.
We will attack the regime and continue to destroy their nuclear program and their missile systems. These objectives we must achieve. We have added another objective, namely to create the circumstances and the conditions to get rid of this obnoxious regime.
Do you agree with the Israeli Prime Minister that during a campaign like this, the circumstances can be created for regime change?
I think it's highly unlikely. I think we've seen a succession process that went through, even though Ayatollah Khamenei Sr. Was killed, as well as other senior leaders. It's not as if the Iranian regime is not resilient. If you look at when it first came to power in 1979, shortly thereafter, it was attacked by Saddam Hussein. There were assassinations against regime leaders, one that severely injured Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, just to give some examples. And as I said, it's a resilient regime. Mm-hmm. And we saw that notwithstanding how deeply unpopular the regime is among the Iranian people, the massive demonstrations in January were brutally put down and did not give any indication that there would be regime change from within.
Do you think that this reflects a change in tone from the Israeli prime minister? At the beginning of this, he was sort of very adamant that regime change would be essential to claiming. He's sort of moving more along President Donald Trump's line that the regime change is actually going to have to come from within Iran if it comes.
I think regime change has been something that Netanyahu has been pursuing for decades. I think what I found interesting about his remarks was that he was, I think, attempting to reinforce some of President Trump's remarks, which have been all over the place as far as the objectives. But more recently, Secretary Rubio has outlined far more limited goals for the war than either President Trump or Prime Minister Netanyahu. So I view the most recent remarks by Prime Minister Netanyahu that you just played as an attempt to control the agenda for the war.
Now, Gordon, the U.S. Treasury Secretary has also said that there is no price tag that would make this war too unaffordable to continue. Do you think that that's true?
No, that's just spin. look at what happened in 1970. Or I shouldn't ask you to. I should ask the Treasury Secretary too. Look what happened in 1973 following the OPEC oil embargo, or more, perhaps even more relevant. Look what happened in 1979 after the Iran hostage crisis. Price of oil went up, inflation went up. President Carter suffered a dramatic setback at the polls. President Ronald Reagan was elected with virtually all of the electoral votes in our electoral college. The President Trump, one of the reasons he won election in 2024 was that he promised to bring down prices. He promised to control inflation. He, in the State of the Union, launched this war. He was bragging about how low gasoline prices are. And now around where I live in the Washington, D.C. area, gasoline prices have gone up 20% in just 10 days. And every American voter passes a gas station or more and sees that price going up and up and up. And that's going to hurt the Republicans at the polls and in the midterm elections in November.
And Gordon, crucially, I think we also heard the first statement today from the new Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. Did you find that was a statement that sort of presented continuity in terms of the strategy in Iran? And is that important for the continuation of the Iranian infrastructure and the Iranian institutions?
Well, I think the fact that he was selected as to succeed his father shows the continuity. I think the fact that he's got such close ties to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps shows an evolution rather than continuity. He has very thin Islamic credentials, but he's got very strong ties to the Revolutionary Guard Corps. What I also found interesting about his remarks was that, understanding this, there was no audio of him reading them, so how injured he might have been in the initial strikes is yet to be determined. But there hasn't been any proof that he's in good shape. Let's put it that way.
Gordon Gray, thank you very much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And if you are just joining us, here's a quick update of the major developments in the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran that we are tracking this hour. Iran's new supreme leader has released his first message. His statement was read on state TV. He said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed and that Iran must remain united while it removes all threats. The Israeli army has launched what it says are wide-scale airstrikes in Iran. Explosions are being reported in the capital Tehran and areas nearby. The UN's refugee agency says more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. The Israeli army also launched new strikes on the Lebanese capital. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the past week and a half. An Israeli strike on Thursday night hit at least 2 sites in central Beirut. The leaders of the U.S. and Israel say they are winning their war against Iran. In separate press conferences on Thursday, President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Iran has suffered massive losses and they expect the fight to be over soon. Hezbollah and Iran carried out their first coordinated attack on Israel on Wednesday, and it's prompted speculation that Yemen's Houthis could get involved in the conflict. They've previously carried out strikes in the region in support of Iran. Yusuf Mauri has spoken to people in Sana'a about the possibility of being drawn into another war.
On the streets of Sana'a, people are going about their daily lives, seemingly unaffected by the conflict in the region. Some tell us they don't want war But war always seems to find Yemen. Mirshid Hassan agrees, but he says his biggest concern is not the threat of strikes from above, but the threat of more US-backed sanctions.
We care greatly for our nation. We are not afraid of war, but fear the consequences of war, such as economic blockade and having limited access to basic necessities.
We asked Mirshid if he is considering moving to a safer location.
If we moved every time we hear of a potential war, we would be moving every other day. I know many people who still live in homes that have been destroyed by previous airstrikes. In any case, the US and Israeli and whenever.
And now, the possibility of war may be closer than he thinks. Members of Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis, have expressed their willingness to strike US and Israeli assets in the region in support of Iran. Such a move could be significant. The group has previously demonstrated advanced capabilities, including launching hypersonic missiles that have reached Tel Aviv. The armed group does not need to fire a missile at US military bases to enter the war. Instead, they can resume a blockade on all US and Israeli ships in the Red Sea. It would likely be considered an act of war, one they have carried out in previous conflicts. For many Yemenis, like Mirshid and his family, this means being prepared and stocking up on supplies. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
And joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Giorgio Cafiero. He's the CEO of Gulf State Analytics. Thank you very much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. We were just talking in that piece about the potential involvement of Houthis in this war, and I wonder if you think it could potentially disrupt shipping lanes in a much more significant way.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on your program. Always an honor to be your guest. Yes, absolutely. Everyone is keeping their eyes on Ansar Allah or the Houthi rebels in Yemen at this point. This is one of the really important variables to look at if there is going to be a resumption of the group's attacks on maritime trade in and near the Bab al-Mandab. That will intensify the disruptions to the global economy, building on the disruptions that the world is already dealing with as a consequence of Iran's moves to effectively make the Strait of Hormuz a no-go area. This is definitely one form of leverage that Iran and the remnants of the axis of resistance have to further deter the United States and Israel from continuing the war on Iran at this point.
The idea, I'm assuming, would be that that would continue to raise the price of oil and energy trying to transit around the world. I wonder, is there any other option for the energy industry trying to move its goods from this area at this point?
Well, with the Strait of Hormuz closed, the majority, although not quite all of the gas and oil exports from GCC states are really stuck. Of course, Saudi Arabia has access to the Red Sea. Also, the UAE is not entirely dependent on the Strait of Hormuz, but for countries including Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, as long as the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed or perhaps soon officially closed, there really are not viable alternatives as of now. This really speaks to the fact that Iran is able to leverage this geography to its advantage very easily.
I want to ask you about a post on Truth Social that the president put up today saying that the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Is that true?
Well, there is a lot to say about the fact that, the United States is a major oil producer. This certainly changes the dynamics in terms of Washington's foreign policy toward the oil-rich and gas-rich Gulf compared to previous decades when the picture was very different. But let's keep in mind, though, that the effects of rising oil prices will certainly. I think it's a little bit naive and oversimplistic to put it the way the president did. I think the average American will definitely be paying a price for the soaring oil prices. Of course, while the U.S. can play this card, being a major, hydrocarbon power itself, these markets are internationalized, and so these effects are going to be felt by really all countries around the world. The United States is not exempt from that.
As you mentioned that, I did ask this question as well, because the Energy Secretary today said that the Treasury Secretary, pardon me, said that there is no cost that will make this war too expensive to continue. And I wonder if you think that's true.
No, I mean, obviously, the United States, as I believe he admitted, in less than 2 weeks, we spent $11 billion fighting this war. As I was mentioning a moment ago, the repercussions of this conflict are going to have an impact on your so-called average American, and the effects on the global economy are going to be incredibly disruptive. They already have been, and the longer this war goes on, more so. And this is part of Iran's strategy to basically make the costs of attacking Iran so high that the United States will eventually have to come to some sort of a ceasefire agreement with Tehran, and from Iran's perspective, hopefully come to a point where they realize that the costs of attacking Iran, again, are too high. Of course, there's going to be a point in which this war is too costly for the United States. I think probably those in Trump's administration need to, of course, be on the same page as Trump and try to back up his message. But I think we all know that, of course, there comes a point where this war will be too costly in many ways for the United States to continue it. Again, this is really part of Iran's strategy to try to create as much chaos and disruption worldwide to get the U.S. to a point where it simply assesses that it's not worth the fight anymore.
Giorgio Cafiero, we really appreciate your insights here on Al Jazeera. Thank you.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
In South Korea, the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran has pushed 14,000 businesses with ties to the Middle East into crisis. Many more that depend on petrochemicals are facing imminent closure, putting the industrialized economy there at risk. Jack Barton reports from Seoul.
South Korean plastics manufacturer Hwangman-ik inspecting the last bags of raw materials produced from crude oil. Only 1 in 4 workers remain, and all production is about to stop.
Yesterday, I got a phone call saying that suddenly there's a shortage of raw material. The provider is no longer shipping them out.
It's a story being told across South Korea after US and Israeli attacks on Iran triggered an energy crisis far beyond the Middle East.
Everything is connected in a chain. So rather than just plastic factories being affected, petrochemicals have ripple effects across the entire industry.
A ripple that affects everything from automobiles and cosmetics to fertilizer and food. All of which are being hit by the additional impact of rising transport costs, leading to inflation, lowered growth forecasts, and a battered Korean won. 70% of South Korea's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Iran. Tehran's Revolutionary Guard has effectively closed the waterway as part of the war.
It would be advisable to work closely with strategic partner countries to swiftly identify alternative supply routes that do not pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
But alternatives will come at a higher price, and they will arrive too late for many.
The domestic economy is already extremely bad and has already sunk to the bottom. And if on top of that we face destruction of raw material supply, then factories like ours would have difficulty surviving.
Until oil transit returns to normal, all Hwang can do is oversee the final order his company can fill on a machine about to fall silent. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Here's a look at some of the other stories that are making news. Displaced Palestinians forced to flee Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their tent camps destroyed. The Israeli army bombarded their shelters on Wednesday. Israel continues to attack the Strip despite a U.S. brokered truce reached in October. Gaza's health ministry says more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since that ceasefire was declared.
We returned. Our lives are destroyed. They destroyed us in Shuja'iyya and our house was gone. We left only with the clothes we had on. We did not grab any clothes. Here now it's the same thing. We have no clothes and nothing left. No food or drinks. Even our children, they're all young.
Israel's military says it's dropping charges against 5 soldiers accused of beating and sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee. The 2024 assault was partially caught on camera. The soldiers were arrested at a military prison, prompting protests from the far-right government and from hardline ultra-nationalists who overran the facility. The Public Committee Against Torture in Israel has condemned the decision as another whitewash of abuses by the military. The Netherlands and Iceland have both joined the South Africa-led genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Both countries have submitted arguments on the case, which accuses Israel of violating the Genocide Convention through its military operations inside Gaza. Iceland and the Netherlands say forced displacement and harm to children could be significant additional factors in the case. William Shabas is a professor specializing in human rights and international criminal law. He says the ICJ's case against Israel's genocide in Gaza will impact its diplomatic relations with other countries.
I think these are the 17th and 18th states to intervene in the case. All but one of them have intervened effectively to support the South African case. And one of the very important aspects of the intervention by the Netherlands is that they have relied on an earlier intervention that they did in another case on genocide, the one between Gambia and Myanmar, that they co-signed with Canada, Germany, France, the UK, and Denmark. And so they are bringing that position to bear on the debate in the South African case. It's going to strengthen it very much, and I think it will have a powerful influence on the deliberations. It can rule, for example, that there are reparations to be paid, consequences of a ruling that Israel is responsible for committing genocide. Then there will be a problem of enforcement, because the court is not really equipped to enforce its judgments. That's just part of the architecture of the international system. And so then it falls to other institutions to enforce it, principally the organs of the United Nations, but it will have an impact also in domestic law. So if Israel is found to be responsible for genocide, this is going to have big consequences for its relations with other countries. It's going to be devastating for Israel.
Israeli settlers have set a mosque on fire in Duma in the north of the occupied West Bank. It's the second incident of its kind in less than a month. Israeli police have opened an investigation, but for Palestinians, there is little hope of justice. Nida Ibrahim reports from Duma in the occupied West Bank.
A house of prayer set on fire. Palestinian firefighters contained the blaze at this mosque in the village of Doma, near Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Israeli settlers carried out the attack after midnight on Thursday and then fled the scene. But they left behind a message. It reads, "From Ben Nachman Synagogue." They're referring to a Jewish prayer house that was part of an illegal Israeli settlement outpost near Ramallah. The Israeli army recently dismantled this outpost and 2 others and pushed settlers off the land. As much as this graffiti is a message to Palestinians living here, it's also directed at the Israeli authorities, a warning that settler groups will retaliate. Illegal Israeli settlement outposts are growing. Dozens have been established in recent weeks. Authorities have removed fewer than a handful. They are mostly used as launch pads for settler attacks. And since the Israeli-US offensive on Iran started almost 2 weeks ago, Israeli settler violence has killed at least 6 Palestinians. Israeli forces raided the village to investigate the attacks, but people here tell us these investigations rarely go anywhere. This has emboldened settlers whose attacks have intensified, empowered by impunity. From occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are moving freely, attacking with precision and seemingly without fear. Because as Palestinian people here will tell you, there are few consequences for violence against their communities. Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Douma, occupied West Bank.
In Ethiopia, more than 100 people have been killed in landslides triggered by days of heavy rain. Regional officials say the landslides hit several areas of the Gamo zone earlier this week. At least 50 people are missing. Rescue teams and residents are searching for survivors. A suspect involved in an attack on a synagogue in the U.S. state of Michigan has been shot dead. Thick black smoke was seen billowing out of the site, with reports suggesting the fire was the result of a car ramming. There are no reports of any other casualties. The attack took place in the area of West Bloomfield. U.S. President Donald Trump described the incident as, quote, a terrible thing. The synagogue also houses a daycare. Passenger train services between China and North Korea are resuming for the first time in nearly 6 years. The routes were suspended when Pyongyang sealed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. The reopening reflects Beijing's efforts to strengthen ties with one of its closest allies. Katrina Yu reports.
For the first time since 2020, this train is carrying passengers from China to North Korea. Routes linking Beijing and the Chinese border city of Dandong to Pyongyang were suspended when North Korea closed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now the country is slowly reopening after years of isolation, drawing interest from some travelers.
I'm curious. I would. A train makes it very convenient.
The train will stop at several Chinese cities before entering North Korea. Travel is tightly controlled. For now, tickets are limited to government officials and business people.
This is the first train to leave Beijing bound for Pyongyang in almost 6 years. The journey to the North Korean capital takes about 24 hours, and the older style locomotive and carriages stand out at a station now dominated by China's high-speed rail network.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un visited China in September to attend a major military in Ping. But Pyongyang has also been strengthening ties with Moscow, expanding military cooperation during Russia's war in Ukraine. That's raised questions about whether Beijing is losing influence over its northern neighbor. Yet China remains Pyongyang's top trading partner, an economic lifeline, while the country remains under international sanctions over its nuclear weapons program. North Korea is also working to develop a tourism industry. Kim Jong-un opened this coastal resort last year, hoping it will become a world-class destination. An influx of Chinese visitors, potentially arriving via this rail link, could be key to its success. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
I'm Riley Carlson, and I'll be back in just a moment with the latest updates on the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Is this a genuine attempt to revive Venezuela's oil industry or surrender of state control under pressure?
Critical debate.
Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to annex West Bank.
Netanyahu doesn't have to annex the West Bank because effectively it's already happened.
Informed opinions.
It's still the richest, most powerful country on earth, and the idea that it's always been cheated and it needs to put tariffs, I think the world is getting tired of that.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
A diverse range of stories from across the globe, from the perspective of our network's journalists, on Al Jazeera.
Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut in his first public statement since his appointment. After unleashing relentless attacks on Iran, Israel's prime minister now says regime change in the country can only happen from within. Israeli forces strike at the heart of Beirut while the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital come under renewed attacks. And strikes on energy facilities. The International Energy Agency warns the conflict is causing the biggest disruption in the history of the global oil market. Almost 2 weeks since the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran, the war is continuing to send shockwaves around the world. For the first time, we have heard from leaders on all three sides of this conflict. In the first public statement since his appointment, Iran's new supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, has vowed for revenge. He warned that the Strait of Hormuz, that vital shipping route for global energy supplies, will remain closed. And he said attacks on U.S. bases in the region will continue unless those bases are closed. Meanwhile, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also appeared, issuing veiled threats to Iran's new supreme leader. After 13 days of intense bombardment, he says Iran has suffered serious blows, but suggested that any regime change will ultimately depend on the Iranian people.
If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue the leaders of Iran or Hezbollah with life insurance, and I won't share with you what we will do to those two individuals. With regard to Iran's nuclear capabilities, I have said that we have attacked their nuclear infrastructure and we have assassinated one of Iran's top nuclear scientists. I believe there will be surprises at the end of this battle. I'm secrecy, but what I can share with you is that we have more of an upper hand than we anticipated, and we will achieve our objectives.
U.S. President Donald Trump says the war is, quote, coming along very well, and he once again downplayed concerns over rising oil prices.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate. And they're paying a big price right now.
But energy markets remain volatile, with oil returning to around $100 a barrel before going back down. The International Energy Agency is warning this could become the largest oil supply disruption in history. And inside Iran, U.S. and Israeli strikes continue to pound the country, with parts of the capital Tehran reduced to ruins. The attacks are causing a major displacement crisis in both Iran and in Lebanon. These are some of the latest images that are coming out of the Iranian capital and areas nearby. The Israeli army said on Thursday that it is beginning what it calls a wide-scale wave of airstrikes there. The UN's refugee agency says more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. Many have fled Tehran and other major cities to areas in the north. Air Defense Army launches a new round of strikes there. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the past week and a half. Israel has bombed southern Lebanon and the southern suburbs of Beirut, but strikes on Thursday night have hit the city's central areas, including one site about a kilometer from the prime minister's office. We are covering all the developments for you from Washington, D.C., Doha, Amman, Beirut, Tehran, and Erbil in northern Iraq. That is where Al Jazeera's Asad Beg is standing by because Assad, U.S. Central Command, says one of its refueling aircraft has gone down in western Iraq. Can you tell?
Yes, U.S. Central Command have issued a statement saying that they're aware of a loss of a C-135 refueling aircraft. Now, what they say is that it came down in friendly airspace and rescue efforts are ongoing. Now, importantly, what they say is that there were two aircrafts involved. One went down, the other one landed safely. But they stress that it was not a result of hostile or friendly fire. However, there is an armed group in Iraq. Now, they say they were responsible for bringing it down using a surface-to-air missile. Now, none of this can be independently verified or confirmed, but as we get information, we will let you know. But this is the latest, and it is the first of its incident that we know of the U.S., at least in this latest conflict, admitting to losing such an aircraft.
And Assad, in the meantime, the French military now says that 6 of its soldiers have been wounded in a drone attack in the Erbil region. What more are you learning about this incident?
Yes, this took place on a joint Peshmerga French base, about 60 kilometers from the regional capital here in Erbil, southwest of here, in a place called Mahmoud. Now, we're hearing from local reports. The governor of Erbil has spoken to local media. Now, what he says is 2 drones targeted that base and 6 French soldiers were injured. Now, this is the first of its kind in terms of an incident where foreign soldiers have been injured. We have had injuries and deaths in local forces, but not foreign ones. Now, we also have seen images of a fire at that base or near that base, but we also hear from armed Iraqi groups aligned to Iran that they have been launching drones and missiles at U.S. assets here in North Iraq in the Kurdish region. But this is the first time we're hearing about French troops being injured. But what else is happening is that there has been an increase of attacks being escalation. Now, Aziz Ahmed, the Deputy Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister here in the Kurdish region, said since yesterday, the region has been attacked more than 35 times using drones and missiles. And an armed Iraqi group has now issued a statement warning people of the Dadaman Hotel, not far from here, in fact, in Erbil, the capital of the Kurdish region here north of Iraq, to evacuate, and telling the people in charge of that hotel in the statement that they should get rid of the occupying forces in that. But in another statement, an armed group says that the reason that they're targeting French troops or French assets will now be targeted is because the arrival of a French aircraft carrier to the U.S. Central Command's area of operations and its involvement in the operations. And as a result, French interests in Iraq and the region will now be targeted. Now, this is a fast-moving situation, but these are the latest developments that we're hearing. So it's not just U.S. bases that will be targeted, according to this group now. French bases and French interests here in the region will also become a target.
An escalation there. Asad Beg in Erbil, thank you very much for your reporting. Let's go to Tehran now and speak to Mohammed Val. Mohammed, it was a big day in Iran because we did get the first message from the new supreme leader. Can you tell us what he had to say and how it fits into how things have been moving in Iran today?
Israeli, after 13 days of waiting, finally the new supreme leader has spoken, even though not in vision or in voice. But that's enough for the Iranians here, at least, to know. Circulated during the last few days about whether he's in full health and so on. But now what we know is that he has spoken, and he has been very outspoken about what should be done in the country after reassuring everyone, including the people and the army, that the country is on its feet, and that continuity and the path of the two imams who preceded him is going to continue. he asked the army and the IRGC to the leverage of their control there to continue to close it, even though we heard later on from some of the other officials that it is closed only to the ships that belong to the enemy, but other ships that can get the permission of the Iranians can cross. So the new supreme leader has thanked the families of the martyrs, and he blessed the martyrs and so on, and talked about Iran's resolve and the continuity of the fight. And he also promised that Iran will continue to defend itself against the enemy. So basically, it's a message of defiance and reassurance. The Iranians now have heard, at least from their new leader. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and he's the head of everything in the country. The fact that he has communicated to the nation is very key here for Iranians, because there has been those hopes on the part of the Israelis and Americans that the country would disintegrate as soon as the decapitation of its leadership happens, and that happened on the first day. Now that scenario hasn't materialized, and also what we notice is that there is no single contradiction between what he said in his statements today and what the other top commanders and political leaders have been saying. So there is no crack in the unity of the country, and there is nothing that denotes that there is any kind of lack of coordination. So the leader is in charge, the country is on its feet, and that's the gist of the message that the supreme leader has communicated to the Iranians today.
Mohammed Val, live in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thank you. Let's cross to Lebanon now. Where Heidi Pett is standing by in Beirut. And Heidi, it was a busy day in Lebanon, bombardments in the south and in the capital. What can you tell us about what's happening there now?
Just in the last couple of minutes, there have been a number of very heavy airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. People in the capital have unfortunately learned to distinguish between the sound and the feel of a heavy airstrike or an assassination strike, which is a smaller munition, which we normally describe as targeted. But of course, we saw the death toll from the strike which hit Ramlat Al Baida last night, extending to 12. So it depends a little bit on your definition of targeted, but the ones that we have seen on Beirut's southern suburbs in the last couple of minutes were enormous. They shook the ground, they shook the entire capital, even up here on the hill overlooking the suburbs. And that has been a continuation of strikes that we've seen on the southern suburbs today, but also 2 strikes in central Beirut. Warnings were issued by the Israeli military for specific buildings in downtown Beirut. Now, they say that they were targeting cash reserves, which were underneath those buildings, being used by Hezbollah, and that is the continuing narrative of the Israeli military. They say that they are targeting Hezbollah infrastructure, weapons storage, and of course we're seeing these decapitation strikes trying to take out members of the leadership. Now, we've had the Lebanese Prime Minister addressing the nation today here in Lebanon. Nawaf Salam said that this is a war that his country never wanted to enter, and he says that he is hoping and he's looking forward to the Lebanese army taking control as part of this continued effort that he has committed to disarm Hezbollah. He has declared their military and security activities to be illegal. He's described their rocket launches into northern Israel as irresponsible. But the question, of course, is whether the Lebanese government has the capacity and has the strength in order to do that, and whether the Lebanese army indeed has the ability to do that either. But we've also had statements from the Israeli defense minister just this afternoon saying that if the Lebanese government is unable to do that, that Israel will enter the territory and do it themselves.
Heidi Pett reporting live from Beirut. Heidi, thank you. Now let's go over to Rory Challens, who is in the Jordanian capital Amman for the latest updates on Israel. So, Rory, Israel, of course, is fighting this war on 2 fronts, in Beirut and in southern Lebanon, where Heidi is, and also in Iran, where we heard from Mohammed. But we also heard for the first time from the Prime Minister today at a press conference. What can you tell us about what he had to say and the questions he answered from reporters?
Well, he was talking about a number of different things. He was discussing the ongoing situation in the north, and he was discussing what the Israeli army is going to be doing going forward. like Kiryat Shmona, which has been under a rocket alert in the last hour or so, getting basically round the clock damage and bombardments from north of the border from Hezbollah, raining rockets down on them. So he addressed that. He said that basically the Israeli military was going to be pushing even further into Lebanon to try and extend that buffer zone further north and push Hezbollah much further away from the Israeli border. He also basically threatened the leader of, or the government of Lebanon, basically saying that they had to get Hezbollah in order. They had to make sure that that threat was contained, and if they didn't, then Israel was going to do that job itself. He also appealed again, like he's done before, to the Iranian population to rise up and take freedom into their own hands, as he put it, to overthrow the Ayatollahs, though at the moment they don't seem to be showing any inclination that this is the right time to be doing that. But there was domestic business as well. This was a platform for Netanyahu to put the case once again, put the pressure on President Herzog to give him that pardon in his corruption trial that he's been wanting for a long time, and also Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has been pressuring Herzog to do as well.
He has. All right, Rory Challen's live for us in the Jordanian capital. Thank you. Meanwhile, John Holman is standing by live for us in Washington, D.C. John, we heard a little bit from the president, and it appears he is facing continued pressure about how to keep oil and energy supplies flowing while this military conflict continues.
Yeah, he is. He's making light of it as much as he can. He said that the situation with Iraq is moving very rapidly, that it's going very well. In the past, he said especially about the situation with oil, and actually did put out on social media today, when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Addressing one side of it, I think Americans that are going to their gas or petrol stations and finding that it's costing more money to fill up because of the global situation might disagree with that assessment in how it affects them. But he is facing some pressure. This is something that I think you mentioned it just at the start of the program, that the International Energy Agency is saying that this is the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. Now, what's the United States doing about that? Well, together with the International Energy Agency, which has promised to release 400 million oil barrels from reserves worldwide, the Trump administration and the United States are going to be releasing 172 million of those 400 million. So it's doing that to try and get prices down. It also says it's taking actions like it's stopping ships that are laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, where so much of that oil has to pass through and where Iran has that control. But the reality is that it would need to do more than that. Iran has other ways as well of stopping ships. It's got boats that it can laden with explosives. It can also use mini submarines, and it can also use missiles, is what we're being told by military analysts. So there's a thorny problem there. One way that might be to solve it, or to at least do something towards those lines, are US Navy escorts. That's something that President Trump's talked about. It's something that reportedly oil companies say that they want, but it's something that's not happening yet, perhaps because the US Navy is working out how to do that without putting its own ships too much at risk. So this is a problem that, as at the moment, has not been solved.
And it might prove to be a difficult one to solve. John Holman in Washington, thank you. Now let's bring have continued in the Gulf region on Thursday, and not just against U.S. assets. Bring us up to speed, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen energy facilities being targeted, yesterday in Bahrain and Oman. We've seen cargo vessels being attacked. So this goes to show the expansion of this conflict, something that, the countries here in the Gulf have been, warning about. Just to give you an example, in Saudi Arabia, they said they intercepted 7 drones that were headed towards the Sheba oil field. They also intercepted a ballistic missile. That was in the east, another ballistic missile that was headed toward the Sultan Air Base, which does have an American base there. In Kuwait, a few hours ago, the siren sounded warnings for people to shelter in place. They detected 5 ballistic missiles, 9 drones, some of which targeted vital facilities, according to authorities there, which resulted in the injury of 2 civilians. Really, I mean, all the countries in the Gulf have been targeted today. Here in Qatar, authorities said that they intercepted a number of drones, 2 ballistic drones and 1 cruise missile. In the UAE, 10 ballistic missiles and 26 drones. So it just goes to show you that, all these countries are being impacted by this conflict, and they continue to call for de-escalation.
Malik Trina here in Doha, thank you very much for your reporting, and to all of our correspondents from across the region. Relations between Iran and the Arab Gulf states have shaped the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East for decades, and it's been a mixed bag. At times, ties have flourished, with the two sides engaging in trade and maintaining dull diplomatic ties. But otherwise, there's been conflict between proxies and deep mistrust. Now, with the escalation between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, that relationship is once again at a critical juncture. Rasul Sardar explains.
The Gulf is one of the world's most strategic waterways. Nearly a third of global seaborne oil passes through it. But it's also Iran on one side and the Arab states across the water. A rivalry shaped by geography, ideology, and competing visions of regional order. The modern phase of that rivalry began in 1971 when Britain withdrew its forces from the region, leaving newly independent Arab states suddenly facing a powerful neighbor across the water, Iran. The same year, Iran seized Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Tomb Islands, territories still claimed by the United Arab Emirates. But the real rupture came in 1979 when the Islamic Revolution toppled the pro-Western monarchy that openly challenged the region's political order. Iran's new leadership questioned the legitimacy of hereditary monarchies and called for political upheaval across the region. Partly in response, 6 Gulf states created the Gulf Cooperation Council in 1981, seeking collective security against regional instability. The Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s cemented those divisions. Most Gulf states backed Iraq financially, fearing Iran's revolutionary ambitions more than Saddam Hussein at the time.
American and coalition forces.
Another turning point came in 2003. The US invasion of Iraq severely weakened Iran's main regional rival. Tehran quickly expanded its influence across Iraq and later across Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. Iran says its alliances with non-state actors in these countries form an axis of resistance against Israel and Western pressure. But Gulf governments view them as a projection of regional power through armed groups and political networks. Tensions surged again during the Arab Spring uprisings of 2010s. Regional governments accused Iran of exploiting instability to expand its influence through sectarian policies. The 2019 attack on Saudi oil facilities pushed the relationship to one of its most dangerous moments. But countries such as Oman and Qatar continue to keep channels of communication open. In 2023, Saudi Arabia and Iran restored diplomatic relations in a Chinese brokered deal. The agreement raised cautious hopes of a more pragmatic regional balance of power. But recent regional escalations have exposed the limits of that agreement. After Israel and the US launched its latest offensive against Iran, it responded with missile and drone attacks across Gulf nations. Tehran said it was targeting US assets, but civilian infrastructure, energy facilities, and airports have been hit. The result? Deeper mistrust. For decades, Iran and Gulf states have moved between confrontation and cautious engagement, dependency and rivalry. But the core dispute persists. Whether Iran should be architecture or contained by it remains one of the Middle East's most consequential strategic questions. Rasul Sardar, Al Jazeera.
Here is a look at some of the other stories making headlines this Thursday. Israel's military says it's dropping charges against 5 soldiers accused of beating and sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee. The 2024 assault was partially caught on camera. The soldiers were arrested at a military prison, prompting protests from the far-right government and also from hardline ultra-nationalists who overran the facility. The Public Committee Against Torture in Israel has condemned the decision as another whitewash of abuses by the military. Displaced Palestinians forced to flee Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their tent camps destroyed. The Israeli army bombarded their shelters on Wednesday. Israel continues to attack the Strip despite a U.S.-brokered truce reached in October. Gaza's health ministry says more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire was declared.
We returned and found everything destroyed. We have no tents, nothing. Our lives are destroyed. They destroyed us in Shuja'iyya and our house was gone. We left only with the clothes we had on. We did not grab any clothes. Here now it's the same thing. We have no clothes and nothing left. No food or drinks. Even our children, they're all young.
The Netherlands and Iceland have both joined the South Africa-led genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Both countries have submitted on the case, which accuses Israel of violating the Genocide Convention through its military operations in Gaza. Iceland and the Netherlands say forced displacement and harm to children should be significant additional factors in the case. A suspect involved in an attack on a synagogue in the U.S. state of Michigan has been shot dead. Thick black smoke was seen billowing out of the site, with reports suggesting that the fire was the result of a car. Quote, a terrible thing. The synagogue also houses a daycare. Passenger train services between China and North Korea are resuming for the first time in nearly 6 years. The routes were suspended when Pyongyang sealed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Katrina Yu reports.
For the first time since 2020, this train is carrying passengers from China to North Korea. Routes linking Beijing and the Chinese border city of Dandong to Pyongyang were suspended when North Korea closed its borders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now the country is slowly reopening after years of isolation, drawing interest from some travelers.
I'm curious about life in North Korea. If I had a chance to travel there, I would. A train makes it very convenient.
The train will stop at several Chinese cities before entering North Korea. Travel is tightly controlled. For now, tickets are limited to government officials and business people.
This is the first train to leave Beijing bound for Pyongyang in almost 6 years. The journey to the North Korean capital takes about 24 hours, and the older style locomotive and carriages stand out at a station now dominated by China's high-speed rail network.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un visited China in September to attend a major military parade alongside President Xi Jinping. But Pyongyang has also been strengthening ties with Moscow, expanding military cooperation during Russia's war in Ukraine. That's raised questions about whether Beijing is losing influence over its northern neighbor. Yet China remains Pyongyang's top trading partner, an economic lifeline, while the country remains under international sanctions over its nuclear weapons program. North Korea is also working to develop a tourism industry. Kim Jong-un opened this coastal resort last year, hoping it will become a world-class destination. An influx of Chinese visitors, potentially arriving via this rail link, could be key to its success. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
And that's all from me, Riley Carlson. You can get the latest updates on the war in Iran on our website at Al Jazeera. Looks at the options for the U.S. president to end that war.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
On Counting the Cost. Oil markets are on edge. American consumers are already feeling it at the pump. Europe faces an energy crunch and Asian importers are scrambling to secure supply. Could this reignite inflation around the world, and what would that mean for households? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Does US President Donald Trump have an exit strategy for the war with Iran? He's reportedly under pressure to set a deadline, but with contradicting statements from his administration, when will the offensive end? And on what terms? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Sami Zaidan. Yet again, US President Donald Trump has suggested the war in Iran could be over soon. Well, he didn't say when or how, only that it could end any time he wants it to. Well, advisors, they're reportedly urging him to find an exit strategy. But US ally Israel has indicated it's in for the long haul until what it calls the existential threat posed by Iran is eliminated. Well, for its part, Tehran has set its own conditions for ending the region. These include international guarantees there will be no future hostilities. Well, as the war is increasingly taking a toll on the global economy, how could it end? We'll talk to our guests in a moment, but first, this report from Kaylee Callahan.
As the US-Israeli offensive against Iran enters a second week, questions are mounting over the Trump administration's objectives and timeline for the war. Officials have issued conflicting statements, as has the president himself, sometimes on the same day. On Monday, Donald Trump seemed confident of a quick victory.
I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right?
But when pressed, appeared to contradict himself.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you could say it both. The beginning, it's the beginning of building a new country.
Rewind to before the military campaign began. During his State of the Union address, Trump said US forces had destroyed Iran's nuclear development program in June last year. 3 days before, though, his special envoy Steve Witkoff warned Iran was only a week away from a nuclear bomb. During the offensive, White House officials have suggested attacks could last up to 6 weeks, while the defense officials said the campaign would continue until Iran's military capabilities are completely dismantled. The shifting goal lines have fueled criticism that Washington lacks a clear endgame. Trump is also that his country is prepared for a prolonged war to eliminate what Israel calls the existential threat posed by Iran.
This operation, led by US President Donald Trump and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who speak and coordinate daily, will continue without any time limit for as long as necessary until we achieve all the objectives.
For its part, Iran has remained defiant. Its retaliatory strikes have interrupted oil and gas supplies from the Gulf and disrupted global energy markets. President Massoud has legitimate rights to be recognized, as well as reparations and international guarantees that it will not be attacked in the future. For now, the battlefield dynamics appear to be shifting daily, with neither side showing willingness to concede. Kaylee Callahan for Inside Story.
Well, let's bring in our guest now. Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Adolfo Franco, a Republican strategist and former advisor to U.S. Senator John McCain. In Tehran, Fouad Izadi, professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. And Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson is in Falls Church, Virginia. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel and former Chief of Staff for U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell. Thank you all for joining us. If I could start with Adolfo. So does Donald Trump have an off-ramp to this war that you can see, Adolfo?
Well, I think we're far from an off-ramp. We're just went on the highway from that ramp.
Really?
The president
But then, Adolfo,
announced,
how do we explain what Donald Trump said on March 11th? The war will end soon, he said. There's practically nothing left to target.
well, let me answer that. The president's initial comments, and have been consistent, have been that this conflict would last 4 to 6 weeks. Now, what the president said, what you're referencing is that we're ahead of schedule on that 4 to 6 time frame that he gave in terms of the number of weeks that we require to finish the job. We haven't even been into this conflict for 2 weeks, and we've eliminated Iran's air defenses, its air force, disseminated most of its navy, and of course have attacked its facilities that produce and launch ballistic missiles and drones, which are significantly down. Now, we never underestimated the power of Iran to retaliate and to do what it's doing. And that's why the president correctly said this is a 4 to 6 week operation to get this job done, which it needs to be done. Now, the job that's before the president is what's ongoing, which is neutralizing Iran's ability to threaten its neighbors, of course, the development of nuclear enrichment that would lead to a nuclear bomb or bombs that it could use. So the mission is very clear. It's on schedule. No one said this was going to be 12 hours or anything of that sort. I think the president's been clear from the beginning.
Okay. How do you see this, Lawrence? Is this the complete success that we hear from supporters of the president when some of those milestones, which we just heard now from Adolfo, things like the destruction of the Iranian Navy, its air force, its air defense systems, they weren't outlined as the goals of this war before the war started, right? How can it be a measure of the success of the mission now?
I think we have been led down the primrose path, so to speak, with regard to the objects of this military operation by both Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump. I think they are worried right now considerably, despite what was just said. And let me call your attention to a speech by their foreign minister, the Israeli foreign minister, Gideon Sa'ar, yesterday, wherein he as much as admitted some very substantial things. One, that Israel, and implied was the United States, are not going to cause regime change in Iran, that the Iranian people are the only ones who can do that. And my question at the moment in my own head was, dear man, why have you spent billions of dollars and cost thousands of lives, including school children and nurses and hospitals and gas? Why have you done that only to learn what most sane people knew well ahead of time, that you are not going to cause regime change in Iran, that it's up to the Iranian
Lawrence,
people to do that.
let me jump in as well.
And then the second thing, wait a minute. And then the second thing he said in his attempt to explain why they weren't beating Hezbollah either, he tried to shift the blame majorly to Donald Trump, which I don't blame him a bit, because Donald Trump's staying power in this is extremely limited because it is one of the most unpopular wars this country, increasingly realizing that he's waging it primarily to get their attention off the Epstein scandal, and he's not going to win it by any sense of that term. So the American people are turning rapidly against this war, including much of the MAGA group that elected him.
All right, I was going to try and jump in and pose, but I could see that I think Adolfo is going to come back with some. Let me
I
give
have
you
to
a
say, I have to say, with all due respect, this is a 1930s appeasement mentality. First of all, President Trump has made it clear that what his objective here has not to have. Well, let me finish. Let me finish, Colonel. Since you worked for a secretary of
all right,
state that had the wrong.
Lawrence, let's just give him a chance, Lawrence, and I'll come back to you in a second, Lawrence.
This is the type of appeasement that, of course, would have resolved World War II before it started. Number one is the president's objective has been Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has been the key. Now, why the defenses, I disagree with you, where the defenses had to be eliminated is because we have to ensure that Iran is completely neutralized militarily. That has been the objective.
Adolfo, the IAEA Director General did say he didn't see any evidence of a structured program to manufacture nuclear weapons on March the 2nd, right? So
let me finish this MAGA discussion by a person who's obviously not even a Republican, only in name. 85% of Republicans support President Trump in this effort. So this is the fact. Yes, you are.
Okay, gentlemen, let's try and focus on the issue and depersonalize the discussion. Adolfo, I'm going to ask you kindly to observe that.
This effort.
All right, you know what? Maybe it's a good time to bring in Fouad Izadi into the discussion. Fouad, how is this being seen in Iran as Iran tries to read the pulse of the Trump administration? Is there a feeling in Iran that the Trump administration is looking for an off-ramp?
Iran did not start this war. This is a war of choice by Trump and Netanyahu. They were not worried about Iran's nuclear program. Trump claimed a few months ago that he totally destroyed Iran's nuclear program. And I suggest you read the intelligence community's report on Iran's nuclear program. Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the intelligence community, presented that report to the Senate Intelligence Committee in the Congress. The report is available online, dni.gov. It's in English. Your other guests could read it. The report says three things about Iran's nuclear program. The first thing it says is that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The second thing it says that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon program. And the third thing it says is that the Iranian leaders have not decided to have a nuclear weapon program. And when they asked Trump about this report of his intelligence community, he dismissed it and he decided to go with Netanyahu's version. Netanyahu has been saying that Iran is 6 months away from a nuclear
that's a bit
weapon
of the
for the last
background.
20 years.
But now, how does Iran look at the Trump administration's desire or lack of it to continue this war? How is that read?
It's not very difficult. They can stop attacking Iran. As we are speaking, I'm in Tehran. They are bombing us as we are speaking. My father was here just a few minutes ago. When I'm done with your program, I have to call to see if he reached his house safely. They're killing 100, 200 civilians on daily basis. We have lost over 1,400 civilians so far. They can just stop attacking Iran, and Iranian leaders will decide what needs to happen next. You have a reformist government in Dr. Pezeshkian. I think they didn't want to have this war. A diplomatic solution was available. This is a regime change operation, and it's obvious you don't want to reach a diplomatic solution with the regime that you want to change. This did not need to happen. We had the Omani foreign minister saying an agreement was available within 24 hours. And Trump attacked Iran less than 24 hours after that interview. So they can stop attacking Iran from what I hear from your guest in Washington, they want to continue for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Iran can continue. There's this culture of resistance here. We can do it also.
Okay, let's, Adolfo, I know you want to get in, but just give me a second. I want to give Lawrence a chance, and then we'll come back to you. Lawrence, what do you make of the arguments that we heard and we hear from people like Adolfo? Well, there were bigger issues at stake, whether it's Iran's missile program, Iran's nuclear program, that was really Iran's relationship with its allies. That was the real goal, and that it's a complete success. How do you read that?
Listening to Donald Trump and his people like Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, War, one doesn't know what the objectives are. As a military professional, I object strenuously to that. I can't believe that we're waging a war that is now costing, I learned this morning, $5 billion a day. We have a $40 trillion aggregate debt, by the way, with $1 trillion interest payments, soon to be $2 trillion annually on that debt. And we're costing the American taxpayer $5 billion a day with this war. And I suspect it's even more than that when you factor in all the elements involved. And we've joined the homicidal maniac in Israel in prosecuting this war, who has been nothing but a war criminal. Crimes we've committed already. The school was a war crime. The hospital was a war crime. The oil facilities in proximity of Tehran were a war crime. Look what Iran did in response to oppose that. They conducted a very precise strike on Haifa. Haifa is now pretty much out of action as Israel's only remaining oil port. Iran's conduct of this war has been as one can do in war, mostly within the confines of what we've understood since the Nuremberg Tribunal and the Geneva Conventions as the way, and I emphasize that, should conduct war.
Right.
Our conduct has been absolutely the opposite of that, with war crime after war crime, and we don't seem to have any compunction about it whatsoever.
Okay, let me give Adolfo a chance to come in, but I want to put this message to you. When you said a moment ago, Adolfo,
I would like a little airtime here.
I'll give you some time, but just think about the question this way: when you were referencing the off ramp, that have we not heard confusing messages from this Trump administration about what the measure of success might even be in order for there to be an off-ramp? You might remember, I'm sure you do, on June the 25th, Donald Trump said US strikes had obliterated the nuclear program, but he also said it set it back decades, and Iran didn't even have time to move anything out of those sites. On February 21st, US envoy Steve Witkoff says Iran was probably a week away from having industrial-grade bomb-making material. And 3 days later, Caroline Leavitt, the White House spokesperson, says, well, the attack did in fact obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities. So what is it? What is the end goal here that could measure an exit or an off-ramp? Is there a clear one?
Yes, I just repeated it. And that is that to neutralize Iran militarily in the next 4 to 6 weeks. That's number one, to ensure that Iran can never develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has now refined, by its own admission, uranium to 60% level. It's very easy to get to 90%. 90%. You don't need more than 20% for peaceful purposes. So it's bent on a path to develop nuclear weapons. But this is a regime, since the other guest was saying about war crimes, that's eliminated 32,000 of its own people in peaceful protest.
That's a lie.
How do we know those numbers? Where do we get those numbers from, Adolfo?
Those are I think, reported internationally by humanitarian organizations and the rest. If I may, since we have two guests, since we have two.
Okay, Fuad, let me just give Adolfo a fair chance. Fuad, we will come to you. Bear with me. Go ahead, Adolfo.
I did not interrupt the two other guests who are supporting Iran, so I want to support my position here for a moment and be able to speak. Yes, thousands of people have been killed by the Iranian regime, their own people. Of course, human rights, this is an organization that's been conducting terrorism in the region and supporting state-sponsored terrorism for really 47 years. That's very clear. It's attacking American soldiers. It's killed, it was behind the US's cold attack and the rest of it. So to defend the Iranian regime that is a threat to world and regional security, to me, is unbelievable that certainly any American could support that. Keep in mind that the guest from the United States worked for a Secretary of State that he's concerned about money that spent trillions of dollars in a war effort that failed to occupy Iraq and Afghanistan and lied in the United Nations about weapons of mass destruction. So this is a curious turn of events on this, but the fact before us today, this off-ramp, we're on the ramp. We're on the way to 4 to 6 weeks to eliminate this regime.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was under your watch.
All right, let's give
that happened.
let's give Fuad let's give Fuad a chance to weigh
that
in.
was you have
mission accomplished.
Okay, gentlemen, we will have time
a
to
mission
come back
accomplished on here. So you have the mission accomplished was a statement by President Bush, so your viewers know.
Understood.
And
All right.
Secretary Powell and Mr. Wilkinson worked for the president that said that. The difference is President Trump will accomplish the mission.
Okay.
Again, we haven't even been in 2 weeks into this conflict. Our mission here is to destroy the military capabilities of a regime that is brutal, barbaric to its own people and threatens security.
Okay,
This
you've made
is
that point
pure and
clear,
simple.
Adolfo. And I've given you plenty,
135 countries lined up on a resolution.
Fuad Izadi in Tehran. I know you want to come back in on some of those things, but I do want to put a point to move the discussion along. What will be Iran's position on a unilateral US announcement of an end to the war? Will Iran accept that and say, fine, if the US says it's mission accomplished, we just walk away?
They need to make sure two things happen. The first thing is that they want to make sure that the country is not attacked by two nuclear regimes every few months. You cannot run a country when United States and Israel attack you whenever they want illegally to achieve
how would
regime
Iran
change,
guarantee that?
rightfully. They could say it. Trump could come and say that we are done with attacking Iran. He could say that as long as I'm president.
Would
we are not
Iran
going to
trust the
attack
word
you.
of Donald Trump, given the history of distrust?
That would help. Trusting Trump would be a difficult thing to do, but him saying it would be useful. The second thing would be the creation of a setup to compensate Iran. The Trump administration and Netanyahu have devastated Iran's civilian infrastructure. They have killed thousands of innocent people. They need to pay. They need to pay Iran. They need to compensate Iran. And it could be done through leveling tax on ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. It could be done through different things. But until they realize that changing Iran's government is a pipe dream, they will try to repeat this huge mistake again. Trump has managed to unite Iranians more than any Iranian politician could ever do. They are basing their policies on ideas that are not going to work, and they're killing a lot of people in the process. Iran needs to make sure that this stops.
All right. Very, very briefly, I repeat briefly, Adolfo, I want to give you a chance to answer one point before I go to Lawrence, but please, very briefly, do you see any scenario in any parallel universe, shall we say, in which the Donald accept those kinds of conditions from Iran? Briefly, please.
Absolutely not. That is the most ludicrous statement I have heard from a totalitarian, brutal regime. The compensation will come with the elimination of the regimes.
Genocidal people.
Genocidal is your dictatorship turning on your own people, and your dictatorship has sponsored terrorism throughout the region.
All right, it's a good time now, gentlemen. Let's take a moment to give Lawrence a chance to speak because he's been waiting patiently. Lawrence, if the US would not accept those kinds of Iranian conditions to end the conflict, what are the options open? You're somebody who has obviously a military background and experience. Does the US move up the escalation ladder? What are the next steps up the escalation ladder?
I don't know if you heard Senator Blumenthal the other day, but he was absolutely apoplectic when he came out of the intelligence briefing about possible ground troops on the ground in Iran. That would be an absolute disaster. It would make Iraq and Afghanistan combined look like a cakewalk.
Do you think that's serious?
Where we could, we could go there. Trump has said things like that. And I'm hearing the rumors from the Pentagon that they are contemplating using ground forces. This would be the ruin of the region and our presence there. We would never be invited back, as it were. But let me just say one thing in particular. I'm speaking on behalf of the Iranian people who are dying under our bombs. I'm not speaking in behalf of the regime, And I'm speaking on behalf of the American people who in poll after poll now register such majorities as 75% of them, including many Republicans and many MAGA Republicans who are opposed to this war for very different reasons, but nonetheless, they're opposed. They're right, and the rest are wrong.
Adolfo, let's let Lawrence finish the thought, Adolfo. I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Lawrence.
And we're not going to get out of it in one piece.
Okay, and I'll give you a chance to come back in then, Adolfo.
Yeah, this ground troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is the man that supported all the wrong foreign policy objectives.
How much a mistake it was, shouldn't I?
Well,
that's an incredible
and this is the man, and this is the man who was chief of staff.
Argument.
This was the man who worked for chief of staff who lied to the United Nations. Now, here is the reality of what is going on. Iranian people, Iran has been behind terrorism throughout the region. It is killing its own people, and it is a threat to world security. And President Trump's strategy is to neutralize it. What will come next is up to the Iranian people, and that's been very clear.
All right, I think you've made that, gentlemen, you've made that point. We've got a brief minute left, so I want to give Fuad a chance to come back on this. Fuad, in 60 seconds.
These people live in pipe dreams. Iranians are more united than ever. They are coming to the streets every night in millions. This is what Netanyahu asked them to do. But they're coming and shouting against Netanyahu and Trump and people like your other guests that are warmongers. Iran has a civilization
is Iran not also shooting itself
years?
in the foot with the the moves we've seen at the United Nations Security Council? A lot of countries lining up against Iran.
It's sad. Iran they did not want to see this. They need to blame Trump and Netanyahu for starting this war. We don't like even American soldiers get killed. These are young people with young families. They shouldn't die for the Epstein class. The Epstein class is killing little Iranian girls and raping little American girls.
Okay, I'm afraid we are out of time. I know that we would all love to continue this discussion further, and I certainly have a lot more points, but perhaps we'll all have the chance to come back and the focus to come back and discuss this in goodwill again. Thank you all to our guests, Adolfo Franco, Fuad Izadi, and Lawrence Wilkerson. And thank you too for watching. You can see the show again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle there is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Sami Zaidan, and the whole team here, for now, it's goodbye.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
With the global rules-based order creaking at the seams and geopolitical tensions taking center stage, Upfront is back.
He's a wannabe emperor, and emperors need empires.
Upfront on Al Jazeera.
It's OO GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Sarah Khairat. With revenge on mind, Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut in his first public statement since his appointment. After unleashing relentless attacks on Iran, Israel's prime minister now says regime change in the country can only happen from within. Beirut's southern suburb under attack yet again. Israeli forces continue their large-scale assault across Lebanon. Nearly 700 people have been killed since the conflict with Hezbollah began. At least 6 French soldiers are wounded in Iraq after a drone attack on their base in northern Iraq. Fierce clashes are reported near Baghdad International Airport.
From here in Washington, D.C., we'll look at the divisions within the U.S. political establishment and MAGA over the war in Iran.
Now, 2 weeks since the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran, the war is continuing to send shockwaves across the world. For the first time, we've heard from leaders of all 3 sides of the conflict. In the first public statement since his appointment, Iran's new supreme leader, that's Mojtaba Khamenei, has vowed for revenge. He warned that the Strait of Hormuz, that's the vital shipping route for global energy supplies, he says will remain closed. He also said attacks are closed. Israel's prime minister, that's Benjamin Netanyahu, well, he also appeared issuing veiled threats to Iran's new supreme leader. After days of intense bombardment, he says Iran has suffered serious blows, but suggested that any regime change will ultimately depend on the Iranian people.
If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue the leaders of Iran or Hezbollah with life insurance, and I won't share with you what we will do to those 2 individuals. With regard to Iran's nuclear capabilities, I have said that we have attacked their nuclear infrastructure and we have nuclear scientists. I believe there will be surprises at the end of this battle. I'm required to maintain some combat secrecy, but what I can share with you is that we have more of an upper hand than we anticipated, and we will achieve our objectives.
And US President Donald Trump says the war is, quote, coming along very well. He once again, though, downplayed concerns over rising oil prices.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate. And they're paying a big price right now.
But energy markets, well, they remain volatile, with oil returning to around $100 a barrel. The International Energy Agency, it warns this could become the largest oil supply disruption in history. And inside Iran, well, US and Israeli strikes continue to pound the country, with parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to ruins. The attacks are causing a major displacement crisis, both in Iran and also in Lebanon. These are some of the latest images that you're seeing coming out of the Iranian capital and areas nearby. The Israeli army said on Thursday it's beginning what it calls a wide-scale wave of airstrikes there. The UN's refugee agency says that more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. Many have fled Tehran and other major cities to areas in the north. And Israel has also launched a new round of airstrikes on the Lebanese capital. It's hit at least 2 sites in central Beirut. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the last week and a half. Israel has bombed southern Lebanon and the southern suburbs of Beirut, but strikes on Thursday night have hit the city centre, including one site about a kilometre from the Prime Minister's office. Right, well, we're covering all of these latest in Washington, D.C., Doha, Amman, Beirut, Tehran, and Erbil in Iraq. And that's where the U.S. Central Command says one of its refueling aircrafts has gone down. Assad Baig is on standby there for us right now. Assad, a lot of incidents that have been happening in Iraq today. But let's start with this U.S. aircraft. What's happened exactly? Because there's also been French soldiers who've been injured. We'll get to that. But if you just let us know what happened on the refueling there.
Yeah, we're hearing that a C-135 refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. Now, we haven't heard anything official from the Iraqi authorities. However, there is an armed group, an armed faction, that has said that they targeted that aircraft using a surface-to-air missile. Now, it's very difficult to independently verify that at this stage. But if that is the case, it is a major development as well as a major escalation. We haven't heard of a U.S. aircraft going down so far, at least in this part of the world, this part of the region, since the start of this war. Now, as for those 6 French soldiers, again, the first time that we're hearing, at least in northern Iraq and the Kurdish region, that foreign troops have been injured. Now, we've heard from the governor of Erbil, who's been talking to local media, and what he said was that the base was a joint Peshmerga and foreign forces base, and that was targeted by 2 drones. Now, we understand 6 French soldiers have been injured as a result of that strike. We don't know whether it was, in fact, French soldiers that were being targeted. It could have been just that the base was being targeted, because that's been the pattern so far. And so we don't know whether they were the specific target. But again, first time that we're hearing that foreign troops have been injured in this conflict here in Iraq.
All right, and stay there, Assad, because I'm just going to speak to John Holman. So what has CENTCOM been saying exactly?
Yeah, I think most of the information that Assad's been giving as well, they said that this wasn't hostile fire. So I guess in that way, disputing a bit of the account of that group in Iraq or friendly fire. This is obviously 2 different planes from what Central Command have been saying. So we could assume from that this occurred possibly during refueling. We know that 1 landed safely, 1 went down in western Iraq. What the Reuters news agency has come out with, citing an official, a US official, is that there were 6 soldiers in the plane that went down. That's Reuters saying that at present. We haven't been able to get any more information ourselves from Central Command and put in a request to find out what else we know at the moment, but they haven't got back to us yet. This would actually be the 4th downed US planes since the start of the conflict. You might remember it's a while back now, or it seems that way, but there are also 3 other US planes that went down in one day, and they were shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses accidentally near the start of the conflict. So we're just waiting now for more information. That was 2 hours ago that this was announced by the US Central Command, that they update on what the status is of the rescue operation on that crashed plane.
Right, and back to you, Assad, because there has been fierce crashes reported now near Baghdad International Airport. So what's been happening there?
So what we're hearing is there are fierce clashes taking place. Now, we understand there's been fierce aerial clashes because of a drone belonging to one of the armed factions, and the U.S. Protection and Counterterrorism Force is smoke rising from the area. Now, this all follows on from strikes that have been taking place over the last few days against factions belonging to the Popular Mobilization Forces. There's been strikes on headquarters in Kirkuk, in Mosul. Just yesterday, there was a strike in Anbar province targeting a faction, and we understand at least 30 people were killed. Now, we're also hearing that a drone targeting the Popular Mobilization Forces in the Al-Hamra area. So again, what's happening is the US and Israel are targeting the Popular Mobilization Forces or factions belonging. It's complicated is because the PMF belong under the umbrella of the Iraqi military, and some of those factions under the Popular Mobilization Forces are loyal or aligned to Iran. So that's why the US or Israel are targeting them. But this seems like retaliation for what's been going on over the last few days with those factions being targeted here in Iraq.
Right, and that's in terms of Iraq, of course. John, when you look at where the US is when it comes to Iran, certainly there's been growing questions as to whether there will be boots on the ground, will there not be boots on the ground? What is going on when it comes to that? And certainly domestically, what's the thought there?
Yeah, it's something that President Trump isn't wanting to speak too much about. Himself and his Secretary of War, as he likes to call himself, Pete Hegseth, have refused to rule it out as an option. But it is something in a war that already isn't particularly popular here. It doesn't seem that it would go down that well. One recent poll said that 74% of people that were polled oppose the use of ground forces. What President Trump has said in the past is that he would only do this if Iran was so decimated they wouldn't be able to fight on the ground level. It doesn't seem to be at that point at the moment. But what's been pointed out is that President Trump, he said it today actually in a Truth Social post, the social media site that he prefers, that one of his aims, once again it's on the table, is to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And it's been pointed out that if he really wants to go after the highly enriched uranium at the different sites that it's at, then it's likely that he can't do that just through airstrikes, that he would actually need to get US soldiers into the country, whether that's in a generalized incursion or whether that's specialized troops going in specifically to get that. But it would be a real gamble for the US president. We already see things becoming more complicated for him on the Strait of Hormuz, questions being asked of him. Why wasn't this done beforehand? Why wasn't this secured, especially by his Democrat opponents? They said it was clear that this could be foreseen, that Iran would do this, would try and attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz at the start. Why didn't we deal with that in our... Now sending troops onto the ground, even if that's possible right now for the United States. Secretary of State Mark Rubio has indicated previous days it might not be an option right now. It's something that would be extremely divisive in the US public.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, cheers, John Holman there. Let's head now to Tehran and speak to Mohammad Var, because, Mohammad, there has been another day of heavy bombardment on Iran. What's the latest there? And also, what is Iran saying, whether it's politically or militarily?
Yeah, Sarah, there has been some bombardment just a few minutes ago, very distant. We have heard it, even though it was very distant, and reports say it is to the west of Tehran, but that's has been repeated several times tonight. And we have been also listening to and seeing signs of air defense system being activated in the east of the city of Tehran. Also, Ahwaz to the southwest has been also at the receiving end of some of the bombardment earlier tonight. Arak to the center of the country, and also Kashan, south of Tehran, as well as some of the southern suburbs of the city of Tehran. So, a wide range of targets overnight in Tehran here, and it takes time for us to get some of the details about the targets and what has been hit. We know that during the last few days, there has been a combination of military and civilian targets across the country, and that is a subject of concern here. Just earlier today and yesterday, there were hits by drones on source of fear and concern for people, because now it is beginning to be more and more taxing on the lives and security of the individuals here in the country. So basically, that's what's going on in Tehran. But also, on the other hand, the Revolutionary Guard is talking about the 44th wave of retaliation strikes against the enemy that has been launched across the region, not only in Israel, but also on targets in Bahrain, Kuwait, and across the Arabian Sea, or the Persian Gulf, as they call it. So there is a very active situation in the country, both ways. Bombardment and also retaliation against the other side. The Iranians saying that the only way they have now is to go ahead with stepping up of this campaign, and they are talking about heavier and heavier missiles being used, 1 ton and 1.5 tons, and even 2 tons. Several names and brands of missiles being mentioned every day in this campaign for self-defense, as they call it.
Yes, they're saying they're increasing that level of munition. Now, Iran is once again, though, warning the energy infrastructure will be in its sights.
Sorry, I think I lost.
Looks, I don't know if you can hear me. It looks like we've lost connection there with Mohammed Val in Tehran. But let's now go to Lebanon, because that's where Heidi Pett is standing by for us in Beirut. So what is the latest exactly? Because we know those strikes are happening and Lebanon is getting it quite hard from Israel.
About an hour ago, there were very, very heavy airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut behind me. They shook the ground here up on the hill and they echoed across the capital city. And those, of course, are just the latest in a number of strikes that have targeted the southern suburbs of Beirut today. And we saw strikes this afternoon as well in central Beirut on a couple of specific buildings. They were given advance evacuation orders by the Israeli military. They say that they were targeting cash reserves used by Hezbollah, which they say were in the basements of those buildings, in a continuation of this campaign where the Israeli military says that it is targeting Hezbollah. 20 minutes or so, we have seen what appears to have been another targeted assassination strike here in the Lebanese capital. A vehicle was targeted in the suburb of Jannah, which is just in the north of the area known as Dahia, so the southern suburbs. We're speaking to people on the scene because we can't actually go to that area right now. It is the subject of one of these forced mass evacuation orders, which means there could be another Israeli airstrike at any time on that location. And in fact, first responders that we're in touch with who are down on the scene say that they are almost afraid to approach the scene properly, because there have been already in the last 24 hours a number of these strikes that we call double tap assaults. So where there is one strike, people gather, and then the second projectile rockets in. And that is partly why the death toll from the assassination strike that we saw last night down on Beirut's beachfront, Ramla El Baida, was so high. 12 people killed and 31 injured. Now, the latest figures that we have across the country issued by the Ministry of Health is that 687 people have died so far in this latest escalation in about 10 or 12 days now, and more than 1,700 injured. That is the toll across the country, because we're seeing airstrikes not just here in Beirut, but of course in the south of Lebanon, where the airstrikes have been very heavy, very continuous all day today. And we've seen the Israeli military expanding this forced evacuation order. Previously, it was everybody south of the Litani River, but they have now expanded that north to about 50 kilometers from the Israeli border is the zone where Lebanese civilians and Lebanese citizens have been told to leave their homes.
All right, and Heidi, obviously this is Israel saying that it's attacking Hezbollah. Many people have been displaced, but also what is the Lebanese government saying on all of this?
The Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, addressed the nation earlier this evening. He said that this is a war that Lebanon didn't want. It was one that he and his government had tried to avoid the country being dragged into.
It's been over 10 days since this war has started, which we have warned for a long time that Lebanon might be slipped into, and we've tried our best to avoid. It's a war that we never wanted. We are working day and night to end it. We cannot accept in any form that Lebanon becomes an add-in for others' wars. To that end, the president has launched an initiative for negotiations in order to rescue Lebanon from such an ordeal. All Lebanese are looking forward to our military performing its full duty to establish the state's control over its territories.
That was the Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, speaking earlier this evening. Now, in addition to that statement, he has previously outlawed the military and security activities of Hezbollah as part of this organization. Now, the problem with that is that now that he has declared it, it's kind of made the Lebanese government look a little bit toothless, because it's questionable whether he has the ability to enforce that decision, and questionable whether the Lebanese army has the capacity or indeed the will to enter into what will surely be a confrontation with Hezbollah. Now, earlier this evening, we had a statement as well from the Israeli defense minister saying that if the Lebanese government is unable or unwilling to do that, to take on Hezbollah and disarm it, that Israel will enter Lebanese territory and do it themselves.
All right, thank you very much. That's the update there from Beirut in Lebanon. Heidi Pett there. Now, Iran has launched another retaliatory attack on Israel. Warning sirens sounded across Tel Aviv on Thursday evening. As you saw there, bright flashes have been seen in the night sky as Israeli defense systems shoot down Iranian missiles. Interceptions have also been reported in occupied West Bank. Let's go over now to Rory Challens, who's live for us in the Jordanian capital. That's for the latest updates there on what's happening in Israel. We have heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He hasn't really spoken much throughout this war, perhaps his first sort of proper press conference.
Yeah, and that silence in front of Israeli media, well, that has been noticed in recent days. They pointed in newspaper articles to the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu had gone across and he'd spoken to US media. He'd appeared on Fox News, etc., but he hadn't yet, in the course of the war, actually answered questions from Israeli journalists. Well, he did that earlier on. He had a few messages. One of them was to the people of Iran. Again, he reiterated his plea, really, for them to rise up, for them to overthrow the Ayatollahs, for them, as he put it, to embark on the path of freedom. Although he did acknowledge, perhaps taking into account the limitations of Israel's capacity to exact regime change in Iran. He said that you can lead someone to water, but you cannot make them drink. This was a speech that was for a domestic audience. It was done in Hebrew, and he had a bullish tone. There were insults and threats to the Iranian leadership, the new supreme leader, who he said was that he was a tool of the IRGC, and that basically anyone who was giving out insurance, they shouldn't be insuring a figure like that. He also said that with Donald Trump and himself were marching together, essentially, that they spoke every day and they made decisions on how this campaign was going to be going together. Now, that, I think, was a message to those who have been speaking of a divergence between the United States and Israel over this conflict, and that perhaps that Donald Trump is looking for an off-ramp, whereas Benjamin Netanyahu has every intention of pushing on to the end. And there were warnings to the Lebanese government basically saying, unless you can get Hezbollah in hand, then Israel will go and take matters into its own hands and take parts of Lebanon and do that job for itself. And there was a domestic politics message as well. He used this platform to put the pressure on President Isaac Herzog and say to Herzog that he should use that power of pardon that he has, that power of pardon that Donald Trump has been calling on Herzog to do, and tell Netanyahu that he doesn't have to answer those corruption trial charges.
All right, thank you very much for the update. Rory Challens there in Amman in Jordan. Right, well, as we've been reporting, Iran's new supreme leader has issued his first public statement, and he addressed his country's attacks on its neighbours. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, "We have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbours, and we have always been and remain willing to have warm and constructive relations with all of them. But for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. In the latest assault," he says, "some military bases were used, and naturally, as we had explicitly warned, and without intending to harm those countries, we attacked only those bases." Let's go to Malik. Of course, Malik, there's a statement there about it, but what we do know over here is that the attacks haven't just hit US assets in the region. If anything, it seems to have expanded beyond that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right, Sarah. I mean, in the last just couple of days, we've seen, energy facilities being targeted in Bahrain and in Oman. We've seen cargo vessels being attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, and threats of possible attacks against financial institutions that have partnerships with the U.S. Here in the Gulf, we've seen a few banks suspend operations in their branches as a preliminary caution for their employees and customers, just to show the expansion that this conflict is heading in. I mean, just today, none of the Gulf countries have been spared from these retaliatory attacks from Iran. Just to give you some numbers, just a few minutes ago, we heard about reports about the sirens being sounded in Bahrain and people being told to shelter in place. Today, the UAE said that it intercepted 10 ballistic missiles, 26 drones. Here in Qatar, a number of drones, 2 ballistic missiles, and one cruise missile, were intercepted. In Kuwait, they said that they detected 5 ballistic missiles, 9 drones, and some of which targeted vital facilities, and that led to the injury of 2 civilians. Missile that was heading towards the east, another ballistic missile that was headed towards the Prince Sultan base, which has an American base. The Gulf countries continue to call on the de-escalation of this conflict and for Iran, the U.S. and Israel to come to the negotiating table, but they don't seem to be heeding that call.
And Malik, how are the Gulf countries, the GCC, handling these attacks exactly?
Well, they are. I mean, a large portion, a huge percentage of these attacks, these drones or missile attacks have been intercepted. Chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz continues. Oil exports are declining and will continue to decline. Oil is what these countries depend on, but also it's what the entire world consume a lot of the energy from this region. We're seeing the limitation or the cutting off of oil production within the Gulf. In Iraq, 70%, across the Gulf, around 30%, around 6 to 7 million barrels per day have been cut off from production. What people don't want to see is these oil fields completely closed off. Right now, the Gulf, analysts say that they can store, the storage capacity in the Gulf is about 25 days. After that, these oil fields are going to have to completely cut off production. And that's something that nobody wants to see in this region, and why they continue to call for de-escalation.
All right, thank you very much, Malik Trainer. That's the update from Doha in Qatar. Now, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war on Iran aims to both neutralize its weapons capability and also change the country's regime.
We will attack the regime and continue to destroy their nuclear program and their missile systems. These objectives we must achieve. We have added another objective, namely to create the circumstances and the conditions to get rid of this obnoxious regime.
Right, joining us now from Miami in Florida is Kenneth Katzman, a senior fellow at the Sufan Group, specializing in the Middle East with an emphasis specifically on Iran. Thank you for speaking to us. Now, we have heard several statements today. We've heard them from Netanyahu, first one from the new Supreme Leader. We've also heard one from Trump. This seems to be, now that we're almost into day 14, 2 weeks of a war, it seems to have turned into a war of not just the skies, but also a war of economies, even perhaps a propaganda war. From your perspective, where do you think conflict right now?
Well, thank you for having me, Sarah. Well, we're not in a great place. I mean, obviously, Iran is militarily not a match for the United States, so it has to use tactics very similar to, it's almost the same as the Viet Cong used in the Vietnam War. The objective is to undermine public support in the United States, embarrass the president of the United States, get the United States public nervous about the economics and the casualties. So it's the same type of strategy that Iran is using, and unfortunately, it's working until Mr. Trump's team can figure out how to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. That's the priority now.
Right, and I just wanted to, you're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, I'll pick up on that because Trump is sort of projecting, let's say, an optimistic outlook on gas prices. His Treasury Secretary saying that the US could help vessels move through the Strait of Hormuz. But interestingly, his Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, saying that the Navy isn't ready to do so. He said this just yesterday into today, and said that they might be able to do it, but not till the end of the month. Now, keeping that in mind, what do you think is happening here? Because it's really hard to understand how the US didn't anticipate this ahead of going into this war.
Well, that is a question. Perhaps preparations should have been more advanced, but he didn't say the strait couldn't be reopened till the end of the month. He said there could not be an escort mission till the end of the month. There are ways to open the strait without necessarily an escort mission.
Such as what ways would you think that would be?
Well, it is possible to intensively, focus one's airstrikes on the ports and the boats that would be threatening the strait and the coastal defense batteries, the cruise missile batteries along the coast. I mean, there's ways to make progress on it towards getting it reopened short of an escort mission. But of course, an escort mission is probably needed to give all of the shipping companies enough confidence to start reusing the strait.
Who's trustworthy in all of this to some degree. Iran has shown these sort of underwater drones. They've revealed these videos of what they're saying are underwater drones. We know that they said they could use mines. They've also talked about the fact that when one of their vessels was torpedoed off the coast of Sri Lanka, they said that they have this new technology where they can torpedo under the water and go undetected. So, perhaps the US could be up against it and maybe not be able to take control of that strait.
Well, Iran makes a lot of claims. They claim to have a hypersonic missile too, and they don't. Their supposed underwater technology did not help when the U.S. submarine sank that ship off Sri Lanka. So I don't believe Iran's claims, and we shouldn't. But you mentioned a statement from the Supreme Leader. It was not a statement. It was a statement in the Supreme Leader's name. He did not appear. His voice was not there. We don't know who wrote that statement. It certainly raises a tremendous amount of questions. Why, many days after he was anointed, he still has not appeared in public. So I think the doubters who say that he's either comatose or possibly even deceased are gaining currency, I would say.
And that's the thing. It's very difficult in this war to know what is right and what's wrong, who's lying and who isn't, I suppose. Thank you very much for your thoughts there, Kenneth Katzman. Right, well, if you're just joining us, here's a quick update of the major developments of the war between the US, Israel and Iran, and we're tracking this out of these stories. Iran's new supreme leader has released his first message. Ayatollah Mushtaba Khamenei's statement was read on state TV, and he said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed and that Iran must remain united while it removes all threats. The leaders of the US and Israel say they're winning their war against Iran. In separate press conferences on Thursday, President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Iran has suffered massive losses and they expect the fight to be over soon. The Israeli army has launched what it says are wide-scale airstrikes in Iran. Explosions are being reported in the capital, Tehran, and areas nearby. He says that more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. The Israeli army has also launched new strikes on the Lebanese capital. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the last week and a half. Nearly 700 people have been killed so far. A drone attack on a joint military base in Iraq's Erbil region has left at least 6 French soldiers injured. Drone attacks have also been reported near Baghdad International Airport. Right, let's now go to Washington, D.C. for a new regular segment from the US Capitol, bringing you deeper insight into the debates shaping America and the world.
Hello and welcome to Al Jazeera's Washington, D.C. broadcast center, right here in the heart of the United States Capitol. Right now, in this part of the world, just a few blocks from this very studio, decisions continue to be made that are reverberating, not just across the Middle East, but across the globe. And we've got one job here, that is to bring you clarity, to bring you context and analysis as those decisions are made, how they impact you and what they mean. I'll have more later in the show. But to get things going, here's our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher.
Thanks, Phil. We'll look at the big decisions and issues with our team who are at key locations across the country. The topic dominating conversations here, will President Trump, the man who campaigned against what he called stupid foreign wars, send American troops into battle in Iran? Mike Hanna is where that decision will be made at the White House. Kristen Salumi is an American Capitol Hill. The questions over the scope, scale, and purpose of the war have exposed divisions that have deep implications for American politics on both sides of the aisle, extending far beyond the traditional doves and hawks. Extensive use of America's high-tech weaponry is costing a fortune, more than $11 billion in the first week. And it has caused major disruption to global transport and the energy sector. It has many Americans questioning an entanglement that is costly and has the potential to pull the administration and the entire nation deeper and deeper. Have to go on the ground. Let's go first to our correspondent, Mike Hanna. He is at the White House. Mike, there's a lot of noise around this. What are the chances of President Trump is ready to send the men and women of the US military into fight on the ground in Iran?
Well, there has been a lot of speculation about it, given the fact that President Trump is intent, it would appear, on ending this conflict on a victorious note. And in a way, if he does want to get one of his stated aims of a change in government, it would be necessary perhaps to put boots on the ground. But neither he nor his defense secretary will be drawn on the subject. The defense secretary was asked the question directly. He said, no, this is not something to be discussed. It is an operational matter. President Trump has said exactly the same when asked, insisting that the deployment of troops on the ground into the theater of war would be an operational matter. He is not going to discuss it. But certainly politically for President Trump, it would be deeply damaging given how unpopular this war is among a substantial portion of the American public. Putting soldiers into the theater of war, onto the ground, would have irrevocable political consequences for the US president.
Now, Kristen Salumi is live for us in New York. Kristen, we're already seeing huge volatility in the oil markets. That has an impact on so many parts of the US economy. That must leave investors divided on the war. And what comes next? And what comes next?
Yes, well, oil prices are again climbing, but the war is weighing on markets more generally, and we're seeing them in negative territory for the second day in a row. Higher oil prices are good for oil producers, and the United States is the largest oil producer in the world, but they also mean higher prices for consumers at the gas pump and for goods and services as they are transported across the world. So one of the main issues Donald Trump was elected on was reducing prices, At this point, none of his efforts to increase oil production have had an impact on oil prices or have stopped them from rising. Attacks in the Straits of the Hormuz are continuing. Tanker traffic remains at a standstill, and we're seeing financial advisors adjust their economic outlooks for the year, predicting that inflation is much more likely now than they thought it was before the war started. And so that means that while the president's supporters right now are mostly sticking with him on Iran, the longer this continues, the more that support is at risk and the more the risk to the economy continues.
Let's go to Patty Gilhane, who's on Capitol Hill. Patty, we expect splits on Capitol Hill, but there are even divides within the parties about how the US handles this next of sending troops into combat in the Middle East again. What does that actually look like on the Hill?
Well, really, truly, there hasn't been a lot of talk up here on the Hill from members of Congress about sending ground troops in. And we've heard from maybe one Democratic senator who warned that it was a possibility. And I want to remind you that last week when I was up here on the Hill talking to Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a press briefing, he did say and admitted the U.S. is not positioned to be able to strike Iran with ground forces. That said, Republican members of Congress have largely been sticking with President Donald Trump. They back Iran. Democrats back the Iran war, even though they don't say war. Democrats completely opposed to it. Forces are introduced. One poll said 74% of Americans said they opposed the use of ground forces, and that even applies to Republicans who in large part support this action. In one poll, 52% said they would oppose sending ground troops in. Only 37% would approve.
Thank you, Mike. At the White House, Kristen in New York, and Patty on Capitol Hill. Deploying American troops onto Iranian soil is undoubtedly the single most divisive issue of the war so far. The White House has said it's going to happen, hasn't said it's going to happen, but hasn't ruled it out either. Of drawn-out conflicts like Iran and Afghanistan echoing across the country, the prospect of another so-called forever war is causing debate in all corners of America. Heidi Jo Castro has more.
So far, U.S. firepower against Iran has come from the seas and the skies. But a whole new phase of war could open if U.S. ground forces enter Iran.
Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason.
Following classified briefings, Democrats in Congress say they believe that's where the war is heading.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
What those objectives are remain unclear. Military experts say it would take many thousands of U.S. forces to wage ground battle against the IRGC, while a more targeted mission, like an attempt to assassinate Iran's new supreme leader like his father before him, would require fewer special ops forces. Former Pentagon spokesman and war veteran David LePan says the lack of clarity to the U.S.'s military goals only further endangers troops.
Causes questions in the minds of U.S. forces is about what exactly are they attempting to achieve.
And do those questions, can they lead to increased risk then?
They can, because the thing is that you always want to have folks that are completely focused on the mission and not distracted.
The first American casualties of the war, killed in retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases, have already returned home. Memorials to American soldiers killed in action dot communities across the country, and some, like this one, have empty spaces for more names to be added, the results of future conflicts. This is the most poignant reason why 3 out of 4 Americans oppose sending U.S. ground troops to Iran. Even some prominent voices in Trump's MAGA base have voiced disappointment.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right?
While the U.S. has a history of deploying a large force to overwhelm enemies, engagements in the Trump era have favored the use of the U.S. president now chooses against Iran would be full of risks in a conflict unleashed with no clear end. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, Donald Trump says he's nowhere near ordering a US ground invasion in Iran. Reportedly, privately, he's expressed interest in deployments. And we know the US military has been drawing up plans if the president orders the go. It has been a sticking point for the media here in the United States. Here's Phil Lavelle again with more.
This issue is not just dividing the electorate, it's also dividing those within Donald Trump's own party, and apparently so within his own cabinet. Let's take a look at how this is being reported in the US Mirror. It says insiders say Secretary of State Marco Rubio and US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth are at odds. And that's putting it mildly, because other sources have said, speaking to Middle East Eye, 3 former US officials with knowledge of the situation said that Rubio and Hegseth were, quote, at each other's throats over the issue. It goes on to add, Hegseth supports the proposal, while Rubio desperately doesn't want to drag the US into a protracted war in the Middle East. Remember, Donald Trump fought a presidential election campaign on there being no more protracted wars in the Middle East. Let's move on to the New Republic then. This concentrates on the words of one Democratic senator, that is Richard Blumenthal. It says, Democratic senator warns US is on path to ground invasion of Iran. He's inside a lot of these closed-door meetings, so he's talking about these. Apparently, he says, I am most concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. And it goes on to add more. I emerged from this briefing in my 15 years in the Senate. Right, let's move on to the other side of the political spectrum. This is Republican South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. He is obviously a big golfing buddy of Donald Trump. He often appears on conservative media to defend the president and his policies. And he was talking on Fox News about this very possibility of a troop deployment.
I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast.
Now, that was picked up on by the Daily Beast. It says MAGA rips into Graham's wish to send American sons and daughters to war. And it goes further. It says not everyone sending American troops to fight in Iran. A little bit further, they say the president's coalition is brutally dragging bloodthirsty Senator Lindsey Graham for saying he will ask his constituents to send their sons and daughters to potentially die in Iran. Also throws a little bit of shade his way, saying Graham, 70, has never been married and has no children. We're going to stick with that side of the political spectrum because this is Megyn Kelly. If you don't know her, she used to be a Fox News host. She's now a very prominent conservative podcaster, and she was not happy about any potential troop deployment or what Lindsey Graham had to say.
I already did 20 years of that. I did 20 years of marching us blindly into war and cheerleading it and not being the one to carry the consequences. But I've interviewed enough soldiers missing legs and soldiers who almost killed themselves due to PTSD, who don't see any value in what they did over there, especially after we gave it up under Joe Biden, that I know now more caution is needed.
So the official line from the White House is there is no official line. The president has been asked about this multiple times. You can see the administration has tried to steer the conversation away. But the Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of War, depending on what you call him, says that he doesn't want to give Iran any indication of what may be coming. He wants to keep Iran guessing.
Well, joining us now to discuss the next steps for the White House is former Republican Congressman Tom Davis, and also Laurie A. Watkins, who was a policy advisor to President Barack Obama. Congressman, you were well known for bipartisanship, getting both sides to work together. Would you have to get both sides of the Republican movement to work together to get a common theme through all of this?
Well, I don't think this is a political decision. I think when presidents sit there as a chief executive, commander-in-chief, you look at what's good for the country at that time. And I think he just I think he just sees Iran as an existential threat to this country. We tried once before of staying out of it, and we got bombed on 9/11. And so I think he's being proactive in doing what he feels his commander-in-chief is, and let the politics lay where they may. Now, that's not to say politics don't have a role in this downstream. I've been through, remember, I was in the Army during Vietnam. I served in the Nixon administration, saw the Iraq War. Americans have very low tolerance for this, and I think the Iranians understand that. I think the president did what he thought he needed to do at this point with Iran.
Laurie, as well as working in the White House, you also worked at the Pentagon. If you were a Republican, what would you advise?
Absolutely not, even though that's the posture that we are leading to, the second and third order of effects that we are seeing happen. I don't know how we, based on what the president continues to say that his goal is, that we don't send troops on the ground. But I would like to start by saying and acknowledging the 7 U.S. service members whose lives have already been lost, as well as 140 U.S. service members have been severely injured in this conflict already, and we're only into week 2.
What we have seen is, of course, the numbers have been going up over the last couple of days as they announced the number of injuries. No person embodies the Republican political divide on this issue more than Vice President J.D. Vance. The former Marine has been a clear voice for the America First doctrine. He was fiercely against the idea of foreign U.S. military intervention. And as John Hendren now reports, it's left him struggling to articulate President Donald Trump's strategy or the rationale for attacking Iran.
The Iran war has set off an intellectual battle within the Republican Party and a conflict for one of its leading voices. It pits J.D. Vance.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right?
Against J.D. Vance.
We're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
2 years have passed between those two statements. In that time, the vice president has gone on something of an ideological journey. Vance rose to political prominence as an Iraq War veteran who'd become an anti-interventionist and critic of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. In the 2024 election campaign, as candidate Donald Trump's running mate, then Senator Vance argued that Trump would not send Americans to fight wars overseas.
We're going to stop sending our young people to faraway lands. We are not the policemen of the world.
That was then. This is now, during President Donald Trump's war.
He's not going to let his country go to war unless there's a clearly defined objective. He's defined that objective as Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and has to commit long-term to never trying to rebuild their nuclear capability. It's pretty clear. It's pretty simple.
Vance now argues that this time the U.S. would avoid the kind of quagmires that extended the Middle East wars of the past.
Have you said thank you once?
He opposed U.S. involvement.
We ought to focus on our own security, not subsidize European welfare. They can take care of themselves.
Supporting President Trump's war in Iran could come at a political cost.
As a likely presidential candidate in 2028, Vance faces the challenge of holding together the coalition that propelled Republicans to victory in 2024. His defense of the war could complicate his political future in a party that remains divided over foreign intervention.
Vance and the Trump administration are already contending with the ire of conservative isolationists who oppose the war.
Nothing whatsoever to do with us. This is Israel's war.
That's a contention the Trump administration faces today, and if he becomes the party's next standard bearer, one that Vance might well confront in 2028. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Let's go back to our guests, Tom Davis and Laurie Watkins. Laurie, J.D. Vance has been conspicuous by his absence here. He's not out selling the war. Do you think that's something that Donald Trump should be concerned about?
Yes, absolutely. Your vice president is supposed to support what the president does and be actually out there talking to the American public. And we're not seeing that at all. And in my opinion, Donald Trump is setting him up as a 2028 candidate for absolute failure. He can't run away from this. They are in this war together. He can flip-flop around from his positions and what helped him get elected, but everyone sees through this. And earlier, your piece said that Hegseth and Rubio, for example, are at each other's throat. I just want to point out that that is another signal that this was not a thought-out and well-planned that are not even on the same page, and this is being aired out for public opinion to, affect these poll numbers that we're seeing. It's a disaster, and at the American public's expense, and of course our U.S. service members and those who perform duties in intelligence.
Tom Davis, if you sign up, Donald Trump says there's philosophical differences on the war with his vice president. He's got to go along, doesn't he? Because if you sign up to be vice president, there's a collective responsibility, isn't there?
You've got no choice. But I just point out that when President Obama did his nuclear treaty with Iran, the Senate majority, the Democratic leader in the Senate, voted against that treaty. So having uncommon in these things, you have one commander in chief, you have a lot of counter pressures, and you've got to make the decision that you think is best for the country. I think politics clearly didn't drive this decision. The convenient thing is to stay out of this and let the good times roll. But I think the president saw a necessity going in now while Iran was weakened and go in and try to finish the job.
Does this hurt J.D. Vance in the long term? Sorry, Laura, you wanted to say something.
I was going to say, let's not kid ourselves here. Donald Trump is all about politics. He cares. That's all he cares about is public opinion, his ego, how he polls, the stock market and how it's doing. So I don't know how you don't make this political when he has made it political and he is losing. The Republican Party is losing. And we're going to see the House completely flip in November. And maybe we're even going to see the Senate do the same.
Tom, you're nodding along there. Are you in agreement here?
We were talking about it out there.
Well, look, I mean, how many presidents always lose seats in midterm elections? All but 3 times in American history, they've lost the House. So I think you got to put this into an historical perspective. But presidents have a higher duty than just getting elected and getting their members elected. And that's doing what they think is right for the country. I think that's what drove the president in this case.
But if you make yourself the guy who hasn't started any foreign wars in the first term, and then you launch 3 attacks on Iran, on Venezuela, and then a war on Iran, that's not a good look, is it?
Well, it depends how they turn out. I mean, if you're in and out, I don't see any damage at all on the Venezuela thing. I think the American public supports that, even though Democrats were very quick to critique it at the time. Anytime Donald Trump says yes, they say no. I think this has to play out. But there's a lot of political pressure domestically on the president, but there's also geopolitical pressure in the Middle East that are going to go after, make him drive his decision.
We could go on, yes, but we're going to have to draw a line under it there. Thanks very much indeed for you both, Laurie Watkins and Tom Davis. Conducting a war, never mind an escalating one, is going to be not just a polarizing issue among politicians, but also the public. So how has that fight been playing out on social media? Here's Alex Baird with more.
That closed-door war briefing at the Capitol has been fuel for Democratic senators online. Chris Murphy was there and immediately took to X, saying Trump's war plans are incoherent and incomplete. Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal was also in the room, and he's gone viral with this.
I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground.
And has been fuel to the online fire, even from Republicans. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chair Brian Mast asserting that those boots must be those of the Iranian people. Republican and former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene came out swinging against White House Press Sec Caroline Leavitt, who wouldn't rule out a military draft, saying, in all caps, no boots on the ground. She took to X again, coming for Republican Senator Lindsey Graham after this message to South Carolina voters. Taylor Greene's take: send Senator Graham to the front lines instead.
That's all from me, Alan Fisher, in Washington, D.C., and from the team here from the nation's capital. We'll keep following the decisions that shape America and influence the world. Now back to Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha.
Right, now let's take a look at other global stories. Displaced Palestinians forced to flee Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their tent camps destroyed. The Israeli army bombarded their shelters on Wednesday. Gaza's health ministry says that more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire was declared. Israel's military says it's dropping charges against 5 soldiers accused of beating and sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee. The 2024 assault was partially caught on camera. The soldiers were arrested at a military prison, prompting protests from the far-right government and hardline ultra-nationalists who overran the facility. The Public Committee Against Torture in Israel has condemned the decision. The Netherlands and Iceland have both joined the South Africa-led genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Both countries have submitted arguments on the case, which accuses Israel of violating the Genocide Convention through its military operations in Gaza. In Ethiopia, more than 100 people have been killed in landslides triggered by days of heavy rain. Regional officials say this landslides hit several areas of the Gamo zone earlier this week. At least 50 people are missing, and rescue teams as well as residents are searching for survivors. It's involved in an attack on a synagogue in the US state of Michigan has been shot dead. Thick black smoke was seen billowing out of the site, with officials saying the fire was the result of a car jamming. There are no reports of any other casualties. The attack took place in the area of West Bloomfield. US President Donald Trump described the incident as, quote, a terrible thing. The synagogue also houses a daycare. Right, well, that's it from me, Sarah Khairat. For now, I will be back, though, with the latest updates on the war between the US, Iran and Israel. Stay with us.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuing remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
On counting the cost. Oil markets are on edge. American consumers are already feeling it at the pump. Europe faces an energy crunch and Asian importers are scrambling to secure supply. Could this reignite inflation around the world, and what would that mean for households? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
It's 0100 GMT, and you're watching Al Jazeera's live extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Thank you for joining us. I'm Sarah Khairat. With revenge on mind, Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut in his first public statement since his appointment. After unleashing relentless attacks on Iran, Israel's prime minister now says regime change in the country can only happen from within. Beirut's southern suburb under attack yet again. Israeli forces continue their large-scale assault across Lebanon. Nearly 700 people have been killed since the conflict with Hezbollah began. One French soldier is killed and others wounded in Iraq after a drone attack on their base in northern Iraq. Fierce clashes are reported near Baghdad International Airport. And
from here in Washington, D.C., we'll look at the divisions within the U.S. political establishment and MAGA over the war in Iran.
Now, 2 weeks since the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran, the war is continuing to send shockwaves across the world. For the first time, we've heard from leaders of all three sides of the conflict on the same day. In the first public statement since his appointment, Iran's new supreme leader, that's Mojtaba Khamenei, has vowed for revenge. He warned that the Strait of Hormuz, that's the vital shipping route for global energy supplies, will remain closed. He said attacks on US bases in the region will continue unless those bases are closed. Appeared issuing veiled threats to Iran's new supreme leader. After days of intense bombardment, he says Iran has suffered serious blows, but has also suggested that any regime change will ultimately depend on the Iranian people.
If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue the leaders of Iran or Hezbollah with life insurance, and I won't share with you what we will do to those two individuals. With regard to Iran's nuclear capabilities, I have said that we have attacked their nuclear infrastructure and we have assassinated one of Iran's top nuclear scientists. I believe there will be surprises. I'm required to maintain some combat secrecy, but what I can share with you is that we have more of an upper hand than we anticipated, and we will achieve our objectives.
Now, US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, says the war is, quote, coming along very well. He once again downplayed concerns over rising oil prices.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate. And they're paying a big price right now.
But energy prices remain volatile, with oil returning to around $100 a barrel. The International Energy Agency warns this could become the largest oil supply disruption in history. And inside Iran, US and Israeli strikes, well, they continue to pound the country, with parts of the capital, Tehran, reduced to ruins. The attacks are causing a major displacement crisis, not just in Iran, but also in Lebanon. Now, these are some of the latest images that are coming out of the Iranian capital and areas nearby. And the Israeli army said on Thursday that it's beginning what it calls a wide-scale wave of airstrikes there. The UN's refugee agency says that more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. Many have fled Tehran and other major cities to areas in the north. And Israel has also launched a new round of airstrikes on the Lebanese capital. It's hit at least 2 sites. That's in central Beirut. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the last week and a half. Israel has bombed southern Lebanon and the southern suburbs of Beirut, but strikes on Thursday night have hit the city center, including one site around a kilometer from the Prime Minister's office. Right, well, we are covering developments from Washington, D.C., Doha, Amman. And that's also where the US Central Command says one of its refueling aircrafts has gone down. And that's where Mahmoud Abdul-Wahid is standing by for us now. Mahmoud, a lot of incidences we're seeing there in Iraq today. Let's start with the aircraft, though.
Well, what is so-called the Islamic resistance that is affiliated to Iran has just released a statement claiming responsibility for shutting down the US CK-135 aircraft. We understand that Iraq has turned it into a secondary battlefield since the beginning of the military campaign by US and Israel on Iran. You know that Iran-aligned armed groups here have been targeting US facilities, military bases, the consulate in Erbil, the Victory base, which is next to Baghdad International Airport here in the capital, Baghdad. And in fact, you have more parties involved in this conflict here in Iraq more than in Iran. For example, today we have had several incidents in several locations, several provinces. In the north, a drone was shot down. It was heading towards the U.S. military base, which is next to Erbil International Airport in the Kurdish region. In central Iraq, or in the north of Baghdad, in Salahuddin province, a headquarter belonging to the Popular Mobilization Unit was also targeted. And in Mahmour, which is in Nineveh province, a French military base was targeted. And the what is so-called the Islamic resistance has been carrying out attacks against foreign, especially coalition troops and U.S. troops facilities in Iraq. Here in the capital, Baghdad, the Victory base, which is home to U.S. and coalition troops, which is annexed to Baghdad International Airport. It witnessed an aerial confrontation between drones that were directed towards the base to hit the base, and the protection battalion, the U.S. protection battalion guarding the victory base.
Yeah, the US Central Command, which is in charge of the US's campaign against Iran, they said basically that they're aware of the loss of this refueling aircraft. They said that it wasn't as a result of fire, either friendly fire or hostile fire, and that it was an incident involving 2 aircraft, one of which managed to land safely, and this one, this refueling aircraft, the KC-135, that didn't and crashed. What we could take from that is that this might have been something that happened during refueling, but that's not confirmed, and that is not what Central Command has said. We have got something from Reuters news agency. They're citing a US official.
Strategy, says David Jimenez Torres.
That Sanchez has, in a way, been looking for some type of public confrontation with Donald Trump for a while now. And one good example was Spain's quite public reticence towards increasing its spending within the context of the wider NATO alliance. This is something that the government very self-consciously tried to put forward because it did want to, in a way, be the lone voice, or one of the lone voices in Spain that was seen as, in Europe, that was seen as standing in demands, and particularly Donald Trump's demands of its NATO allies.
So how much of the Spanish government's approach is substance and how much is strategy?
There's been quite a few statements about how the Spanish government is going to continue considering the United States as an ally. I mean, there's while there may be a public posturing and criticism against the United States, there is also very much no desire to break off relations, or particularly to do anything related to the U.S. military bases in Spanish territory. It's more an argument about what kind of uses they can be put to. But there seems to be a kind of studied gray area that the Spanish government is trying to find between opposing Donald Trump rhetorically, but also trying to not provoke a more substantive reaction. So, for example, the government has been explicit in saying that it doesn't believe.
As I just mentioned, that here since the beginning of the conflict in Iran, Iran-aligned armed groups have been acting, if you like, on behalf of Iran. They have been carrying out dozens and dozens of attacks with the drones or with missiles targeting U.S. military bases, facilities, even the consulate in Erbil, which is the largest U.S. consulate in the world. Also, they have been targeting, they have been under
by the umbrella of the European population that I was referring to, of how you can rhetorically oppose while also maintaining, in statements towards the Spanish population that the Spanish economy will not be affected by this, will not be damaged by this. So I think that calculation of how any trade repercussions would take place or would be protected by the EU umbrella is definitely the equation. Even with that EU protection, there are still things that the United States government could do to damage Spanish economic interests. For example, Spanish companies that operate in the United States. So I do think it is a perilous gamble, but at the same time, it does seem that the Spanish government seems somewhat comfortable with the calculations that it has made.
So is it a calculated risk? And is Spain operating from a position of comfort?
I think the risks are that the country gets, in a way, cut out from the principal decision-making, structures informal structures, mind you, within the European Union. So, as you know, the issue of defense spending is not just a matter of pleasing the White House. It's also about how Europe in general responds to the Russian threat and to Russian aggression and to the war in Ukraine. Sanchez has played with the fact that because Spain is so geographically distant from Russia, the Spanish population definitely doesn't feel the threat of
to leave the region if they don't want to die and to be buried under the rubble by the missiles from the IRGC. Right as I'm speaking now, also there is sounds of explosions here, but it's a very hot exchange of missiles and drones between the two sides. Also, in the statements, there is also that confirmation, either by the new Supreme Leader, or by the IRGC, that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed, except for
playing upon tensions that actually exist within your institutions. So there was a real debate about what European countries needed to do about the war in Gaza, in the same way that there is a real European debate about what European countries need to do now as regards the US and Israeli attack on Iran.
David Jimenez Torres. Spain's foreign policy positioning could have upsides, but also downsides for the future.
I think the question is whether the Spanish position can help the EU arrive at a fuller comprehension, or whether it just exacerbates these divisions that already exist European institutions and among the different European countries. One of the ways in which Spanish politics tried to become normalized after the transition to democracy was to become a very staunch supporter of international institutions, particularly because it had been left out of them during the Franco dictatorship. Once it entered the European Union, it became fervently pro-European.
So just how significant is this moment?
I can't really remember another time, though, when a Spanish government so self-consciously tried to differentiate itself, particularly from, if you want, the three major European players, France, Germany, and Britain, as in this current case. So we might be seeing something of a divergence from what has been the general international outlook of Spanish governments since the transition to democracy.
Another country that has been hit hard throughout this war, Heidi Pett, is standing by there for us in the capital, Beirut. Heidi, I think I can hear either drones perhaps or planes behind you, but what is the latest in terms of those attacks?
Yeah, the sound that you can hear overhead is the Israeli surveillance drone, which has been flying very low, buzzing very loud over the capital constantly for almost 24 hours now. These drones, of course, they're not new to the sky.
Rocks. They existed even before the oceans, forests, and plants came to be, even before the oxygen we breathe.
They have been there since the beginning of time and are more than just the solid ground beneath our feet. They are protagonists in the story of Earth and witnesses to its past.
Time for the country, which was seeing a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. This war has changed that dynamic, and obviously it's under very heavy bombardment, some of the heaviest bombardment in years by Israel's government saying on all of this.
So as you were saying, the situation here is that we had this very uneasy and very unequal ceasefire that was the status quo.
Life could not have originated.
Without rocks, there would be no oxygen, no continents, no landscapes, no plants, no animals. For billions of years, minerals and life have depended on one another. This relationship, so fruitful for the planet, developed slowly and steadily. One day, one species began to interfere with the natural order. At first, imperceptibly, then at a rate the Earth had never experienced before.
Humans have always needed minerals. From the relationship of humans to minerals complex.
Within Earth's rock lies the story of life's beginning, the complex structure of the world, and the subtle balance of forces that have always shaped all living things. It is the history of the Earth, our history.
Well, one of the things we know is that a little more than 4.5 billion years ago, our Earth formed. And we know that it formed from materials that had previously been in stars that exploded.
Appearing to have the mechanism for enforcing that, whether it's the capacity or the will of the Lebanese army to do that, is that it's put the Lebanese government in quite a difficult position. It's made them look quite toothless. And we've seen a response from the Israelis, the defense minister there, saying that if the Lebanese government, if it can't prevent Hezbollah from firing into northern Israel, that it will enter Lebanese territory and do it itself.
All right, thank you very much. That's the latest there from the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Heidi Pat.
The dust was literally stardust, tiny particles of minerals that through gravity grew into larger and larger clumps, the size of your fist, the size of a basketball, the size of a room, then tens and hundreds of kilometers across. Rocky planet began to grow. All those dust particles became the minerals that would make planet Earth. And so if you think about early Earth, it formed by the accumulation of vast particles, all of them mineral rich, all of them coming from stars. In a very deep and fundamental way, we are all made of stardust.
We are all made of stardust. Everything on Earth is a legacy of the stars. But Earth in its youth looked very different from the blue planet we know today. It was a glowing ball, a molten mass exposed to solar winds and meteorite impacts. Its surface was covered by boiling oceans of magma.
when the Earth was born, it became very hot. And it's generally thought that within 30 or 40 million years of the Earth's accretion, it literally melted.
In geology, we tell the story of Earth through geological eras. The very first is what we call the Hadean, a name inspired by Hades. It was an extremely hot planet with almost no.
Or the corruption charge, corruption trial that he's facing, which Donald Trump has also been calling for as well. Pardon me, he said to Herzog, do the right thing.
All right, thanks very much, Rory Challens there in Jordan. Now, as we've been reporting, Iran's new supreme leader has issued his first public statement, and he addressed his country's attacks on its neighbors. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei said, "We have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbors, and we have always been and remain willing to."
Early in Earth's history, as a planet the size of Mars collided with the Earth. And as a result of that enormous collision, the debris that was flung out condensed to form the moon, which now orbits around us.
Like the Earth, was a ball of fire. It shone in the sky like a second sun, red hot and molten. The moon would soon start to heavily influence how the Earth would develop, and billions of years later, create conditions conducive to life. It was the beginning of a great transformation. As the Earth gradually cooled, its elements rearranged themselves. Gravity pulled the heavier materials, such as iron and nickel, towards the center, where they formed the Earth's core, while the lighter materials formed its mantle. In this unstable equilibrium, the magma solidified on the surface into the dark, compact rock we know as basalt. Basalt became the Earth's first crust. Above the crust, a
vast majority of these missiles or drones have been intercepted by authorities in these various countries. Let's just look at here in Qatar, the Ministry of Defense, several drones, 2 ballistic missiles, and a cruise missile. In the UAE, for instance, they intercepted 10 ballistic missiles and 26 drones. In Saudi Arabia, 12 drones.
And in time, that rain caused us to have bodies of water on Earth's surface. Really the beginning of oceans. So in a sense, in years or so, the Earth went from something that was complete to something that at least was a little more recognizable as our home. But there was one real difference between that early Earth and the Earth we know today, and that is there was no life.
With its first solid crust and growing oceans, some of Earth's familiar features began to take shape. But volcanoes were still spewing lava flows and gas clouds, filling the atmosphere with carbon dioxide, methane, and ammonia. The water in the oceans of the early Archean era was probably green due to the great amounts of iron. And in this chaos of fire, water, and gas, a momentous chemical process began.
The emergence of life on Earth is still.
Iraq, some of them training the Iraqi army, training the Peshmerga. There were even also civilian tasks like taking an account of the Yazidi genocide, holding people accountable, helping some Iraqi institutions in standing up, running their administrative work, so on and so forth. So it was a lot, but now it's winding down. I think we have limited.
Due to favorable conditions in which water, heat, and minerals played an essential role. And once it began, it had to find ways to continue.
Well, one of the things that's interesting and that we should always think about is it's one thing for life to form and another thing for it to persist and thrive. For all we know, many, many different times on the primitive Earth, but not last, simply went extinct. But at some point, life had enough.
Enough of failing over and over again, but also enough elements to cross a threshold. And so it happened that one day in the primordial ocean, life forms started to develop, diversify, and gradually adapt. They were made up of simple microorganisms invisible to the naked eye. Some of them began to harness the sun's energy by capturing light, and then producing oxygen, an element that had previously been of no importance.
Suspicions that translate into armed acts, and I think Iran specifically this time, like what happened in the 12-day war in June. Now Iran clearly asks these groups to help in fighting the U.S. I think they learned some lessons.
Yeah, they haven't hidden that, really. They have sort of, they've, openly said they've activated the.
The Great Oxygen is this important time when Earth and life are interacting in ways that transform both.
For over 1 billion years, the oxygen produced by the first photosynthetic bacteria was absorbed by the oceans and bound in rock. When these reservoirs were full, the oxygen, which is only moderately soluble in the atmosphere, and gradually changed its composition. Over time, this slowly created the ozone layer, which protected the planet from ultraviolet radiation and enabled more complex life forms to emerge, including early forms of plankton as we know it today. Even now, this microscopic world provides insights into how increasing marine biodiversity changed not just the atmosphere, but also gradually transformed rocks and stones. Marine biologist Colomban de Vargas
Iran conducting these operations. Other groups offer moral or political support. In limited instances, they offer logistics. 3 groups that do all of this in Iran supply them and so on and so forth.
All right. Thank you very much to hear your thoughts, Akil Abbas, there on the demographic of Iraq, given that this war is happening on its doorstep.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Greek for wanderer, drifts with the current, and today makes up an estimated 98% of marine life. Yet for a long time, it was the subject of In 2009, the foundation Tara Oceans launched a full-year research project to collect data on these microscopic organisms.
So here it is. This is the fresh plankton we've just collected with a large net. And in this tiny world, which we can't see, that's the magical part, you have very small organisms. There are viruses, which already have quite extravagant shapes, like little spaceships. You have bacteria, which start forming filaments or round shapes that sometimes gather into colonies. Then you have more complex cells, which are my passion, protists. And then there is an entire layer of small animals, many gelatinous creatures, tiny jellyfish, things like that. And all of these organisms interact within a single world that we call an ecosystem. That is really what we need to understand today.
During their expedition, researchers identified more than 250,000 species of plankton, some of which are capable of photosynthesis.
Here, in the heart of the United States Capitol. Right now, in this part of the world, just a few blocks from this very studio, decisions continue to be made that are reverberating, not just across the Middle East, but across the globe. And we've got one job here, that is to bring you clarity, to bring you context and analysis as those decisions are made, how they impact you and what they mean. I'll have more later in the show, but to get things going, here's our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher.
Thanks, Phil. We'll look at the big decisions and issues with our team who are at key locations.
Each of these single-celled organisms forms such floating stones, and they have a very important function because when they die, they sink to the bottom of the sea. Over time, this has created mountains that rise out of the water in some places, such as here in the English Channel. This simple process changed the course of our Earth's history forever.
It is fascinating that many live full of forming minerals that remain intact when the organisms die.
As a paleontologist, one very quickly learns that many rocks are made of life, or the remains of life. Many limestones are nothing more than mountains built of skeletons, which have piled up sometimes to kilometers thick.
Only about maybe 10 or 15% of animals, for example, make skeletons that are mineralized, but they have a huge effect on life. They have a huge effect on the Earth itself.
The limestone we see here was formed between 100 and 80 million years ago. This area was once a 300-meter deep sea, a paradise for coccolithophers. Their calcareous skeletons piled up over 20 million years, 2 centimeters every 1,000 years.
matter. President Trump has said exactly the same when asked, insisting that the deployment of troops on the ground into the theater of war would be an operational matter. For President Trump, it would be deeply damaging given how this war is among a substantial portion of the American public. Putting soldiers into the theater of war, onto the ground.
The primordial ocean was the only habitat for bacteria, algae, and the first multicellular organisms. The emergence of more complex life forms was just beginning. The conditions for the next evolutionary phase formed in the shallower, light-flooded water zones. Had not yet reached solid land.
Imagine a time 500 million years ago when there were no plants at all on land. The landscape, the continents would just be barren rock. I mean, that's a geologist's paradise. You could walk around and anywhere you looked, you'd see the raw rock.
So one fact that people perhaps don't often know is that for 90% of the history of the Earth, there's been very little soil covering the surface. And it's only within the last 10% of Earth's history that there's been really deep soils developing. But there's a lot of evidence that there were also huge diversity of microbial species, things from bacteria, fungi, algae, but also things perhaps lichens. Lichens are usually a symbiotic association of an alga and a fungus. And they are remarkable things. They are indeed mini ecosystems. And before the advent of vascular plants,
into combat in the Middle East again, what does that actually look like on the Hill?
Well, really, truly, there hasn't been a lot of talk up here on the Hill from members of Congress about sending ground troops in. And we've heard from Democratic senator who warned that it was a possibility. And I want to remind you that last week when I was up here on the Hill talking to Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a press briefing, he did say and admitted the U.S. is not positioned to be able to strike.
Started to create soil. This marked the beginning of a new phase as living organisms started to shape the Earth's surface. Even today, lichens continue to work away quietly but
I worked as a geologist for 20 years on really old rocks, and it was really exciting to tell the story, the history of these rocks. But I just couldn't escape what was growing on the rocks as well. And it was lichens that kind of helped me. Transition from geologist to a biologist. This granite, and it's mostly made of silica, which are all these clear, tiny grains in here. But scattered throughout that, I see big, kind of pale off-white grains and a little bit of pink grains. These are feldspars, and the feldspars have high mineral content. They have potassium in them, they can have calcium in them, and it's these nutrients that the lichens will key into to help them grow. It's also mining into the rock, dissolving the crystals, the grains, and then they suck those nutrients back up. And so they're literally cracking it grain by grain. They're opening up this granite. And this is amazing because this is how they physically weather the rock. But another way they do it is a chemical process. And so lichens, you see all these colors often
remain unclear. Military experts say it would take many thousands of U.S. forces to wage ground battle against the IRGC. while a more targeted mission, like an attempt to assassinate Iran's new supreme leader like his father before him, would require fewer special ops forces. Former Pentagon spokesman and war veteran David Lapan says the lack of clarity to the U.S.'s military goals only further endangers troops.
Causes questions in the minds of U.S. forces is about
important Earth surface process. System engineers, despite the fact that they're small, confined to the surface, and they're incredibly slow growing. So in my opinion, and the opinion of many other people, lichens, whilst hugely underestimated, are very important and a fascinating and dynamic part of the history of life.
When I'm here connected to these rocks, connected to I just appreciate knowing that at their scale, at their pace, they're taking all this rock, this massive, this solid thing, and slowly breaking it down into particles. It's so amazing that they're able to do that, but it's a different scale. It's such a slow scale. We're talking millimeters to micron scale, and then hundreds to thousands of years. And it's both, a spatial scale, but also a temporal scale. And it's different than everyday life that we live, humans live in.
By colonizing the bare rock, lichens literally prepared the ground for the first plants on land. But without the moon and its gravitational pull, these plants might never have taken root. For the most part, life emerged out of the water in the unstable zones on
said, speaking to Middle East Eye, 3 former US officials with knowledge of the situation said that Rubio and Hegseth were, quote, at each other's throats over the issue. It goes on to add, Hegseth support want to drag the US into a protracted war in the Middle East. Remember, Donald Trump election campaign on there being no more protracted wars in the Middle East. Let's move on to the New Republic then. This concentrates on the words of one Democratic senator, that is Richard Blumenthal. It says, Democratic senator warns US is on path to ground invasion.
In these transitional zones, the first water algae, the ancestors of our land plants, began to establish themselves on the mainland. To do that, they had to adapt and develop new protective mechanisms.
Well, if we go back 450 million years ago to the time land plants were beginning to emerge, at some point, a population of algae that had secreted some sort of waxy covering on their surface, and that kept them from drying out. That was the first step in the emergence of what would become the forests and woodlands and grasslands around us today.
These first primitive plants provided the conditions for life on land. They formed a waxy layer, the cuticle, which helped them retain valuable moisture. And they had rhizoids, which allowed them to anchor themselves underground. These pioneers laid the foundations for the emergence of root plants, which forever changed the biosphere and the development of ecosystems.
Gave it up under Joe Biden, that I know now more caution is needed.
So the official line from the White House is there is no official line. The president has been asked about this multiple times. You can see the administration has tried to steer the conversation away, but the Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of War, depending on what you call him, says that he doesn't want to give Iran any indication of what may be coming. He wants to keep Iran guessing.
Well, joining us now to discuss the next steps for the White House is former Republican Congressman Tom Davis and also Laurie A. Watkins, who was a policy advisor to President Barack.
Those into something really complex. They brought a degree of transformation and movement of soils, which just simply wasn't present before then. So it's a very key defining moment when the first land plants arrived and started to sculpt their own habitats.
The evolution of plants on land fundamentally changed our planet. Rocky landscapes into green ecosystems. Millions of years later, animals took the same step from water. Like the plants that went before them, animals had to adapt to a completely different world. Their bodies were no longer supported by water. The air dried out their skin, and they had to adapt to gravity.
Well, the first thing to think about is that animal life developed in the sea. And so all the different types of animals that we see on land today evolved from aquatic ancestors. And in order to do that, they needed to evolve new structures. So if we think about our own group, the vertebrates, all of the vertebrates that have legs, so-called tetrapods, that live on land, had ancestors that were fish. Now, fish have gills, not lungs. Gills are not very useful on land. So in order
to articulate President Donald Trump's strategy or the rationale for attacking Iran.
The Iran war has set off an intellectual battle within the Republican Party and a conflict.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war
Against J.D. Vance.
We're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
2 years have passed between those two states.
the whole skeletal structure and muscular structure.
The interaction of the mineral world with the world of life is seen by the way that skeletons are built and appeared.
Minerals were essential for life to move onto land. No skeletons or shells. In tetrapods, the change took place inside the body. Their bones, consisting of calcium phosphate and carbonate, became denser to enable them to support their own weight outside of water. Instead of a skeleton, arthropods developed a veritable suit of armor, an organic exoskeleton that protected them from dehydration and predators while also giving them a stable shell. Without these skeletons and armor, the first land animals would not have been able to.
Let's go back to our guests, Tom Davis and Laurie Watkins. Laurie, J.D. Vance has been conspicuous by his absence here. He's not out selling the war. Do you think that's something that Donald Trump should be concerned about?
to support what the president does and be actually out there talking to support what the president does and be actually out there talking to the American public. And we're not seeing that at all. And in my opinion, Donald Trump is setting him up as a 2028 candidate for absolute failure. He can't run away from this.
Many burrowing organisms at the soil, and through doing that, they change the mineral composition. But physically, burrowing animals have huge impacts on the soil because they create a whole series of small and large interconnected pathways and galleries. And that means that the soil can contain more water, can move more effectively through the soil, leading to a new array of systems within the soil. And that in turn attracts different kinds of organisms and species which can thrive in those new conditions. And we can look back at the history of the Earth and see quite different things happening after the arrival of these arthropods on the terrestrial surface.
The Earth has always been shaped by powerful geological forces: volcanism, plate tectonics, continental drift. But with the emergence of plants and animals, another force, life itself, was added. In tidal zones, certain species, such as sea urchins, still shape and transform rocks and reefs today. For more than 40 years, Michael Russell has been investigating the connection between these creatures and the rock.
I see. Presidents always lose seats in midterm elections. All but 3 times in American history, they've lost the House. So I think you got to put this into an historical perspective. But presidents have a higher duty than just getting elected and getting their members elected. And that's doing what they think is right for the country. I think that's what drove the president in this case.
But if you make yourself the guy who hasn't started any foreign wars in the first term, and then you launch 3 attacks on Iran, on Venezuela, and then a war on Iran, that's not a good look, is it?
Well, it depends how they turn out. I mean, if you're in and out, I don't see any damage at all on the...
And spines to wear away limestone. Dynamics of the seabed.
When a sea urchin settles, it's very, very small. And it has very small spines, it has very small tube feet, and everything is small. But as they grow, they develop a feeding structure. This structure is called Aristotle's lantern. And Aristotle's lantern, and these teeth are amazing. So they basically are like little rock picks. What they're doing is scraping the rocks when they're feeding. So they're scraping algae with their teeth and they're injecting. And as those spines are brushing against the surface of the rock, also are removing some of those sand grains. So it's a combination of the teeth scraping on the surface and the spines brushing against the surface that is, in some ways, very gently wiping away the rock. And as it does so, it's creating this little hole, this little cavity, this little pit. And that process is called bioerosion.
In fact, sea urchins play a much greater role than one might think. As bioeroders, they are part of a geological cycle that is thousands of years old. The sediments they produce are transported away, reach further depths, and then return to the surface, where they shape the seabed and coastlines, contributing to the formation of the continents.
All right, and let's take a look at other global stories from around the world. Displaced Palestinians forced to flee Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their tent camps destroyed. bombarded their shelters on Wednesday. Israel continues to attack the strike despite a US brokered truce reached in October. Gaza's health ministry said
incredibly active on and in the Earth's surface, and they're really involved in both creating and eroding the rocks around us. And in many cases, they do this in weird and wonderful ways. And we can divide the ways in which animals cause erosion into two: physical erosion, or they can produce chemical erosion. And some examples are, for example, that the rock hopper penguins can physically erode many of the surfaces they nest in parts of the world. And they also nest in parts of the world. And they're also very capable of producing chemical erosion of the rocks through urine and other ways in which they interact with the surface. So animals are really creative and destructive of rocks.
If there were no sea urchins, there wouldn't be the sculptor. It would just be like a block of stone. So the urchins are making those nooks and crannies and crevices. They play a very key role. They're an organism that is so foundational to these systems that I can't imagine these systems without sea urchins.
But sea urchins are
And major combat operations in Iran. We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes.
La posición del gobierno es. The position of the Spanish government can be summed up in 4 words: no to the war.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel, and I also condemn the subsequent attacks by Iran.
The attacks on energy facilities that has happened on both sides is a dangerous precedent. It will cause repercussions throughout the world.
We can now see a regional conflict.
I never had a space to talk about it.
I think that just makes us stronger.
Who is Europe?
They don't want us anymore.
Authentic stories from all over the continent. Spotlight on people.
Focus on Europe. 20 minutes.
Get ready for an exciting Abenteuer full of surprises. Hi, I'm Shabnam, and I'm ready to dive into the hearts of German Kultur with you on Meet the Germans. Have you ever wondered about der Liebe vor Brot und Pünktlichkeit? Wir erkunden das alles. Wir unexpected sides of life in Deutschland.
This is DW News. These are our top stories. Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, has vowed to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and said that Iran's attacks on its Gulf neighbors will continue. It was his first statement since his appointment. The latest attacks on shipping and energy infrastructure in the Gulf region sent oil prices back above $100 per barrel. Israel's military has said it launched a new wide-scale wave of strikes across Iran, including an attack on eastern Tehran. Some civilian homes were damaged near a military base. Iran targeted energy infrastructure across the Gulf region in retaliation. In Bahrain, a fuel deposit was set ablaze. Kuwait, the UAE, Oman and Saudi Arabia have also reported drone and missile attacks.
An Iran-backed Iraqi armed group has claimed responsibility for shooting down a US military refueling plane. The KC-135 was shot down over western Iraq. The Islamic resistance in Iraq says it shot the aircraft, quote, in defense of our country's sovereignty and airspace. US Central Command earlier issued a statement saying it was aware
say they've decimated Iran's military capabilities. Say they've decimated Iran's military capabilities, but Iran is to turn the conflict in its favor.
You are effectively seeing two precision air forces at war here, not just what we're used to, where we, America, our side has all the precision, the other side doesn't. This is now a very different war, not one we've really This is now a very different war, not one we've really seen in history to this point.
Also on the day, Hungary seizes Ukrainian cash and gold worth more than $80 million. Hello, I'm Terry Martin in Berlin. Welcome to our viewers watching on PBS in the United States and to all of you around the world. We begin the day with the first statement from Iran's new supreme leader, or at least that's how it's being presented by the Iranian regime. Mojtaba Khamenei did not appear on camera. Instead, his words were read out by a newsreader. Reports say he was injured in the strikes that killed his father, the former supreme leader Ali Khamenei, on the first day of the war. And now there's speculation whether Mojtaba himself is even alive. Well, regardless who wrote the statement, it shows a regime that wants to project defiance and strength, saying Iran will keep retaliating and use the Strait of Hormuz as leverage. Donald Trump is also trying to project success.
Well, what is so-called concerning the U.S. aircraft, first the fueling aircraft, what is so-called the Iraq has claimed responsibility for hitting that. In fact, they say that they have hit a second KC-135 fueling aircraft, and they say that it was forced to make an immersion.
I want to begin with something you wrote. Iran's strikes cannot be dismissed as acts of scattered retaliation, the flailing lashing out of a dying regime. Rather, they represent a strategy of horizontal escalation, a bid to transform the stakes of a conflict by widening its scope and extending its. So, can you explain how Iran has used horizontal escalation, as you call it, to its advantage?
Absolutely. So we are now in the midst of an intense escalation trap where stage one bombing that was really near 100% tactically successful, killed leaders, hit targets. But as we have seen before with precision air power, it leads to an illusion of control that often underestimates what the enemy can do. And in this case, it often leads to lashing back. Well, in this case, the lashing back that's occurring is a coherent horizontal escalation strategy with precision-guided drones. You are effectively seeing two precision air forces at war here, not just what we're used to, where we, America, our side has all the precision, the other side doesn't. This is now a very different war, not one we've really seen in history to this point. So what is horizontal escalation? It's where the target, the one that has been hit, lashes back and then escalates the war beyond the original battlefield. So the original
Iran-aligned armed groups targeting U.S. facilities, military bases, and even the consulate, the U.S. consulate in Erbil, the embassy here in Baghdad, and also the Victory base, which is annexed to Baghdad International Airport, and it's home to U.S. and coalition troops. Today also, there was a battle over the military base, the Victory military base, which is annexed to Baghdad International.
U.S. So basically to fracture the U.S. So basically to fracture the counterbalancing coalition that the Trump administration put together against Iran. This is really, I wouldn't give it an A. I'm not trying to say they're 10 feet tall, but the idea that this is just some, spasms or something, we need to understand we're up against a real foe here.
So this is a strategy, you're saying, that we've seen also missiles or drones landing on some of the other neighboring states there. Did the U.S. fail to anticipate this kind of response from Iran, which of course we have to...
We see no sign that the administration anticipated this, none whatsoever. You'll recall that in the hours after the bombing, when Iran started with their initial wave of drone strikes, this was all dismissed as just, these are just the last spasms of the dying body. We will, this will be over, soon, in days, President Trump was talking about. Well, that was 12 days ago. So what you are seeing is the opposite of anticipating this backlash and a mad scramble to figure out what to do, you see. And so this has been, by the way, a common pattern in history. It's not the first time. When Ronald Reagan launched decapitation strikes against Libya's regime in 1986, they did hit all the targets. They killed the family of Gaddafi and missed him directly because he stepped out of his tent at that moment. However, Gaddafi...
other regions and cities and so on. Tehran itself came under bombardment during the day or so, and over the last couple of days there were mounting fears of drone attacks, not only targeting in locations. For instance, streets were targeted, police checkpoints, and that has been really a source of concern for people here, because the war has seen
of control.
Right.
The illusion that the controls the escalation, and that illusion is surpassed in this situation.
So what options do the U.S. and Israel have now to effectively respond to Iran's war strategy?
They have no good options here. And what you're seeing is they're doubling down. So this is, again, the natural... the escalation trap. So faced with the surprise of the lashing back, you are now getting a doubling down. We saw this, by the way, in Vietnam, as Lyndon Johnson kept a point that would break the enemy's will. Like the rhetoric of President Trump. He's looking for that breaking point, and that's that doubling down. But there's a real problem here, which is Iran is not crumbling as a regime. The air attacks are making the regime actually more resilient. Even as the leaders are being killed, Iran had a plan called Mosaic to decentralize. The very fact of now America bombing is helping to fuse nationalism into the regime, making it more coherent, work better together. And in fact, as leaders have been killed, they're being replaced by more aggressive leaders. It's the harder succession problem, as I've just posted on my Substack. This is really not working in America's favor. This escalation, this doubling down here is actually working in Iran's favor. And this is now going out.
Central Beirut earlier this afternoon or early evening. Now, Israeli military says that they were targeting cash reserves that Hezbollah was storing in the basement of a couple of buildings in downtown. We've seen, and after that, a number of very attacks in Dahia, the southern suburbs of Beirut that you can see behind me. It's been quiet there for the last hour or so. In fact, the only thing we've heard in the last little while is the Israeli surveillance drone, which is constantly overhead. And just now we've heard the call to
imagine that they are just going to sit idly by and going to make Iran even more of a pariah?
Well, what's happening is there's a gap between the leaders of the Gulf states and their publics. And Iran's horizontal escalation strategy is targeting the political gap. There have a disconnect with the leaders. The leaders have been building a counterbalancing coalition against Iran that helps Israel expand. And you see, Israel is actually expanding at the moment. They're expanding into Lebanon at the moment. Well, Iran's PR at the moment. Well, Iran's PR is also Israel. And effectively what they're saying to the publics is, do you really want to pay the price to help Israel expand? Well, this is a real danger for the elites, the governments in the Gulf states, because we saw this, what happens before when this gap emerges with Sadat, who was the president of Egypt, who signed the Camp David Accords in 1978 with Israel. That was the land for peace that everybody was celebrating. Well, what happened in 1981 is Sadat's own security forces at a military parade he set up as they were marching by Sadat himself, they turned their guns and shot him to death. And that is the risk that these leaders in the Gulf states are taking. It's not just they'll get killed by an Iranian drone. The real risk is a
Israeli frontier. Now they're telling everybody who is south of the Zahrani River that they must leave their homes as well. We heard earlier this evening from the Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam. He addressed the nation, saying that Lebanon had been dragged into a war that it wanted no part of, and that he was hoping and that all Lebanese, in fact, were looking forward to the army establishing control over all Lebanese territory. Now, when he talks about all Lebanese, that's certainly not probably the supporters or indeed the members of Hezbollah who have demonstrated that despite.
Take on that is he's talking like it was 20 years ago. Here are the dispersal of Iran's enriched. So as this goes forward, you're going to see, I lay out multiple dimensions of risk in the frameworks that I offer on the Smart Bomb Trap, on the Escalation Trap Substack. And what I'm doing is explaining that they're not separate risks. They're going to becoming overlapping and intersecting risks. And one of the big issues here is we've just seen this with the systemic shock to the global economy that we haven't seen since the 1960s. There's more that's dangerous here with the dispersal of the nuclear. You see, Trump's bombing in June caused the Iranians to disperse its nuclear enriched material. I have the satellite photographs on the Substack so you can see it. You can see what's happening. And this we have from June. We have it from February. And if we have this in the civilian world, my goodness, what this must look like in the classified world. This risk of nuclear dispersal is probably why those senators are coming out of those classified briefings ashen face. And Bolton's just not talking. I mean, he's not the only one, but he's just not talking about that. And so he's missing that as this goes on, that risk of nuclear dispersal, it can disperse inside of Iran. It can disperse outside of Iran.
How do you think this military excursion, as Donald Trump calls it, will affect America's standing in the rest of the world?
Launches from Iran and rocket fire from Hezbollah north of the border in Lebanon as well. Now, what did Benjamin Netanyahu say earlier on? He was talking the first time in this conflict so far, journalists and taking questions from them. That's been noticed recently. There have been saying, where is Benjamin Netanyahu? Why is he not speaking to us in the same way that he's been speaking to US media? He went on Fox News, spoke to Sean Hannity earlier on in the conflict, but he used this opportunity to threaten.
And this And this could really weaken the situation for Europe as time goes on. So this will all be put directly on Trump's shoulders, and it will be seen as a through line from the time he took office a year ago, and just as a growing pattern. And you already. Carney, the Prime Minister Carney, gave a big speech about this. This will become the norm of the speech. That will seem like Carney's position will be the moderate position over time, because Trump triggered all this. The dispersal of the nuclear material and the economic shock at the same time. This will be lost on none of the leaders.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that enriched uranium. Robert Pape, professor of political science from the University of Chicago. You'll find him on Substack at the Escalation Trap. Thanks for speaking with us today on The Day.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Gold bars and cash worth more than $80 million are at the center of the latest spat between Hungary and Ukraine. Hungarian authorities seized the contents of a Ukrainian state bank convoy that was making its way home from Austria. The assets are still being held. Hungary says it's investigating what it calls money laundering. Ukraine's president has hit back with some allegations of his own.
What should we call what happened with the Oshad cash convoy in Hungary? I think the term banditry is.
It has. I mean, just today, Kuwait officials announced the injury of 2 civilians in a residential neighborhood. Within the last 48 to 72 hours, we've seen, energy facilities being targeted in Al Bahrain and also in Oman. The fuel tanks set ablaze, the sky filled with smoke. Also, financial institutions. We've, recently.
It could be money laundering overseen by a former Ukrainian. What exactly is going on here?
Yeah, I think that is something that a lot of people might have been wondering who've been following this story, which is quite an extraordinary one. So exactly a week ago, Hungary stopped these cash transports, detained some Ukrainian nationals, and took the cars and their contents, which was several millions in US dollars and of gold. So, as you said, Ukraine maintains this was a regular transport. People with knowledge of the banking sector say this is actually something that has been happening on a weekly basis, going from Austria to Ukraine. The Hungarian authorities have claimed there have been suspicions of money laundering. It is not clear what exactly this could be. Now, what we know now is that the detained Ukrainian nationals have been released and expelled from Hungary. Hungary has even returned the vans to the Ukrainian bank, but it has kept the assets within those vans. So, millions of dollars, millions of euros, some kilograms of gold. And from the beginning, there has been a lot of doubt what the actual legal basis is for Hungary keeping these assets.
Well, this case is still being investigated, understandably, in Hungary. Meanwhile, Hungary's ruling Fidesz party rushed a bill through parliament at the beginning of this week, legitimizing the seizure of the Ukrainian assets. What are we to make of that?
Yes, exactly. So this is a draft law that has been really pushed through the Security Council and Parliament within less than 2 days as
talking at the moment about loosening that up to include some foreign ships, because they think then if they're not just requiring to use US-owned ships, there'll be more flexibility, be able to move between ports in the United States. The US by this global energy trade that's all that a lot of it is caught up in that Strait of Hormuz. Another thing that the United States
meant to aim at one specific case, this Hungarian, creating a legal basis for something that has happened, in the past, which is also very unusual and not really how law works, right? Like, something happens and there is no law against it, you can't create a law afterwards. But a lot of critics say this is exactly what Hungary is doing here, legitimizing past actions by this new law. It's really been seen very critically. It's not yet signed by the president, but it is unlikely that there will be any issues there. And in any case, the prime minister has already signed a government decree with the same effect as well, which is already in effect.
Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is furious. Cash and gold amounts to banditry and that Ukraine is threatening sanctions in retaliation. What does this case tell us, Ferenc, about relations between Ukraine and Hungary?
Well, relations between these two neighboring countries are really extremely tense, and it almost seems like we're witnessing a new low almost every day these days. And the Hungarian government does not look like the actions they are taking are, doing much to kind of alleviate this tension or dial down the conflict or the rhetoric towards Ukraine. Apart from the bill that has been passed in connection with the cash transport, there was another piece of legislation passed in Parliament that objected or rejected support for Ukraine, rejected the EU accession of Ukraine. So the government is really homing in on Ukraine as their main opponent, or you could almost say enemy.
Supplies. Despite the Indian government's assurances that there's no need to panic, some residents say they're already finding it tough to fill up their liquefied petroleum gas or LPG cylinders.
And unfortunately in India, we don't have a pipeline. We're struggling.
We've come.
We don't have a pipeline. We're struggling.
We've come here for the cylinder. We're hearing the supply of cylinders will get stopped.
Most Indian households use LPG for cooking. Homes like this one.
Yeah, obviously, to comment on a legal document, they need to review it thoroughly before making any statement that could have wide-ranging implications. But at the same time, this lack of comment on it also fits into a perception that many here in Brussels have, and that has been reported on before, which is that the Commission is really trying confrontation with the Hungarian government right now. And this is simply because they do not want to be seen in any way to be interfering with this election. They do not want to give Viktor Orban more ammunition in his campaign that is really also heavily building on anti-EU narratives. So they are really trying to, avoid confrontation with the Hungarian government right now. And there has also been some criticism regarding that.
Now, Hungary's seizure of Ukrainian assets is happening in the middle of a huge dispute between the two countries about the disruption of the Russian oil supply to Hungary through a pipeline in Ukraine. Now, that pipeline was damaged, apparently in a Russian airstrike, and Hungary accuses Ukraine of dragging its feet in getting the pipeline repaired. Are these two stories related?
Well, you could be forgiven in thinking that they are not, but it seems very hard to separate them at this point, especially because even Hungarian government members have made statements to the effect that it is no coincidence that the cash transporter was seized in the context of, no Russian oil coming through the Druzhba pipeline. So at this point, really, it is very hard to separate.
By the military. Displaced Palestinians forced to flee Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their tent camps destroyed. The Israeli army bombarded their shelters on Wednesday. Israel continues to attack the Strip, and that's despite a US-brokered truce reached back in October. Gaza's health ministry says that more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire was declared.
We returned and found everything destroyed. We have no tents, nothing. Our
is receiving funding from Ukraine. How much is the topic of shadowing the run-up to the election in Hungary?
It is really the topic of this campaign, especially in the government party, in the governing party's communication. they are really hammering home this narrative that Ukraine is a threat to Hungary and recently even especially specifically to the person of Viktor Orban and his family. You have videos that Viktor Orban has posted where he presumably is making calls to family members saying threats. And this type of content really is also interesting how facts and misleading statements are being blended in this campaign. Because on the one hand, yes, there was a statement recently by Ukrainian President Zelensky where he seemed to threaten Orban, which was clearly condemned also on the EU level. On the other hand, there have been the government, the Hungarian government has been alluding to statements made by a former Ukrainian politician who has no role in the current government, who has also made some threatening statements to Orban. So all this is being blended together in this overarching narrative that Ukraine is the threat to Hungary. And clearly, Fidesz is hoping that this will motivate voters to vote for them in April.
Ferenc, thank you very much for helping us unwind that. DW's Ferenc Gál in Brussels. That was the day. Follow our team on social media at DW News, and you can always get the latest headlines anytime you like on our website at dw.com. For me, Terry Martin, and the...
Since the Israeli-US offensive on Iran started almost 2 weeks ago, Israeli settler violence has killed at least 6 Palestinians.
Israeli forces raided the village to investigate the attacks, but people here tell us these investigations rarely go anywhere. This has emboldened settlers whose attacks have intensified, empowered by impunity.
From the north to the south of the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are moving freely, attacking with precision and seemingly without fear. Because as Palestinian people here will tell you, there are few consequences for violence against their communities. Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Douma, occupied West Bank.
In Ethiopia, more than 100 people have been killed in landslides triggered by days of heavy rain. Regional zone earlier this week, at least 50 people are missing. A man involved in an attack on a synagogue.
Spotlight on people.
Focus on you.
New York, city of endless possibilities and traffic jams. Until a year ago, when the city introduced a controversial new toll. Can congestion pricing bring order to the chaos? How is it?
I'm happy. Made in Germany. In 60 minutes. Can an increasingly divided world unite? We all see things from a different perspective. We may argue or disagree, but if we listen, speak, and learn from one another, on the basis of facts and unbiased information, anything is possible. Only together can we find solutions to the challenges of our time. Because together, we see.
Hello and welcome to Focus on Europe. My name's Connor Dillon. Thank you for being with
Al Jazeera, your weekly look at the world of business and economics. This week, oil prices are on edge. American consumers are already feeling it at the pump. Donald Trump says it's a small price to pay for defeating Iran, but is it really, or could rising energy costs fuel inflation in the US? Europe is at risk too, and inflation there could be sharper. Gas prices across the continent have soared, but prolonged disruption in the Strait of Hormuz could hit households and businesses hard. Asian manufacturing countries are bracing for an energy shock.
at all. If you ask students, though, like Stella and more than just human biology, they're also about understanding relationships and learning how to stay safe in situations that can sometimes be confusing, distressing, or even dangerous.
My parents never talked about it. It's taboo.
Sex education in school. Taught. Who should it be for, and what should it look like? In Italy, those questions are sparking heated debate. But at this school, they're tackling the issue head on.
You're being intimate with your boyfriend, and he keeps pushing for sex. When you refuse, he says you do everything for you, but you won't return his love. Which card would you give him?
Okay.
We're in Palermo, the capital of Sicily, an island off the southern tip of Italy. At this vocational school, students openly discuss sex, emotions, and self-determination, topics that are still taboo in many classrooms across the country.
He can't force me to do something. If I say no or if I'm tired, you can't pressure me, just because you think I'm supposed to satisfy you somehow.
Physical or emotional violence, it's all violence and can never be justified.
Emilia Assini and Gea Di Bella run these workshops at the school's request. Even in Palermo, programs like this are the exception rather than the rule.
We try to address sexuality in a broad way, going beyond biology to include psychological, emotional, and social perspectives.
The Fed was considering more rate cuts, but these might be pushed back due to growing uncertainty over inflation. And with midterm elections on the horizon, the fate of Congress may be decided by the health of the economy. That the war is worth it, and that the spike in oil prices will only be temporary. Meanwhile, the European Union has long imported virtually all its fossil fuels, making it vulnerable to sudden shifts in global prices.
Parental consent would be required. Italy's education minister defended the proposed law.
It's been claimed that this bill bans sex education in schools. Others alleged that we're obstructing education about empathy. None of that is true. For the first time, we are setting a teaching respect for women and, more broadly, interpersonal and emotional empathy.
While lawmakers for the right to sex education, people like Mattia, he's and is part of a student initiative called Piacere di Conoscerci, or Nice to Meet Us. The group is founded by students in 8 local schools. They gathered 6,000 signatures and presented them to the mayor. Their demand? Sex education in all city schools for students of all ages.
Nice to meet us. We asked for sex and relationship education to become part of the regular curriculum. Instead, the city proposed seminars, just 4 hours a year. 2 + 2 for middle schools and 2 + 2 + 2 for high schools. 6 hours total, not even a full school day per year for an entire school. And it wasn't even clear if that meant one class or all of them.
City officials say they'll continue discussions with the student initiative to see whether a better solution can be found.
Transport, and that drives up the prices of everything else. Those costs are passed on to the consumer as a result. 1/3 of the world's fertilizer supply also passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Prices are already climbing, and that will have a knock-on effect. The aviation industry is also being hit hard. The crisis has caused major disruptions as flights are routed away from the Gulf. This, along with a rise in the cost of jet fuel, is pushing up ticket prices. And if the war ends now, analysts warn that fuel prices...
Many parents can't imagine talking about these things with their children. And then situations happen that could have been avoided if they'd been discussed at home. So it's important to talk about sex education in school, even during regular lessons.
The new law wouldn't make it any easier to talk about sexuality in schools.
Even if sex education were banned tomorrow morning, if I held sessions in the afternoon, students would still come. Just because you stop talking about something.
So for now, at this vocational school in Palermo, the workshops will continue.
Here is a riddle for you. Imagine you live on an island, but every 5 years or so, you do not need to take a ferry to leave the island. How is that possible? Well, this is why. When the Baltic Sea freezes over, an ice road forms, giving residents of 2 Estonian islands the rare chance to drive straight across the sea. For some, it's a great opportunity to head to the mainland for supplies and shopping. Others, like Imre Kivri, see it as a chance to continue a tradition he's devoted much of his life to. What they all have in common, they have to make the most of it while they can without driving fast.
It happens rarely and doesn't last for long. But when the Baltic Sea freezes over like it did this February,
in Europe, certainly energy prices are the big question mark, and they are a question mark to the extreme. We've seen giant swings just in the last 24 hours before this recording based on guesses from things Donald Trump has posted on social media about how long this conflict will last. If it's a short-term pressure on oil and gas and fossil fuel moving around the world, it won't be great, but it will be manageable. If it lasts for a long time, and
clear the route safe, then it's treated as public. Speed limits exist to reduce dangerous vibrations in the ice, which can put drivers at risk.
Every morning, people from Saaremaa come here, and I go there. We inspect the ice, check for cracks, and make sure everything's under control.
The Baltic Sea is vital for islanders of Hiiuma's economy. This profession is also the lifelong calling of Imre Kivi, a generational fisherman who lives and works on the island. For him, the more than a winter shortcut, it is a connection to mainland Estonia, a route that keeps his fish business thriving all year round.
We don't get this ice road very often. It's been many, many years since the ice has been good enough to drive on. So after such a long time, it's pretty great. Only fools do this, really. Apart from me, no one else is out here anymore. Normal people don't do this. Only fools, I guess. I was born into this. My whole life, ever since I was a child, I went along when my parents were fishing and working out here.
By the next
that we do move back from the worst case, we are still in a situation where this is doing damage to the way that investors think about markets and think about risks, and the same for people in the worst case scenario. We could see investors gradually starting to price term premium rising. There have been a lot of these shocks, negative supply shocks hitting the economy, and that does start to change investor behavior to the detriment.
The ferry is back in operation, carrying people and
To Ukraine now, brokered peace negotiations with Russia have stalled. And whereas Moscow continues its strikes, Kiev says its counteroffensive operations have brought new territorial gains. Those gains come at a cost. one that medics like Uliana here are confronted with on a daily basis. It's a bit harder to see, or for Uliana to bear, being away from her children and her mom. For her, the choice between serving at the front or being with her family has not been an easy one. Well, just what it could cost them.
This family once found God but chose to return to Kyiv. When Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the Lastivka family fled to Western Europe, all except the father Ruslan, who joined the army. None of them could have imagined how profoundly the war would change their lives.
We miss my son-in-law Ruslan so much. He was so good for our family. I've seen many families, but it's very hard to find such a good husband and father.
Alina was in preschool the last time she saw her father.
My daddy always had to wear his heavy bulletproof vest at the front. When I was sitting on his shoulders, sometimes he asked me to get down because I was getting too heavy for him.
Push inflation, it almost acts like an interest rate hike. And if policymakers start to raise the cost of borrowing interest rates, that could make it a double whammy.
We have two worrisome cases to. One is Australia. There was no mention of Iran, but we had a speech, I think the vice governor talking about not enough spare capacity generally. But it sounds like, wow.
Uliana could spend together.
We woke up this morning with tears in our eyes because we knew this was our last day together as a family. Of course, we're grateful for this time, but now we'll be apart again for a while. We'll have from a distance.
A year later, Uliana was on her own. Ruslan had been killed by Russian soldiers in eastern Ukraine.
I was ready for anything, for him to come. I was ready for anything, for him to come back without arms, with a disfigured face, but I wasn't prepared for him to die.
After her husband's death, Uliana faced the hardest decision of her life.
Since the invasion, I've often thought about helping as a paramedic. I'm a trained nurse and have a lot of experience in the operating room. Now that he's been taken from us, I want to return to medicine, to surgery, maybe even as a paramedic.
Paramedics work to save the lives of seriously wounded soldiers on the front line. But Uliana also fears what could happen to her children, Alina and Artem, if they were to lose their mother too.
Had this huge fiscal impulse coming into the economy from the US. Similarly, monetary policy was very accommodative. You do actually have a positive fiscal impulse coming into the US this time around, and the same in Germany, but it's dwarfed compared to the size of that was supporting growth, demand, and inflation in 2022. So this time around, as I sort of alluded to, I think it's actually the risks are more tilted towards this damaging growth in the sense that you get that cost push inflation coming in.
It's hard because I can't give them a man, but I can't complain. I have a home and we have. When the shelling starts, I take the children into the bathroom for safety. That's not hard. It's hardest for soldiers in the trenches at the front.
Alina hasn't seen her mother in months. The planned visit over Christmas and New Year. Too many wounded soldiers. But Uliana tries to stay part of her children's lives.
The calls are hard. When Alina asks if I'll pick her up from school when I get... Of course, I just need a little more time. Soon I'll take you to school and pick you up again.
Alina didn't want her mother to go to the front, but never told her. She worries every day.
I miss my mom a lot, and sometimes it's hard to fall asleep. When explosions wake me up, Grandma is usually already awake. I put pillows over my head and try to go back to sleep.
Now Uliana has finally returned to Kyiv.
I've missed them so much. In the last days of our rotation, I kept hoping nothing would get in the way again.
For now, they're trying to enjoy their time together. Uliana is working in a military hospital in Kyiv.
Comfortable after the Supreme Court decision to eliminate the emergency tariffs, because it was very much China-centric, also Brazil, but China was the second best. China was the second best treated out of that. Massive reduction in tariffs, and in fact, today we had export data for the first 2 months of the year, and that was amazing, 22% increase. I mean, unheard of, except maybe after COVID or something.
Warsaw to giving it official protection.
Piotrek is from Poland. Besides Polish, he speaks another very unusual language.
Ik Peter. Ik schrijf me Wiba en ik ga in de zevende klas. We messerisch en mijn wifste sprug.
In southern Poland. The Polish government recently moved to officially recognize it as a regional language, but Poland's president vetoed the law, a move that has sparked controversy.
Poles first. Some groups don't fit his vision of one nation, language and religion, and they're marginalized.
Timoteusz Król is the leading expert on Vimy Zurich.
It's disappointing that President Nawrocki has vetoed a law that would have protected Wymisorycz as a Polish cultural and linguistic asset. But it doesn't change the fact that the language is still spoken and lived here.
Native speakers are now rare, but plenty of people still want to keep the language alive. They're rehearsing a play.
To sort of step towards that hike. We anyway were sort of looking at the ECB as moving more towards a hawkish stance, and this could actually sort of push them kind of further in that direction if oil prices and gas prices remain elevated.
Well, do you think, actually, Freya, do you think things can get worse because the commodities are priced in dollars? You've got also weakening European currencies. Is that a double whammy?
Yeah. So last year there was a short period of time.
Back at the rehearsal, Piotrek played Zurich is pretty good. Piotrek is living proof that Vimy Zurich isn't just slowly fading away.
Some friends are surprised. Sometimes they laugh and call me a weirdo. But there are also a few people here who join in. One of my classmates from high school says hello in Wymisorycz when we meet.
Many people assume Vimy Zürich is a rare German dialect. It is complex, and it's now being explored in the local museum. Wilemowice was once a largely German town, whose inhabitants traded throughout Europe. Over time, they developed their own distinct language, culture, and traditional dress. But World War II nearly brought all of it to an end.
After the war, the Vymasurish language and traditional clothing were banned. Even people who spoke Vymasurish at home were persecuted. That left deep emotional scars.
Piotrek is fascinated by this history and often visits 76-year-old Danusha. As a child, she was forbidden to speak Vimy Zürich. Today, she sews the minorities' once banned traditional costumes. Technically, Danusha and Piotrek are still breaking the law.
The ban in Vymasurish.
Well, I think oil prices are high enough not to be underpricing anything that lasts long, if you see what I mean. If these prices are to last for even 6 months economy, and therefore I think they're not underpricing, if anything, overpricing. But again, this is all about how long this lasts. So no underpricing in my view.
Freya, I want to.
Still, Kroll won't give up hope. In Wilemowice, people aren't easily discouraged, not even by a stubborn president. The final word goes to Piotrek. A successful first dress rehearsal. For Vimy Zürich, the show will go on.
For those of you out there who celebrated Christmas last year, your Christmas tree once the holidays were over. Well, you probably didn't take it to a beach, did you? In England, that's exactly what a few thousand people have done on a stretch of coastline. And if you're guessing it's to somehow replant those trees, well, not quite.
It's not shedding at all. This is fantastic. I thought it was going to make a mess in the car, but it's not. It's great.
Alan White is pleased with his old Christmas tree, now ready for a second life.
And we're off to the beach.
Residents around Blackpool have donated around 2,000 Christmas trees. Now hundreds of volunteers are hauling them onto the beach, the same stretch of coast where millions of people flock in the summer. But the sand dunes are disappearing.
Over the past 100 years, we've lost 90% of the dunes. We need to create new layers of dune to protect people's homes and to protect wildlife.
At low tide, the trees are placed in long trenches across the sand. Climate change is bringing...
The Fed is at a real crossroads because we're about to see a big change in personnel. Kevin Warsh replaces Jerome Powell as is the current direction of travel. I say that all of these is so uncertain right now, and that itself holds back growth. For the Fed to figure out how to navigate the political waters, the market expectations, its dual mandate of full employment and contained inflation. We saw that the jobs numbers are not.
In the past, we just make sure to check.
In typical British fashion, the project has become a community event.
No, like we say, we've retired, we've got time on our hands, and it's quite rewarding to help protect the coastline. I think it's really good.
The people around here appreciate the fact that we've actually created these things so the properties don't get covered in sand. There are some fantastic dunes behind here where there's a lot of wildlife.
A second life for the trees and a unique way to save the shoreline.
That's it for this episode of Focus on Europe. If you missed anything or would like to share some of you'll find most of our stories on the DW News YouTube channel. On behalf of the team here, thanks for tuning in, and until next time, bye.
yet. But until recently, even Vietnam, I mean, they've managed to build a big refinery only recently. So I'm sure that that's not enough to cover all of the needs. So if you don't have refineries and you depend on others and they shut their doors to exports, you're double in dangers. And that's why I think it gets worse and worse. Given your level of income, it's not only about exporting oil, it's about having refined oil.
Freya, just very briefly, is the renewable side of the thing the only big winner here?
Introduced a controversial new toll.
I'm happy. Made in minutes.
Listen to the stories the rocks are desperately trying to tell us.
Their calm is deceptive. Their fury shapes entire bedrock of our existence. They bear our burden and the weight of our greed. It's time to hear the stories of the stones, whispers of the earth. 75 minutes. Sudan's civil war, the world's biggest humanitarian crisis.
I can't do anything. There are no solutions. There is no money.
Aid organizations are at their breaking point. Because right now, powerful donor countries are cutting more and more funding.
Without assistance here, for sure all these people will be migrating to Europe.
Sudan's civil war, the limits of humanitarian aid, starts April 11th on DW.
Get ready for an exciting Abenteuer full of surprises. Hi, I'm Shabnam, and I'm ready to dive into the hearts of German Kultur with you on Meet the Germans. Have you ever wondered about der Liebe für Brot or Pünktlichkeit? Wir erkunden
and risks to vital shipping lanes grow. Stay with Al Jazeera for continued coverage and expert analysis. W News.
Together we see.
This is DW News. These are our top stories. Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and said that Iran's attacks on its Gulf neighbours will continue. It was his first statement since his appointment. The latest attacks on shipping and energy infrastructure in the Gulf region sent oil prices $100 per barrel. Israel's military has said it launched a new wide-scale wave of strikes across Iran, including an attack on eastern Tehran. Some civilian homes were damaged near a military base. Iran targeted energy infrastructure across the Gulf region in retaliation. In Bahrain, a fuel deposit was set ablaze. Kuwait, the UAE, Oman and Saudi Arabia have also reported drone and missile attacks. A man has been fatally shot by security after ramming a vehicle into a synagogue near Detroit, Michigan. The man, who was also armed with a rifle, had driven through a set of doors and inside the building, where he was killed. None of the synagogue staff or any visitors present were injured, according to reports.
Command says the crash was not due to hostile or friendly fire. It also says another U.S. plane involved in the incident was able to land safely. In Iraq's Erbil region, a drone attack on a joint French-Kurdish base has killed a French soldier. The attack on Thursday night also wounded several others. French troops are in Erbil as part of a multinational counterterrorism mission against ISIL. French President Emmanuel Macron has issued a statement calling the attack unacceptable. In Iran, the new supreme leader, Mojtaba
Oil prices soaring. The Strait of Hormuz, a key Gulf, has been effectively shut down by the conflict. The U.S. says it's working to keep the strait open, but Iran has vowed to limit the number of ships that can pass through until the war ends. For more on this, we can speak now with John Bolton. He served as U.S. National Security Advisor during the first Trump administration, ambassador to the United Nations during the administration of George W. Bush. Thanks for joining us on the day. Ambassador Bolton, we're seeing commercial vessels being hit in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is still firing missiles and drones at its neighbors. Have the U.S. and Israel's capabilities to fight back?
Well, I think, in fact, Iran has made a severe mistake in attacking the Gulf Arab states. I think that has driven them closer to the United States and Israel, made them more important participants, obviously, for their own defense, but also in assisting in the military operation. And I think while the closing of the Strait of Hormuz obviously has the potential for enormous economic impact around the world, it helps show people, I think, just how vicious this regime is, how desperate it is to hang on to power. And if you don't like the regime now, imagine what it would look like with nuclear weapons.
Now, we've been hearing from the Trump administration and from the Israeli side how well their military campaign has been going. What's your assessment?
Well, I think so far it's gone fine. It's the question, though, is whether it will sufficiently destabilize the regime.
And injured several others. But this base was part of the fight against ISIL. The Islamic resistance, which includes Iran-aligned armed groups in Iraq, has claimed responsibility for all the attacks that happened in Iraq today. They claim responsibility for dozens of attacks. We understand that they have been carrying out attacks against U.S. interests, military bases, even the consulate in Erbil, the embassy in Baghdad. And
regime change is logical, indeed compelling. And perhaps most important of all, I don't think that there's evidence he's really working effectively with the opposition. So it's the political side of the equation, I think, where the problems lie. I think a demonstration of that has just happened within the past few days, where you see reporting that the White House was that the price of oil had gone up. All I can say is I'm surprised that they're surprised if they didn't realize that a war in the region of the world that produces 20% of its oil wouldn't have an effect on prices. 20% of its oil wouldn't have an effect on prices. And I think that's why the president has rushed to tell everybody it's almost over. He's trying to bring oil prices down and stock prices up.
Would you say that the president is looking for an off-ramp at this point?
He's always looking for an off-ramp. And in fact, I think that is a particular problem here. And I say this, I come from the position, I want regime change to succeed. I think this is a just war and indeed an important and necessary war. And I'm very much afraid that Trump will have caused a lot of destruction in Iran, but will leave the battle before the regime is changed. And that will leave essentially the same ideology in charge, this time wounded and even more desperate to get revenge. So if he wasn't willing to pursue regime change to its end, Trump never should have started this war.
You have been calling for regime change in Iran for decades. Do you think?
Ask you, what's the latest that we're hearing from CENTCOM regarding this incident involving the KC-135 U.S. military refueling plane?
Yeah, we've been asking ourselves actually to Central Command if they've got that information about 5 hours ago. Just to 5 hours ago. Just to remind on that basic information, they said that this was an incident that involved two planes, that one of them landed safely, but this other plane, the KC-135 that's used to refuel other planes, did.
At least some, and they don't want to go down with it. That's why the opposition is critical. It's not just for them to go out and demonstrate in the streets. It's because of their knowledge of the weak spots in the government, people who might be encouraged to defect to the opposition, especially in the regular army, not the Revolutionary Guard, and help facilitate the collapse of the regime internally.
Do you think the regime in Iran can be changed without putting U.S. troops on the ground?
Yes, I do. I think the regime is extraordinarily unpopular. It's at its 79. I think we saw that back in December and January with demonstrations in all 31 provinces, and so strong that the regime responded, as you would expect this kind of regime to respond, by killing over 30,000 of its own citizens. So these are the circumstances in which you have to overcome the near monopoly on force that the government has. And one way to do that would be to break elements of the regular army away from the regime, have them come over to the side of the people. And after all, they're filled in their rank and file with people whose friends and relatives are out there in the streets demonstrating. The Revolutionary Guard, in rough numbers, has about 200,000 people. The regular military, counting reserves, has about 800,000 people.
If this military campaign ends with the current regime still intact, what do you think?
UN's refugee agency says more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. Many have fled Tehran and other major cities to areas in the north. Let's head now to Tehran and speak to Mohammed Val, who's standing by for us there. So, Mohammed, it's been another day of heavy bombardment on Iran. What are we hearing from Iranian officials, either on the political side of things or the military side of things?
Yes, Mohammed, regarding the military side of things, there has been
depending on whose numbers you look. Depending on whose numbers you look at, comprise between 40 and 50% of the total population are also unhappy. So this is evidence of why the potential for overthrow of the regime is enormous, and why the destruction that these attacks are causing should be telling people the regime itself. And if it can't defend itself, its days are numbered.
Iran borders many countries, and of course, the Gulf countries are just across that water there. How war have to further destabilize the region? And I'm thinking about Iraq or the Kurdish population.
Well, let's take the Gulf Arabs first. I think they feel betrayed by Iran. They went out of their way, especially countries like Qatar, to try and make nice with the Ayatollahs, and this is what they get in return. So I think they, as I said before, they have driven the Gulf Arabs even closer to the U.S. than before. In Iraq, it's Iran that's one of the principal causes of instability, arming the Shia militia that have been reported, by the way, have come from Iraq into Iran back in December and January to open fire on the Iranians in the demonstrations. The Kurds, I think, are a special case. They've wanted their own nation for a long time, and when we were drawing the lines and boundaries in the Middle East at the Versailles Peace Conference in 1918, the Kurds lost out. I personally favor an independent Kurdish state.
Ships that coordinate with Iran can cross. So there is that little opening there for people who want to continue to transit oil through that. Also, the supreme leader has threatened to close, and understandably, he didn't mention the name, but understandably, it's the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, which is between Yemen and Djibouti. That's a very
And I would have said this at the beginning, I would not have started this war, regime change, and if we didn't have the resolve to last seeds.
Do you think there is any role for diplomacy in this situation? And if so, who might be in a position to serve as mediator?
There's no point in diplomacy with this regime. They have lied and cheated on nuclear matters for 25 years. Their ideology doesn't permit them to engage in the normal give and take of negotiation. I think they've played the West for fools for a long time. I don't think the nuclear weapons or the terrorism, it's the regime itself. That's why it has to go. The only chance for long-term peace and stability in the Middle East is if this regime goes.
Looking at where things stand now and the lack of appetite in the U.S. for another forever war, to have more U.S. lives, boots on the ground as in Iraq or Afghanistan, how do you see this conflict playing out?
Well, I think as we're speaking, Trump could declare total victory and pull everybody out. He's perfectly capable of it, and that's a problem. I wish we had a different president who was doing this. And in fact, I wish we had a president who had had the good sense to prepare the American people by making the case for regime change by an address from the Oval Office to the nation as a whole, not in a speech from Mar-a-Lago at 2:30 in the morning. I think American politicians and European politicians, while we're on the subject, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, have generally failed to understand
of the injuries, as you said in your introduction there, Mohammed, were people injured by flying glass, but several homes were heavily damaged and destroyed trapped in the buildings, that we understand. We haven't heard of any deaths. A pretty significant impact, certainly, in northern Israel. Now, it's pertinent to say why we don't understand more about this kind of event happening. It happened several hours ago, and the news is only...
The ruling Communist Party's wealth surfaced, and some were determined to hold on to it.
Da sind 3 Leute bei uns auf die Idee gekommen, dass man doch irgendwo eine Reserve anlegen muss.
How do you stash away billions? The deeper you dig, the darker it... The mystery of the missing billions. Follow the money. Watch the full story on YouTube.
All systems have been alerted to your presence, sir.
Before Star
Main
Wars.
entry seems to be the only way in or out.
Before Blade Runner. Before almost all our imagined visions. There was Metropolis. The German city of flying machines and robots, built on exploited workers, combined technological wonders with dire warnings of what those wonders can bring. It imagines video surveillance, artificial intelligence, a world run by machines. To understand how Metropolis became the blueprint for science fiction and for our hopes and fears about technology, we need to start with the futuristic world it created nearly a century ago. Metropolis is set in the year 2026, in a city divided in two. Above lies the luxurious world of the elites. Below, out of sight, thousands of workers slave to keep the machines running.
For the new leadership of Iran as well. He talked about the situation in the north and the campaign to push Hezbollah further into Lebanon, that ground operation that's going on in southern Lebanon at the moment. It's worth noting that in the run-up to this conflict, the Israelis had assumed that Hezbollah was a cowed and diminished force. Well, they've proved themselves to still be a threat to Israel with all the rockets.
Rotwang, a mad scientist, onto a robot. This robot Maria is designed to pacify the workers. Instead, she incites them to revolt. The workers rise up. They destroy the machines that power the city. That nearly kills everyone. At the last moment, the human Maria helps Frater bring together his father, the head of Metropolis, and the work hands of the city. The film ends with uneasy reconciliation and the motto, the mediator between the head and the hands must be the heart. Fritz Lang shot Metropolis based on a script by his wife, Thea von Harbo. The film cost 5 million Reichsmarks, a fortune in the 1920s. It was a transatlantic production between Germany's UFA Studios and Paramount Pictures in Hollywood. Shot over 18 months, the film was epic, with huge sets and thousands of extras. The studio marketing boasted the crew included 1,000 bald heads and 750 children. Lang made these extras spend a week in freezing water, shooting take after take for these flooding sequences, creating cinema's first disaster movie. Much of the original material.
Hezbollah, it risks sparking sectarian tensions in this country because Hezbollah fighters, Hezbollah buildings or property is discovered in areas where other groups may be Christian, and the risk is sparking those sectarians that are never far below the surface in Lebanon. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
All right, Heidi Pettis standing by for us in Beirut. So, Heidi, if you could just bring our viewers up to speed on all the latest developments when it comes to...
Stored at the Deutsche Kinemathek's where models Lang used to create his vision of the future. Lang's techniques were groundbreaking.
We're showing you our crown jewels here.
To create the illusion of searchlights sweeping the city's skyline, Lang used stop-motion drawn on an oil painting sealed in wax.
It's sealed with lacquer, and then the nighttime spotlights were painted on. They shot it, wiped it off, then painted to the left. In the scene, it looks like the spotlights are moving across the city skyline.
The city was made by combining painted backdrops with vast miniature models. To create the illusion of traffic, workers moved every tiny car, train, and airplane millimeter by millimeter. Weeks of work for a single sequence. Lang even staged cinema's first video phone, anticipating zoom by nearly a century. By synchronizing a back projection with live acting, he created a visionary early warning of corporate surveillance. This sequence was created using multiple exposures. Lang rewound the film to expose different parts of the image, layering reality into a hallucinatory whole. Lang also found a way to merge.
Now, the national toll across the country, the latest numbers that we have is that 687 people have been killed, according to the Ministry of Health, more than 1,700 injured. But throughout the night, they do also provide these rolling updates because there have been continued airstrikes across the south of Lebanon today. Just in one of those strikes, in a small village near the city of Sidon, they say that 9 people were killed, 5 of them were children. And so we will begin to see those numbers reflected in the daily toll that comes out.
Within the reflection. This technique, known as the Schuften process, After Effects artist Eugen Schuften, was used throughout Metropolis to create epic images out of sets and miniatures. The method was so effective it remained in use for decades. You could even spot it later in The Lord of the Rings. The castle here With Metropolis, Fritz Lang created the visual grammar of the future. His vision of a towering vertical megacity, partly inspired, became the reference point for an entire sci-fi aesthetic in film and Blade Runner.
With Blade Runner, I very clearly see the influence of Metropolis. Its landscape is fantastically reimagined in Blade Runner. It's Metropolis taken to the extreme.
So Fritz Lang drew inspiration from New York and shot Metropolis in Germany. And then in The Fifth Element, New York is staged again, also drawing on these influences. So the circle closes.
When I think of Metropolis, I think of the city of the future, and that city will always be in the future.
What the hell is a gigawatt?
Every movie mad scientist owes a debt to Rotwang from Metropolis. When we think of the mad inventor,
only those bases. Well, Malik Traina is live for us from here in Doha. Malik, these attacks from Iran, they haven't just hit U.S. assets in the region. They've also speed on all that's been going on, please.
In the last couple of days, we've seen civilian infrastructure being targeted. Airports, the world's most big.
Metropolis also foresaw our fears of technology, of a future of tech surveillance and slaves to the machines.
The film shows a fear of technology, or of society derailing into a technology of dictatorship.
That tension is embodied in Robot Maria herself, a figure that both fascinates and terrifies, and often is read as a projection of male fear of female power and sexuality.
Stop.
The dangerous and seductive androids of later cinema, from Ex Machina and Terminators of other imagined futures.
You're reading a magazine, you come across a full-page nude photo of a girl.
Is this testing whether I'm a replicant or a lesbian, Mr. Deckard?
Just answer the questions, please.
Beyond movies, Metropolis became a cornerstone of pop culture, especially of music videos. Queen copied directly from Metropolis for the video of Radio Gaga. Madonna's Express Yourself video recreated Metropolis imagery to explore themes of conformity and rebellion.
So many people have stolen from it that if you were to just sit down and watch it, most people would think they've seen it somewhere before. It's a very, very pop culture movie, before pop culture actually existed, in a way you could say.
Even today, celebrities from Beyonce to Zendaya continue to borrow the sexy tech glamour of Robot Maria.
Shaped by geography, ideology, and competing visions of regional order. The modern phase of that rivalry began in 1971 when Britain withdrew its forces from the region, leaving newly independent Arab states suddenly neighbor across the water, Iran. The same year, Iran seized Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Tomb Islands, territories still claimed by the United Arab Emirates. But the real rupture came in 1970.
And the entire film is there in the music. 1,000 cues referring to the plot of the film. The conductor needs these so he can follow the film, so he knows where he is when he conducts, so that it remains in sync. We could clearly see that the American cut was radical. 1,000 meters are missing. The film is 4,000. It's almost a third of the film, about 20 minutes. Entire plot strands are missing. The meaning is very strongly altered.
Without the original footage, restorations could only replace those scenes with text describing what audiences were meant to see. Over versions of Metropolis. In the 80s, the film was colorized and given a pop soundtrack, courtesy of this guy, Italian disco music producer Giorgio Moroder. It brought Metropolis to a new generation, but it was definitely not how Fritz Lang intended. Then, in 2008, a sensation. A nearly complete 16mm print of Metropolis was discovered in Argentina. With the script and musical score as guides, restorers replaced the missing text cards with original footage, scarred, scratched, but authentic. The restored film premiered in Berlin in 2010, projected at the Brandenburg Gate, and broadcast live across Germany and France.
It was insane. You couldn't imagine more Metropolis.
For the first time in over 80 years, audiences could finally see Metropolis whole again.
Regulations have exposed the limits of that agreement. After Israel and the US launched its latest offensive against Iran, it responded with missile and drone attacks across Gulf nations. Tehran said it was targeting US assets, but civilian infrastructure, energy facilities, and airports have been hit. The result? Deeper mistrust. For decades, Iran and Gulf states have moved between confrontation and cautious engagement, depending
City of endless possibilities and traffic jams. Until a year ago, when the city introduced a controversial new toll. Can congestion pricing bring order to the chaos? How is it?
I'm happy. Made in Germany. Next.
I tried several times. I went more than 6 times to Greece.
More people than ever are on the move worldwide in search of a better.
And when Greek army coach you, it's very hard. This is a very difficult journey.
Find out about Salman's story. Info Migrants.
We are all set and we're watching closely. We are all in
to bring you the story behind the news.
We're all about unbiased information.
For 3 months.
Done.
Short-haul flights crowd our skies, but a better idea might be on the rails, overnight. Travelling while we sleep could be efficient and climate-friendly, yet night trains are costly, not always comfortable, and routes are vanishing. But there's hope.
It's definitely spacious in here.
We visited a Berlin workshop where the next generation of night trains is currently being developed. Could this
to try to control supplies, but concerns are reportedly fueling black market sales.
India depends on imports for about 60% of its LPG needs, and most of this comes from the Middle East. Disrupted by the Iran conflict, the government has invoked emergency priority to gas supplies for households over industry. As a result, this 70-year-old restaurant in Mumbai is one of many feeling the
toys instead of megaphones. Toys instead of megaphones. Their dream is, quite literally, to sleep their way across Europe. At Berlin Central Station, platform 13, the night train to Zurich is about to arrive. And there she is, with the passengers looking anything but sleepy. The same scene played out in 12 European cities: Helsinki, Amsterdam, Lisbon, and more. It's freezing cold outside, but that's what woolly hats and blankets are for. And why now?
I really enjoy the atmosphere in the women's compartments.
stories to tell, and it's people from very different generations.
You're laying down and just so nicely sleeping, and then you wake up like some kind of fever dream vibe, and suddenly you're in a totally different place.
For others, it's about their footprint.
It's much climate-friendlier mode of transportation than taking a plane.
The protesters want connections to be expanded, for example, to Spain, Greece, and the Balkans. The reality looks different, though. Europe's sleeper train network is shrinking, especially among state rail companies. The popular routes from Paris to Berlin and Paris to Vienna had just been reopened in 2023, only to be cancelled just 2 years later, after state subsidies were cut. The connection between Stockholm and Berlin is also shaky. Private operators are now stepping in, but only on certain days, and without subsidies. With few seats and high costs, it's often not viable. But someone among the protesters wants to.
Explosions are being reported in the capital, Tehran, and areas nearby. The UN's refugee agency says more than 3 million people in Iran have been displaced by the ongoing war. The Israeli army has also launched new strikes on the Lebanese capital. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging attacks for the past week and a half. An Israeli strike on Thursday night hit at least 2 sites in central Beirut. All right, let's go now to Washington, D.C. for a new regular segment from the U.S. Capitol.
When you're ready to sleep, no need to share a compartment with fellow travelers, as is common in Europe, as well as in countries like India, where sleeper trains have long been an essential part of long-distance travel. Well, it is still a bit cramped in here.
There's not a lot of space around the feet, but there's more space. In the corner here, there's a little space for your knees that you can put in if you're a side sleeper, which is kind of convenient.
I'll have to put that to the test myself.
Yeah, I've slept in these 6 sleeper trains before, and this is definitely more spacious and more comfy. But I'm also a really tiny person. Yeah, I can even change the color of the overhead light.
The door is still a bit stubborn.
Switch off the light now. Good night.
They're also building a bigger cabin for business travelers that will be pricier, but also roomier. The project has been quite a journey. They're already on the after making meticulous preparations for the.
When we started, we built cardboard models and just create the room. And we sat down and we were like, okay, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, and then we did the next one. And so every iteration was a little better than the one before.
Optimizing space was important so that the trains can run on the highest capacity and are profitable for operators. This is what the
soldiers have to go in on the ground. Let's go first to our correspondent, Mike Hanna. He is at the White House. Mike, there's a lot of noise around this. What are the chances US military into fight?
Been a lot of speculation about it, given the fact that President Trump is intent, it would appear, on ending this conflict on a victorious.
We want to get range as airline tickets, but we have enough to switch.
Until then, there are many more bumps on the track to overcome. Bureaucracy, availability of train routes, investment, and the actual construction of new wagons. But the founders believe this is the only way forward.
Our vision is that we want to provide an alternative for aviation so that people, instead of taking flights from a city to the night train overnight and be comfortable. Like, aviation is very useful, but the problem is that it's bad for the climate. And there isn't really much of an alternative.
The math checks of pollution compared to flying. On average, a passenger on a train emits CO2 equivalent per kilometer. In a plane, it's almost 6 times as much, according to the International Energy Agency. Only cars are dirtier, especially if they're big and carry few people. Plus, trains are energy efficient and can even generate electricity when braking.
Night trains, they are in a completely different league, and there's basically no alternative that can reach them in terms of energy usage.
So far, the startup has cost several €100,000, funded partly by Anton himself, as well as investors and public money. The two still have a lot of tinkering to do before the Kevins hit the rails. If all goes well, that could be by 2030. Right on time. That's when the EU wants to double the number of rail passengers and even triple it by 2050.
Well, at the beginning, this was a crazy idea on a piece of paper, where there was a 3D model. And I'm proud that after this time we spent as a team, we get to the point where when people see this thing, they
have had an impact on oil prices or have stopped them from rising. Attacks in the Straits of the Hormuz are continuing. Tanker traffic remains at a standstill, and we're seeing financial advisors adjust their economic outlooks for the year, predicting that inflation is much more likely now than they thought it was before the war started. And so that means that while the president's supporters right now
Construction workers busy working on concrete sections for a new road